I know that love was never lasting. I wanna tell you something. I know just how you feel. Oh, try. You wanted me to be your man. It took a while, sweet baby, and I think I understand. I can tell by the look in your eyes that you're falling in love with me. Ooh, baby, I can tell by the look in your eyes. You're what I need. You're what I need, baby. You're what I need. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you never tell me just what going on your mind. I didn't know you wanted, but you do it all the time. I wasn't playing hard to get. I really couldn't see. It doesn't matter, baby. No, no. I got you here with me. I can tell by the look in your eyes that you're falling in love with me. Ooh, baby, I can tell by the look in your eyes. You're what I need. And you look so good to me, my baby. Oh, I can tell by the look in your eyes that you're falling in love with me. Oh, man, I can tell by the look in your eyes that you're all I can't get over you. And though I do my very best, I just can't find happiness. And girl, it's all because I can't get over you. Hey, baby, it makes me cry. No matter how I try, I'm gonna love you I can't get over you. I guess you'll always have a part somewhere deep in my heart. It's just too hard to hide. I can't get over you. I try to lose myself in song, but the tide's not much too strong. What am I gonna do? I can't get over you. It makes me feel so bad. Nothing up the love we had. But one thing I will always love you so. Love you. How you felt so kind of last forevermore. So you know suddenly the things you see got you hurt so bad, so bad. How come the things that make us happy make us sad? Seem to me joy and pain. I like sunshine and rain. Joy and pain. I like sunshine and rain. Love can be better. Love can be sweet. Sometimes devotion and sometimes deceit. The ones that you care for give you so much pain. Oh, but it's all right. They're both one in the sky. Listen, don't it seem we go through life going up and down? Seems the things that turn you on turn you around. Always hurting each other. If it ain't one thing, it's another. When the world is down on you, love somewhere around. And I want you to know that love, like sunshine, joy, I like sunshine. Over and over, you can be sure there will be sorrow, but you will endure. Where there's a flower, there's the sun and the rain. Oh, but it's wonderful. They're both one in the sky. Had a ball of dynamite right from the first day. Tell me that you'll call me just as soon as you get home. The passing of my heart while I'm alone. You things we did is come a love we've never done before. Made some changes in my head, I don't feel the same no more. Tell me it's not make believe this feeling that you show. To company my love while I'm alone. I don't like being alone. Just think the times you left before and me burning up inside. Something I can't see no more, like for my foolish drive. Please let me hurry all the time when I'm home. The passing of my heart while I'm alone. I don't like being alone. Yeah, good night. Being alone, I can't stand it. Being alone, oh baby, oh baby. You make me happy. This you can dance. You sit right beside me, yeah, and I won't forget. And I really love you. You should know. I wanna make sure I'm right, girl, before I let go. We've had our good times. That's it. We've heard him mention, girl, it's a shame. I won't be foolish, no. I won't love. I wanna make sure I'm right, girl, before I let go. Yeah. You know I thank God sun rises and shines on you. You know there's nothing I would not do. Oh, no. Before I let you go. I would never let you go before. So close, I love you so. I can't understand it now. Where did we go wrong? I won't be here, girl. I've got to know. Gotta make sure I'm right before I let go. I know. I can't let you go. I can't let you go. All right. I've got something I want you to just do everything like nobody else. And I need you beside me. Yeah, I wanna give you myself. If I hurt you and you feel bad, your loving ways makes me sad. I feel, you don't hear music like that anymore. Woo! God damn, that boy can sing. I don't know too many motherfuckers in their prime can hit those goddamn notes. Woo! Damn it, baby. Woo! All together now, since we got a style on it. Happy New Year and woo! Woo! We made it, baby. We made it. Woo! We made it. Woo! I'd like to take a moment of silence. A moment of silence for those of us who lost someone in 2020. My God, we lost some good ones. Damn. Let's take a 10-second moment of silence to remember those we lost. Woo! MF Doom. We're going to play that tomorrow for our intro.
I'm going to find as much of his content, and I'll play it up here for the intro. So don't worry, I got y'all tomorrow for that. That means, hey, as soon as you hear me go live, get that up. Man, so many of us lost people to COVID, lost people to violence. Hopefully we can make this a beautiful year. Hopefully you all had a safe and wonderful New Year's Eve and day going into it. Woo! We're going to do bigger and better things this year. We're going to get ourselves in shape. We're going to do more initiatives to help young black children, especially young black boys. We're going to start businesses. We're going to be entrepreneurs. We're going to grow. We're going to have productive relationships where it's not one-sided. We're going to be people that can grow a society into a perfect metropolis, even though there's no such thing as perfection, but we'll damn sure get close. We will grow smarter. We will grow stronger, faster, more cunning, more deserving. Yes, this year we shall talk about the adventures of HoboCop. Yes, you have a lot of HoboCops out there. Not a lot, but a few. We're going to get a couple of people on the panels and live streams coming talking about stocks and investments, Bitcoin, and other things. Today, we're going to speak on you don't simp for free. See, a lot of brothers out there, for some odd reason, and this is something that's not, it's our fault, but it's also a cultural issue. A lot of brothers do not see value within themselves because you're always looked at. Oh, we're definitely going to talk about the multifaceted black man, Dave Tao. You know, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how a lot of brothers out there do not see value within themselves. How brothers simp, how a lot of brothers do not understand the rule of reciprocity. For much that is required, much shall be given. I am okay with a brother giving out flowers to various women and don't expect anything in return. What I'm not okay with is that a brother will give out flowers and then expect the world. You know why? Because he's simping. He's not doing it from the kindness of his heart. He's not doing it because he wants to make a nice gesture. See, a simp is a guy looking for more than what he is giving out. A simp is somebody who plays himself. Well, what are you talking about? Well, number one, a lot of brothers in the community, instead of going out and searching for that woman who's on your program and you mesh together, like I gave the example of my boy Ali and his lady, they don't just love each other, they actually enjoy each other. They like each other. There's no stress of dealing with each other. Of course, two human beings are going to bump heads every so often, very few, but they actually enjoy each other's company. They help build each other to grow to be even better human beings. So does my boy Darren and his wife. They grow. Of course, they'll bump heads because, hey, we're human beings and it happens. But they grow together to become better human beings. See, a simp is somebody who will deal with somebody who is not going to help them grow, but they'll give this person the world, and the only thing they'll get out of that person is their ass to kiss. And because of that treatment, that simp will either grow into being disingenuous, as you all have seen in many panels, and or bitter. Excuse me. What you don't want to see is a bitter black man, a bitter man, period. Because that bitter man tends to be very destructive. He's going to be very destructive towards all women he sees. You don't believe me? Well, Diane, you can come up here and you can say something about it. Because it sounds like you're a bitter woman, if you're really a woman, that you don't even know how to politely introduce yourself to the group. Because I'm going to tell you quite honestly, I noticed what people like you tried to do. You tried to disrupt positive conversations because you have no one at home except your cats and your dogs to talk to. You're probably overweight. You're probably as manless as an empty army base. You probably have an issue because 10, 15, 20 years ago, you were probably ran through like an old pair of passed down jeans through a family of boys. But I'm not talking about you negatively. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm just stating facts. Only people like you will come to someone's panel, not even introduce yourself properly, not even come up on the panel and debate your facts. You want to come up here and actually throw shots at a sharpshooter, Bret the Hitman Hart. So what I will tell you in your rhinoceros, because we know you have the face of a rhino, and you're not usually any of the lovely and beautiful women that view my content, go away. Don't go away mad, just go away. I'm going to treat you like the men in your life actually treat you. Go. We're going to do you like the men in your life. We're just going to leave you. But anyway, what happens is a lot of these guys who simp, instead of actually making adjustments in life, because guess what? Men, we're going to fall up and down. We're going to fall up and down. That's just the price of being a man. We're not always going to be on top, physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. You have a lot of guys who, instead of actually studying female behavior and also studying masculine behavior. And you know what's funny? You want to come up here and debate me? I'll stop my show just for you to come up here and debate me. And I'm going to go back in my show after I embarrass your ass. Now, Diane Brown, you're going to have 2 minutes to come up here since you want all this attention. Or I'm going to have my moderators each time you out 10 times a piece. You got 2 minutes. You got 10 minutes. You got 2 minutes. See, you got to give little children the attention they want, and then when they act out of turn, you got to spank them. You got 2 minutes. Well, somebody must have somebody must have got rid of her. But anyway, this person here, somebody must have got rid of her already. But anyway, we're going to go back to the subject matter. Small thing to a giant. You know, you're making it when you get trolls. We're going to talk about that bitterness that a lot of... Shout out to the master teacher, BGS. Definitely got to get you in the chat when I open up and get your opinion about it. Ah, boy. Who is this person? Ah, this idiot. See, things like this channel, we like to evaluate why a lot of brothers do not see value within themselves. And it's partially off of the conversation of not only the great debate that we had yesterday, it was like the three-way dance with myself, Severely, to BGS, and also the culture. 90% of the issues that plague black men and women tend to be cultural. Okay? You can get a lot of people who want to debunk and debate, but it's cultural. See, black men tend to be, of course, not all. Of course, all mothers do not do this, but we're intelligent enough to know. We're not speaking in the absolutes. How you're taught to be in service. No matter how manly, no matter how debonair you think you are, you got to look at it. If you're taught early in your life that what you are is to be valued as a utility, it's going to be increasingly hard in your teenage years and in your young adult years to be viewed as anything other than an ATM with a dick. For example, you have a lot of these guys brag about, I slept with this many women. I've been with this many women. I can pay for my house and put this many women in it. But at the end of the day, that guy is still judging himself as a utility. Instead of saying, I'm being loved by this woman, by this community, as the man that I am, I'm still equating myself to be in a utility. One of the biggest issues in this community is that you're supposed to give up your life, give up your dreams, and sacrifice of others. Now, a lot of us in the community are not blessed to have the best mothers, are not blessed to have the best fathers. I understand that. So you got to understand, old Faulkner man's parents are not rich, but they always invested within me to be the best and the smartest. Okay? A lot of us in the community, our fates are almost sealed. Notice I said almost. If our parents, especially the mother, does not value us as functional, highly achieving human beings. For the reason in our community we don't even value the masculine principle as we should. You got to understand this one principle. A father is supposed to be a girl's first love, and a father is supposed to be a boy's first superhero. When you eliminate that father source, you're going to have a lot of lost souls looking for their value. You're going to have a lot of young men out there searching for masculinity, for that confirmation of sorts, instead of being confirmed early in life. This is the reason why you have the issues with crime, the issues with black boys who reach the 8th grade. Only 10% of them can read on level because you're not valued. You're an object. From the day you're born, you're an object to some people to show around and show you how cute they could dress you and not how great they can educate you. Oops, that fell. And then once you get too cute to dress, you got to go out there and do some work like you're a grown-ass man. Instead of cultivating you in the ways of society to be the best that you can be, instead of preparing you for a life of not only challenge, but also strength and perseverance, you're being kept innate. You're being looked towards as, hey, why do we got to teach him when he's not going to be much to us anyway? That's all I got to say about that one. Instead of looking at that boy as something and someone of value, you put him in a position where he's always going to be subservient, always looking for affection. Instead of saying, I am who I am and I love myself for what I am. So, because we're not properly raised to seek proper mates, proper relationships, we're put in such a fundamental situation that honestly, it's a miracle we even still have children. It's a miracle that we even get along that much. So, he gets with a young lady, they form a relationship. Next thing you know, instead of actually seeking to grow, he's always seeking that young lady's validation. I know, interesting, right? Well, Officer Faulkner, well, you haven't talked about simping yet. I know, we're getting there. We're getting there, kid. And instead of actually being particular about who he mates and dates, this young man puts everything in his disposal at the back burner. He's told by friends, family, mama, and sometimes daddy, let's face it, folks, sometimes daddy, that he shouldn't worry about himself. He should go get a job. You need to settle down and go get a nice wife to make you an honest man. Sorry to hear that, Pettyway. Sorry to hear that. See, this is the reason why we need to hold tight to a lot of the young people in our communities, because you know a lot of them are not focused. That is our that is what we have to do as parents and guardians and mentors. We have to focus our goddamn kids. But not one motherfucker will ever come out and say, look, this isn't right. We're supposed to, as men, we're supposed to pull the reins back on our boys. A lot of us do not pull the reins back on them and settle them. That's why you see so much crime in our neighborhoods. As black men, we became so cowardly that we can't even speak to them. Well, it's not my fault. I'm not going to get involved with that. Who does that? Who does that? But then we don't even understand why. We won't even take consideration of why this shit goes on. We're okay with it. We are oh fucking okay with it. You're right, Black Hoover. My condolences to your cousin's parents. It's going to be a heavy time for a long while for them. You get these guys out there looking for this validation, but instead of loving themselves, as BGS said in one of his videos, he'll simp himself out. Look at that. We made our children objects, especially our boys. Instead of loving them as human beings, we look at them as objects. Too many of them are only lovable when shit is favorable. Instead of saying, you know what, I'm going to look at this young boy and he's going to be the best of us. We developed this child into being a servant instead of being a man. Instead of actually saying, you know what, I appreciate this person, or being with a person that appreciates them no matter what goes on in life, we put a value on that person. How many of us are actually putting a value on their child instead of actually saying, look, you're going to be the best that you can be possibly out there. Sometimes you may not get what you want. Okay. Did you say homicide or suicide, Petaway boy? Did he commit suicide or homicide? Either way, it's, whew, that's heavy, and my condolences. And we're at a loss. You'll have some of these young men go into relationships, and the only value they see within themselves are, unfortunately, what they can do for someone else, what they can provide. And I look at it and I'm like, well, god damn. Will you truly be loved? I'm not saying you go into relationships and you kick your feet up and you should be served as like the king of Persia. But can that young boy be valued and loved like anyone else? And you really have to say, like, god damn, what's going on? Homicide. Oh man. Shit. Either way, I'm sorry to hear that, man. My heart goes out to you and your fam. And I'm just hoping, and I hate to hear stories like that. And unfortunately, because of my line of work, I tend to hear that shit a lot. You haven't even lived your life, and you taking one.
What's good, y'all?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
Getting some heavy news.
What happened?
We heard about one of the viewers, his 16-year-old cousin committed a homicide.
Somebody that was part of your channel? That listens to watch the channel?
Yeah, he's in the chat now.
Interesting. What city? What city?
Oh man, that's heavy. Hold on for a second. And stuff like that is what shows in a manosphere trying to prevent. On a side note, it kind of threw me off of my train of thought, but I'll say this. It reminds me of a story that I had relatively early in my career, at least the first 3 years. It was this one kid, right? He actually had the same birthday as I do, April 1st. You have a lot of background noise, Chaos. And I'll say this. He always wanted to be in this drug gang. We actually talked and found out we have the same birthday. And I told him, I said, why are you out here? You're just 20 years old. And I always take a nice little lengthy vacation around my birthday and my son's birthday, no matter what. He went and he was still doing the same trap shit. Next thing you know, one of the rival drug dealers caught up with him. He was shot in his back, which made him fall when he was running. And this is all while I was off. And next thing you know, they walked up to him and put 2 in the back of his head. Excuse me. He died literally a day or two after his 21st birthday. A life ruined, a life gone. See, a lot of people come up in here. You have that dumbass Diane Brown who was up in there starting shit. You sound like a bitter black man. You doing all this. But your ass didn't want to even come up here to debate me. You didn't want to have a dialogue. You just wanted to troll and start some shit. For what? Cowardly motherfuckers like you don't even deserve to be spoken to. Really. Here it is. We're trying to actually keep black families together. Here it is. We're trying to keep young black boys out of being killed on the streets or going away for the rest of their lives for murder. And all you want to do is troll. For what? What do you get out of it? I'm really starting to think that YouTube should mandatorily actually have you post your picture up. Not some avatar, but your real shit.
Oh, trust me, if they did that and then they can't verify that, then they cannot participate in any chat room or account on YouTube.
Yeah.
And eventually it might come down to that if it gets too problematic. Because think about it. Since this year, they kind of prevent anybody to click onto the profile, see if they have a channel. They stopped that. And for what reason? I think that's something political. They did that. So when anybody can create fake accounts, they can come in as another content creator, troll, and you will never know. That's why when I did that video on Trolls part 3, I discovered now that you cannot tell now who is content creator that's coming on other people's platforms trolls. And that is very dangerous, bro.
And see, this is the
Now
problem.
and they can come as me or you, and we could be on somebody else's channel, express something as not really us on somebody else's platform. And I had to defend myself just this earlier of 2020 alone on that. And I find that this is some childish game, but this is expected now from YouTube. But go ahead.
And definitely, our hearts go out to you and your family. It bothers me how I'm trying to start some shit that actually put some value back into black men, and those black men can actually go and have productive relationships, productive careers, raise productive children, and restart the society. You have jackasses like that who go out of their way to pick. For fucking what? Nobody likes you. You're not making money trolling. You just want to disrupt positive information. For what? What are you going to get out of it? Maybe if his cousin listened to programs like mine, BGS, Cerulean, Angry Man, Roger, O'Shea, Obsidian, Kevin Samuels. Maybe if he actually listened to programs that actually uplift black men and black boys, because you're not going to get it from network television. You sure as shit not going to get it from BET. You sure as shit not going to get it from Fox. You got a guy who's worth
Definitely not from
150
Fox.
million. Definitely not from
Especially,
Fox.
especially Fox Soul. You know, as
Especially
he
Fox
went
Soul.
through, especially what he went through, saying, no, you have to include me. So that means you separate from the community. Interesting.
And here's the fucked up part. You got a guy worth $150 million to a bunch of B and C level actresses. You didn't write anything for black women. And he said, aren't you part of the black community? None of them wayward bitches ever even came up with an idea in their lives to uplift the black community. But the things that get me upset is that you're going to be the first ones to say, there ain't no good black men around.
Well,
one of the women he actually featured in a movie that made her whole media career. I
Hey,
mean,
what's going on with
that
Lisa
was just
Riddick?
the most. I know Ice Cube was looking at Lisa Ray
And I'm
and
looking,
was like, I
but you
can't
notice, Lisa,
believe
but you notice Lisa Ray was quiet as kept on that shit because she knew
she
who
was
buttered her dick.
quiet, but she knew she was in an effed up place, but she still should have said something. She
Like,
should have
I wasn't
defended.
even thinking about that until you just said it. Right. Hey, for real.
But that's an example. Hey, that's an example of just how they will sell your ass out. Even after you've done for them, they will sell your ass out.
Yeah, and what makes it funny, I don't know if you've seen that little troll in the chat. Here it is. You're trying to take me off subject. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to let you just troll. Come, bring your ass up here. You want to, oh, you're a bitter man. I'm not bitter about shit.
Oh, yeah, and one thing, moderator, if she does not come up with the next, we're going to give her 10 minutes at most, because this is the new year. If you don't bring your ass up to explain it, and all of us, we're going to be silent. Some of us will come down, have you and Charles talk this out, probably, because we're going to start fresh. This is the new year. So-called new year. If you don't come after 10 minutes...
Yeah, you can just come up one-on-one, you and Charles.
Hold on, moderate. If she does not come up within the 10 minutes now, and what time is now? 5:41. You have until 5:50, depending where you're residing, central areas you are in. You don't come up, you'll be hit with everything the moderators will give you, and that will be the end of you. Good one.
And it's funny because my whole program is how to value yourself. A black man should not go into a relationship thinking that he shouldn't get anything in return. Yes, if you're taking care of your family, if you're taking care of your situations, if you're growing yourself as a man, yes, you should be respected in your relationships. Even if you're a single man and you're, as my homeboy would say, you throwing dick like fucking Elway throws a football. Yeah.
So you're not the only person with the one-liners in your crew, is what you're saying?
Oh no, we all got one-liners, man. We all got one-liners. If you throw a dick like Elway throw a football, at least the least you could do is get something. Because even when you throw a dick around like a goddamn dodgeball game, what are you getting? You're still being put to service. You're not being useful. You're a service object. Did she cook for you? Did she do something for you? What did you get out of it? See, a lot of brothers commit crimes and go through shit because they feel as though they have no value. They feel as though nobody loves them. They feel as though, what's the point? And yes, please, moderators, if anybody wants to debate, we'll put the link in the chat again. But if they want to just be here for the sake of being argumentative and not trying to have a dialogue, snipe their asses.
Wait. You know, you do something better, Charles. Pin the stream yard on your comments, and it'll be up there, so you have to keep repeating, putting it. Anybody they know where to pin it. And if not, they're going to have to refresh their thing to get the pin. All right? It'll be pinned on the comment.
Oh, yeah. And see, this is the shit where you ever notice when you tell black men, everybody on the panel, to value themselves? I never said anything about, oh, you shouldn't date black women. Oh, black women are the devil. I just said you should value yourselves, no matter what situation you're in. If you're just freely having sex and you're a single man, value yourself. What the fuck is wrong with this message I'm putting out? Please tell me, panel.
Well, here's the thing. Notice, Roger, not right. Pardon me. I got to remember I moved panels. Notice, Charles, how they will conflate your message with that of SYSBM or MGTOW or anything at all that that at all does not conform to the overall gynocentric feminist paradigm, and that means because to them we're all the same. The nuances don't matter. The differentiations, which may be great. I mean, there may be great differentiation between Igmore and Migto, or Migto and SYSBM, but that doesn't matter, because in the end, since you're not perpetuating the status quo message, then you're all considered evil and a threat to the current structure. So, yeah, they don't care about the specifics of what you're trying to do, the merits about what you're trying to do, because in the end, it does not conform to maintaining the current power structure.
Mr. Z?
Yeah, no, I was saying maybe because you're not supposed to value yourself. Maybe because, and it's kind of going along the lines of what Black Uru was saying. Maybe what you ever hear someone say something and they say it in an exact way, but your brain registers it a different way. That's what I think. Oftentimes, when we promote black men, we want black men to have some type of self-esteem. We want them to have some type of self-esteem that's not tied into how many women they have sex with, not tied into their money or their status. Just, you know, being an upstanding citizen that's not out here doing crazy stuff or committing crimes. And I think because of the culture and because of the history of America, that often comes off as, so you want us to take pride in oppressing women? What? Wait. What are you talking about? You want us to take pride in fucking these hoes? Wait, that's not what I'm saying. Wait, you want us to take pride in being on the bottom? Wait, I'm not saying that, right? But that's how I think oftentimes people register us saying, take pride in yourself, be accountable, you know, be an upstanding person, just all like what Roger says. Damn, I forgot the term he uses. But you know, just being a upstanding person, upstanding black man is an issue for a lot of people, because I think the way they register when we say that, you know,
Oh,
and I pause right there.
black man got brain? Oh no. Black man got agency? Oh no, we can't have that. I want you to read this. Let's talk about black men getting from the bottom of the economic and social totem pole. Okay, I'll play with that.
Tell her to come on the panel and explain how we're supposed to do that.
I'm gonna say the same shit that I said yesterday, and I love Cerulean. That's my brother. We wrote the Gray Faulkner Initiative, and I'll put it in the chat later on today. But you're telling us to do something that no other man has done.
Ever in human history.
You want us to do it? Okay. Let me ask you something. How are you raising your boys? I'm gonna take sex out the equation once again. How are you raising your boys? Do you value your boys? Do you take them to nursery school? Do you have them write and count in front of your face? Do you read to them? Do you nurture their ability to learn? Do you sit down and help them trace? See, when my son had atrocious handwriting, I actually traced letters and words for him and made him trace them over and over and over and made copies for him. Are you willing to go that far? Did you buy your child a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox? Did you even buy the books to read? I brought my son a novel of Death Note. He asked for it. He has a bookshelf in his room. I'm going to put another bookshelf in my living room again. I have over 1,000 books, comic, novels, otherwise, in my house. And that's lowballing 1,000. Let's talk about, do you treat your sons as capable human beings? Yet, you want to tell me and others like me that how are we going to get them from off the bottom of the social totem pole?
I would add, Charles, don't let her off the hook, because she may not have a son,
So
Oh yeah,
ask
that
her,
too.
has she done that for her nephew? Has she
Yeah.
done that for her younger cousin? Has she done that for the son of her younger cousin?
Has
Has
she
she
done
done
it for
that
the
for the
boy?
sons or the cousins of her best female friends?
Has she
Uh
done
oh,
that for any black boy, period?
that's exactly what I'm asking.
Because if you're not a part of the solution, obviously you're part of the problem. Since we're going to address the elephant and that bull in the room. See, I have incredibly intelligent people on my panels. And I can hold my own with anyone in any debate at any time. If you've been following me, I've asked, bring your Cynthia G's, bring your Chrissy's, bring your
Mm-hmm.
Crystal and Cousins, bring your Derek Jacksons. I've already taken out one of the heads of the dragons, sitting right there in my trophy case. Don't make BGS and Chaos look at the archives and start putting out proof of how I embarrassed a lot of these fucking feminists and these simps' favorite content creators before I even had a channel.
Uh-oh.
Don't make me start exposing people. Because the
Knocking
last
out
time,
all sucker, knocking out all sucker MCs.
knocking out all sucker MCs.
Let me squeeze in this real quick and actually sing a bit of Charles' praises. I don't think Charles. I don't think people understand. Charles is a former military police of Baltimore with ape arms and no neck. Okay, this brother has already told you that. Ah, damn, I gotta get quiet for a second because these niggas next to me with these loud ass bikes. Give me a second, you guys.
Well, like I said, until he comes back. Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting how they will they will assume no responsibility at all
No,
for what's going on. Now
no.
they have all the authority, all the state sanctioned support for everything that goes on, and they disclaim all responsibility for the way things are. And so you're supposed to magically at 25, 30, 35 be able to do shit that they have fucked up within you, leading all the way up to that point.
So
It's
Yeah.
that's
just
what.
the most remarkable example of cognitive dissonance that
And,
you can imagine.
and there's friends of mine. Let's put it out there a little bit about personal history with my boys and my brothers. We made a pact about 20 years ago. If any one of us ever became a wayward father, we will find that mother, that motherfucker, beat his ass because you deserve it, and throw you in front of your child to take care of it. So I don't know who the fuck any of these people think they are, but obviously you're nothing. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna read this one. Oh, you're a bitter man. What she say? You're a bitter man. For what do I have to be bitter for?
Uh, let me finish what I was saying. So Charles is former military. He's police in Baltimore, and this brother has already told you there's no tough man way out of this. There's no rugged individuality man way out of this. You really, all honesty, because of the way slavery and Jim Crow was structured, you need as many hands on deck as humanly possible. That includes you, black women. That includes the same U.S. government that put black men in this position. That includes the same private industry that profited off of putting black men in this position. Until you get that, which we all know is a really big ask, you're going to be gambling. Everybody's going to be gambling that you're the one with the son that gets into the NFL or the NBA or the tech industry or wins the lottery or becomes a rapper or a singer, right? Because
Hello.
this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
10 minutes has passed. I'm not here up here. Moderators start slapping and liquor with the you know what to do.
Timer out to the infinity. Now go ahead, finish your thought, Z.
Yeah, but so what I'm saying is this is. I don't understand who we have in here. Black Uru, BGS, Charles, right? Raj, right? We have Cerulli. We have all these people that span the gamut up and down, right? Like Charles told you, he had over 100. Excuse me, over 1,000 books in his home. right? We have brothers from all walks of life that are telling you that, for the most part, generally speaking, the same thing. This was a concerted effort by the Western world, by America specifically, to put black people in this position, black men specifically. I know you want to believe that you can tough man your way out or that you can browbeat black men into saving themselves and saving you. It ain't gonna work. Swirling ain't gonna help you either. None of these little one-off schemes, these little pyramid schemes and one-off schemes you have are gonna save you or black women or black girls. It ain't gonna work. And you've been trying. Black women have been trying this shit for what, the better part of 50 years. Look at where your daughters are.
Told you, this is what they want you to be. Black man, we want you to be the most powerful in the universe. Bet.
And you know what's sad, Charles? Your daughters have all these degrees. They're swimming in student loan debt. They're single as hell. A few of them are baby mamas, not a few, a significant chunk are baby mamas. And what was the point? What was the point? 50 years of this.
The point
and you don't
was
have
they
anything
never
to show.
the point was they never should have been in a position to make those decisions to begin with. That's the point.
Well,
The point is, historically said,
Yeah.
history has said that in a progressive society, you must have men making being the primary decision makers in families and communities. And when you don't have that, you have the black community and you have black women, as you just described. That's the point.
And
what's
funny.
I'm sorry, Charles.
Go ahead.
No, I just was gonna say, for those of you that watched the British brother on O'Shea's channel, he told you the same thing going on in the UK, and they're only 3% of the UK population, black people, because the same type of power dynamics are at play, right? So, although they're slaves from the Caribbean and from Africa that moved to Britain, by the time you get 3-4 generations deep, which is about how many of the time span that they've been in Britain, they have the same type of issues we have over here, because the same type of dynamics are going on.
And I'm gonna say this: if I could go toe to toe with debating with Cerulean, none of you motherfuckers in YouTube land have shit for me. If I could debate with Cerulean on equal footing, none of you niggas got shit for me. So I'll be very careful, because you might take my brutish manner at times as a form of weakness. That's actually my strength. Because if you really want to debate this shit about black economics, let me see this. Last time I checked, guess what the number one money making and economic powerhouse system ever created was, and throughout mankind? Guess what it was? Anybody? Raise your hands if you want me to tell you. You ready for the answer? Antebellum slavery, motherfucker. How the fuck people were enslaved ever become the top ruling class of any country? Were we given any of the financial, any of the economic stimulus that other people of this fucking country ever received?
You had men who fought and were maimed in World War II who were denied their GI benefits, while white men were given full benefits. They were able to buy homes. They were able to send their children to universities, to build businesses. The thing that always bothers me about black women when they say they're educated, then I can only conclude they are one of two things: that they have grossly wasted the money to become educated and the student loans they've earned, because they obviously are still grossly ignorant of history. And that's the good option, actually. The bad option is they know the truth and either just don't give a fuck, or worse, actually are active, willful, and beneficiaries of the status quo. No option is a positive representation of a so-called educated black woman. The more educated a black woman declares herself to be, the more evil she potentially is.
And it's
Because
disgusting.
she should know better.
It's disgusting. You're gonna criticize black men for shit that you know we couldn't help. You know we couldn't help. Somehow, some way, still fought slavery. Took up fucking arms during the Civil War. Hell, we took up arms in every war. First person to die or kill for this country was a black man.
Crispus Attucks.
When every other of these little so-called white boys you put on a fucking pedestal, here it is. You got the greatest fucking hero in American history. As Cerulean said, we're more American than any fucking body. We're more patriotic than anybody.
I said
Do
that
you
too.
all know the real Lone Ranger was a black man?
Uh-oh.
That the story from which the
Bass
Lone
Reeves.
Ranger was a black man who
Oh,
helped to
Bass.
settle the West.
Good old
Actually,
Bass.
the rumor is that even the term cowboy is referring to black men.
You look at, you got fucking Bass Reeves, one of the greatest and the first black U.S. Marshals of all time. The motherfucker was so thorough, he arrested his own son.
I
Do
wanted
you
to
know
say,
the phrase?
Mhm.
Do you know the phrase "the real McCoy" was based on a black man? You
Uh-oh.
know,
Roger McCoy.
back in when the original development of the railroads, they would have to stop the engines and oil the engines. You know, and they could only run them a certain distance, and then they would stop the engines and oil them. This brother Elijah McCoy created a process that is used pretty much fundamentally today in any sort of oil-based machinery that allows that creates a mechanism for an engine to continue to lubricate itself. Now, when this happened, there were other, mostly white men, probably all white men, who tried to essentially copy his process, who tried to say, well, we've created this process and whatever. And those processes did not work as effectively as his did. That caused a lot of people to lose their engines, to lose the machinery of the locomotives because the system failed. So what the white owners of the railroad started to demand was, no, I don't want that shit. I want the real McCoy.
Mm-hmm.
That's where that phrase comes from. That comes from Elijah McCoy, a black man.
I want to say this too, Black Uru. You asked a question earlier about essentially, are black women actively participating or are they ignorant? And I think it's a mixture of both. I think
No,
it's
they're
a
not
mixture
ignorant.
of.
They're not ignorant. They're not. I'm gonna stop you right there. You know, I usually let people speak freely, but I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right the fuck there. They ain't fucking ignorant. You cannot have all this so-called vaunted education and say you're ignorant of any goddamn thing. You got motherfucking Google. You got motherfucking Google.
Oh,
You don't
yeah,
even
that's
gotta go
true.
to
Nobody's
a
Google is
fucking.
broke.
I can understand if it was 30, 40 years ago,
Hmm.
and a motherfucker gonna tell me, well, we didn't know. What fucking other community were you raised under?
It's
You're
not.
not allowed to go anywhere else. You
But
know
Charles,
what the fuck the cause is.
it's not that. It's that they are going to college, right? Their Google isn't broke, like you're saying. The problem is they're not looking none of this up. They don't know any of. I'm telling you, Charles. I'm telling you. I talk to college educated sisters. I at one point I was talking to them every single day. They really don't know.
They know.
And nor do they care.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you how
That
they
I
part
know.
I
want
do
to
know.
answer
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell
Petway.
you how they. Oh, I'm gonna tell you how the fuck they know. This is how you know they know. They live in the same fucking houses as their brothers.
This is true. This is
They
true.
know. They fucking
But-
know. But yet you have this idiot Diane. Instead of telling black men to value yourselves in a relationship, you may not always have what you need. You may not always have everything, but you're still a worthwhile individual. You can,
Headway.
guess what? I'm going to tell you, ignorance of the law is not an excuse for it.
Every
Okay?
judge in the country will tell you that.
Just because you don't know the law does not mean your ignorance allows you not to. Last time I checked, we didn't even really have to put a law in order to not kill a person. You had this innate ability, just like human beings. Believe it or not, scientists have figured this out. Human beings actually have an innate sense not to mate with your relatives. You just innately know not to do it. Think about that.
Yeah, you gotta think about hard. Now, this is fine.
Hold up, Cass. You have this innate ability not to take unjustifiably another human being's life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I refuse for a bunch of people to say they're so educated, which
that's questionable.
I think a lot of you need to get a fucking receipt. Need to get a receipt and fucking take your shit back and get a refund. Because if you really think that you want black men to do something that no other man throughout fucking history to do, it's impossible without the guidance of the parents. And a lot of these fucking kids grew up in these goddamn houses, wayward. I wish I could personally tell you some of the stories of my friends without their permission. But I would want their permission and not mention their names unless they freely want to talk about it. You're not talking to a guy who just became an officer and his life was fucking perfect. You act like I don't live in your neighborhoods. You act like I never grew up in your schools. You act like a motherfucker doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Please make sure you like and subscribe and share this shit with people and donate if you can. You act like we're ignorant and we're making this shit up as we go. But yet, if I'm telling black men to actually take value in themselves and not fall wayward to the system and to treat themselves as contributing members of society, what's wrong with that? Oh, you're a bitter man. Bitch, nobody's talking to you or about you. Obviously, you're a bitter woman because you don't have a man. You're looking for some
bitter
males.
bitch brigade.
Oh, I told you. Bitter bitch brigade. Reporting for duty. They all got their military dress blues on, reporting for duty. Nobody asked you to come over here. Look, I could easily get 80 to 100 people now, thanks to guys like BGS, Angry Man, Cerulean, Roger, and others. Easily. What really? What consequence are you for anyone right now? But yet, when I tell you, oh, how can you get black men from the bottom of the easy. Not have women like you raise them. Have the
Charles,
good women raise them.
let me jump in here real quick. I'm gonna jump off you guys. My girl is looking at me like a crazy person because I just pulled up at her place and I'm sitting in the car with the AC on. So
AC
so
going the first of the year. That's amazing.
All right. Because we're in Florida and it's hot as shit still. But I'll talk to y'all if y'all still on. I'll talk to y'all later. That's her opening my door. Later, y'all. Bye.
But yeah.
Later, bro.
Later, man. But yeah, when you actually say, you know what? Part of this issue is that black men do not take value in wanting to better themselves. You can't even fucking say that honestly without without some lunatic coming on your platform. You sound like a bitter man. If I was, how does that hurt you? Duh. You're bitter. How can I be bitter? Why should I be bitter? You will never get that answer. You're bitter. Okay. If I am, how's that hurting you? I shouldn't talk about how young black boys should value themselves, should seek higher learning and education, should seek higher employment, should seek actually valuing their time and not waste it in the streets. We shouldn't do that, right?
And waste it on women that are ungrateful and women that will use their time and money for nothing.
Even then, right?
But what about black women? Aren't they supposed to worship black women?
You're supposed to worship yourself first. Because God knows Almighty, what are you getting out of this worship? Even if you worship the Judeo-Christian God, at least you got something for it. At least if you gave the Judeo-Christian God worship, you got something for it. But yet, if you exclude black women out the conversation and talk about what we need as black men, here comes the bitter bitch brigade dropping bombs. Bitter bitches. Who cares? Who cares? Well, you're a bitter man. If I was, am I getting something of value out of you? Why would I be bitter if I've been around women that
Well,
look
why are
better,
you
that
supposed to
treated me
get
well?
something of value? Why are you supposed to get something of value?
Because
I'm
I'm
the
a
woman.
goddamn
I'm
human.
supposed to get everything.
Oh no. And see, that's the problem why you have these unsuccessfully married women, because they don't remember, going into the subject matter, the rule of reciprocity. You know?
So,
Yeah.
I'd like to thank Anthony Taylor for the cash app. I did not put my cash app on the comments, but thank you for remembering. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Salute. See, a lot of people don't understand this. We've let women overall get away with fucking murder and not even what's the word I'm looking for? Not earn their stay. See, back in the day, men and women had to earn their stay. You couldn't just say, I'm a provider and protector, and you could do nothing. You couldn't do that. Your stay was because, hey, you brought something to the table. You were actually useful. You were actually something that was needed. We listen to all this feminine rhetoric being brought up in houses that are, let's face it, gynocentric. You were always taught that men and women were equal, and we're not. We're complementary, but we're not equals. Well, we can do anything a man can do. Okay, fight a war. No men allowed. Fight a war. I like to see that. The casualty rate would be so fucking high. Snoop Dogg would smoke that motherfucker. Okay? You're not even valuing what you bring to the table as an individual, as a woman. You want to be looked at as men, but then when men say, hey, this is what I should be valued for, no, you should shut the fuck up about it. When you tell young black men they should value their time and their efforts in the studies, how many of you of the bitter bitch brigade are promoting that. It's a damn shame that a lot of you bitches, because we know the difference between a lady, a woman, and a bitch, are promoting this shit, and you have sons. And you wonder why your sons are failures, because you view them as such. Hate to go that hard, but sometimes you do. Sometimes you truly do. Happy New Year, Shonda.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah,
Happy
I
New
was gonna say
Year's. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say something earlier. If I can remember closely, the education part of the black woman. You gotta understand, ladies, that the education you get, like we get the education, is of servitude. It does not do you no good, depending on what education you get. Now, as we look at the data, and we could probably go back from previous stream on your channel, Charles, or I could go back home, which I'm not home right now, to show that the education that the women are getting are not even really high tier education, especially the college they go to. So you getting like a regular degree from a regular university, maybe a community college, possibly if you finish, and 9/10 of the time, most people they might start college and don't finish. You get me? And if they do get degrees, these degrees are not in like the top field.
It's you're getting degrees. I remember my boy Ali was telling me, he's like, you got a problem with people with degrees in college. No, I don't. Don't get a degree that's going to be obsolete in 5 years and you're not even done paying for the motherfucker. That's the poor part. You got a bunch of people getting degrees that are not even on the level. Thanks, Leon, for the cash app. You're getting people with degrees who, by the time they get out there in the workforce, they can't even pay for it because they're looking for a job because that job has been absorbed by the system. Nobody gives a fuck if you got a master's in communications. They're gonna laugh at you. You went to school for all this for what? And people be like, well, at least they went to school. Yeah. And then you wonder
Yeah,
why
but
you're in fucking poverty.
and the funny thing and here one thing that's the biggest trick bag where a lot of our people don't understand that it is more beyond school is what you're really doing. You get me? There's many ways to skin a cat in the society in this capitalist world. And I tell people many times, you better not settle for just that little degree, regardless of what level of degree you get. You're gonna have to move beyond that in this so-called digital age we're in now. You get me? Right now, we just started, and they're already projecting the layout as we speak right now. I went for a time and said just as the new year pops up, they're going to start laying out more people jobs with degrees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
look,
you got
automation. 5 years
yeah,
ago, listening to BGS, automation is coming like the pale horse that you heard about in the Bible. What did they say? What did they say? Black Uber, behold a pale horse.
yeah.
And they shall call this horse death.
The
Automation's
horse
coming
is
like a
dead.
pale. Automation is coming.
There you go. Go ahead.
You're usually battling not only automation, but you're battling still COVID. Like we're not out of COVID yet. And you want to sit here and you want to talk about being bitter when I'm trying to tell you, look, you need this black man on your side, black women. Nobody else in this country is going to take care of you. Nobody.
Matthew, you better pair up because that's what other groups of people doing right now. Just as this year ended, you see a lot more people marry and pair up, like it's a plague being erupted here. Like we go about how plague.
You got to
So
think
what I
about it.
told
It's
you,
been a goddamn century since we had anything like this. A century. Usually, it's people usually come together when there's times of great distress. And we're still not getting married. But yet, you have jackasses on here talking all this good shit. Really? Really? He just even told y'all asses. You have 10, 15 years max. 5 years, worst case scenario, maybe 3.
I give it at the most 5 years now. You know, before America reaches 250th year of existence. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Because the empire should have dropped already, and it eventually will. You get me? This is like the still prolonging the inevitable.
It's
This
going to be
way,
a damn shame when a lot of this government assistance and a lot of people are going to have to get off the cow's tit because she can't produce any more milk. She can't produce any more milk. Eventually, you're going to have to get off that cow's tit. And you're telling me, go ahead, back Uber.
Well, I mean, that kind of goes back to what Roger says. And I mean, this is the dilemma or the question that all more productive black men must face. And that is, are we willing to see black women and their children suffer and die? I mean, that the answer to that question will tell you the direction in which things will go and how stark it will be. Will you have more productive men say, well, okay, I'm gonna take on this burden and all the risk associated with that for something that I had no party in or no part in creating? Or are you willing to drive by a homeless woman and a homeless black woman and her children, knowing that they may be dead in a week?
And see, a lot of black women need to thank God, need to thank the creators and thank the ancestors that black men are the way they are. Because if they weren't socialized to be stepfathers, socialized to take on a lot of burdens, black race would have died out 100 years ago. Let's try to get the likes up. Try to get the likes up if you're coming in. Try to get those likes up. Share it, subscribe. Donate if you feel inclined, if you feel entertained. But nowadays, black men are going to look at what we talked about earlier about their value in the scheme of things. They're like, no. What have you done for me lately? And that's going to be the song coming in this new year. You can't use the whole shaming tactics because black men are getting up armor. They're saying, fuck this. Why should I care? You don't care about me. Those are your kids. There's no more bringing kids from an outside relationship and you think this black man is going to just automatically take care of them.
Yeah. And I mean, and what's worse is they have advertised the circumstances in which they created those children in ways that were often very diminutive of the better black men. You know, so you've created and manifest something that I will be inclined to resent and possibly hate. And when I'm in the position in which I can not necessarily vengeance upon you, but my vengeance would be me just allowing you to suffer and die.
Yeah. And see, I know we joked about the subject of HoboCop, but guess what? HoboCop is becoming a reality. HoboCop is going to be making $75,000, $80,000 a year. And because a lot of women out there are desperate, never paying attention to their values, not keeping up with their non-sexual qualities, they're going to get a guy who makes good money And he's not going to spend a goddamn cent. Because you made it desperate and you are no longer the buyer in the market. He is. What do you mean, Asafada? I got this good pussy and this WAP. What is WAP compared to 5 others? You made it so hard that the men who actually competes and go out there and makes this type of money, they can buy. They ain't looking for you. He's gonna have
and
five.
they will buy in a way in which what's going to eventually happen, what I foresee happening, is that men will begin to project upon the sex of a woman a very sort of commodified type of thing, like eating a bowl of cereal. It will become something that you do for. It will become a perfunctory type of thing. It will be something that you do, like taking your vitamins, or you know what I mean. It won't be any emotional thing associated with it.
No.
It will be brushing your teeth, or
it's gonna be
it'll be
tying
the
your
thing you
shoes.
do. It'll be a maintenance thing. It'll be a maintenance thing.
That's gonna be a tying your shoes. It won't even be a maintenance thing, because you're gonna have to pay a levy. You made it so hard for couples to even enjoy each other and have lasting relationships that you're gonna have to pay a tax. It's gonna be levies. Well, if she can't do this for me, what's the point of having her? And that's how it's going to be looked at. Very heavy, very explosive. Well, you telling me that I'm not good enough for one man? Might not be.
You never were.
Yeah. You've relegated yourself to WAP. You've relegated yourself to I don't need a man. And see how that benefits you not? You literally put a lot of young black women in the backboard of society, not knowing how your treatment of your men have alienated you from him. You notice that? Your treatment of him is so damn poor that he doesn't want nothing to do with you unless it's sexual. Even then, he's saying that we don't even need these relationships. Fuck them. He's saying we don't need this shit. What are we gonna get? Where do we benefit? But you're mad about grown-ass men saying, look, I want to start a family. I think the family needs to go this direction. But you going out of your way, not even to see him halfway. I don't think I need to do this. If the man asks you to get in some type of shape, be fit, to enjoy each other for a long life, you're against it. If the man says, hey, value me as a human being, you're against it. I don't get it. You're against anything positive this man has to say. But those low life niggas you will keep. Why? Because y'all love homosexuals. Y'all love spending money. You don't like to admit it, but you love it. I knew a couple of female cops who took care of homosexuals. Had a guy at their house not working for 3 years. But then you want a guy like me to pay a tax. Well, you got to do this. You got to be able to take me out. You got to do. You didn't ask that bum ass nigga to do shit. That's the start of what burns you. That would prevent you from being in higher level relationships. Let me tell you why women of the past. Because they don't even think that far. They rather get pregnant than even married. You rather have the ceremony instead of work on the marriage. I wouldn't even want a goddamn ceremony. Marry me, let's buy a fucking house, let's create some fucking magic. But the only magic you're worrying about is black girls. You wonder why your daughter won't be married? Because a lot of you, let's just face it, a lot of you are jealous of your goddamn daughters. Your daughters are probably meeting better men than what you could. They didn't have babies as young as you did. They didn't screw up their life. They actually could go to the prom while you were in labor with them. See, this is the black community, period. Both men and women. It's nothing but built on fucking jealousy. You look at that Diane Brown. Get your own damn live stream and talk about us. What happened? You ain't gonna do it? You want to come over to someone else's to start some shit. For what? A black woman from Tulsa police just got in trouble for buying her Pookie a gun from a sports store. He had a record. She gonna serve time. Yes, that's against the law. But guess what? That's a goddamn shame. Fucking police woman buying a gun for a kid, for a Pookie. What a record. And you telling me she's in a male-dominated space, which is 88% male, and she couldn't find somebody there? I told you, they seek out the low brow. In the words of one of my coworkers, the reason why women like that seek men like that is because if they actually got a guy that's on their level or above, they would have to naturally submit to them. And you know, guess what? They don't want to submit. They just don't. You're in a field where you're outnumbered by men with money, with careers, but you go pick a fucking felon as a police officer. Really? Oh, you do know I'm a police officer, right? Really? So I mean, I don't know. My whole thing is don't simp for free. Nowadays, you can't even do things off the kindness of your heart. What do you get out of that relationship? We looked at these relationships like some Disney happily ever after bullshit. But marriage, when you fundamentally go to the history of it, is a business. It's a business. You're supposed to marry to keep wealth or to gain wealth. But yet, they've been using it to what? How does she know what? How does she know what? How does she know what? She knew. A lot of times, women pick up these jobs in law enforcement and corrections because they're attracted to those type of guys. She knew. You really think women who could break into passcodes and computers and cell phones, you give them NCIC codes to get into Civitas numbers, and you think she's not going to check up on a guy and she's got all that fucking credentials and the power and the authority to do so? Get real. She knew. Here's the link. You want to ask me a question? We're going to do this shit in real time.
Hey Charles, who's that woman asking questions? What's going on?
I don't know who it is. Liberty Life. You want to ask me a question?
Yeah, so come up. If whoever this is, come up, ask your question, be cordial, respectful, and we have the dialogue. Keep it simple.
We'll have a dialogue, and I'll tell you about it. And Anthony Taylor, thank you for the Cash App as well. If anybody wants to donate, here's my Cash App.
Wait a minute. If that was a ridiculous question. She bought the gun. She bought the gun for him because she knew he was a felon. She would have had to buy the gun for him if he were not a felon. He could have bought it his damn self. That's the craziest question ever.
Yeah. I want that person to come up. Come on, Liberty Life, come on up. Click the link. Come on, click the link. We're gonna have a dialogue. A good old fashioned dialogue. Come on. Come on, I'll bring you up. You really think that what is it called? Damn, what is it called? Damn it. I forgot what it's actually called. Buying the gun for the criminal. Oh, I want to actually see. I want to actually see what this person's mentality is called. I want you to come up here and I want you to say something about this. I forgot what the actual terminology. Yeah, it's a straw purchase. Thank you. Straw purchase. I want you to come and I want you to actually come up here. But see, this is how you know people troll. Because as soon as you call them out, I'm going to tell you, once again, a woman is naturally a curious creature, even to the detriment of her own self. And I just explained to you, she didn't know. She might have met the motherfucker because of the job, and she knew. So, Liberty Life, where are you? Come on up. See, you ever notice this, Black Uber and Chaos? When people want to really say something out the chat you call them out, they become scarce. This is the manosphere, the man of the future. My name is Bishop of the Expert. I came from the future only to find Storm swirling with Wolverine and being Cyclops Sach. Yup.
Yeah.
I want to, like, oh my God. I'm going to tell you a quick story, fellas and ladies. This is how badass the departments, like police departments, will be. Police departments will rather find a dirty cop than Jimmy Hoffa. Okay? We had a girl. She was in my academy class. She went to the districts. Guess what type of guy she was messing with? Do you think she was messing with an upstanding gentleman who worked a 9 to 5? Or do you think she was messing with a drug dealer? And she's a cop, by the way. Which one do you think she was messing with, Black Uber or Chaos?
Well, I mean,
A
I
loser.
think it's
A
pretty
loser.
obvious.
Well, let me say this. She was messing with a loser. Most likely do that compromise that if it gets caught up, she's already stuck in on to the next one. She probably have him right now as we speak.
Oh no, the story gets better. She was messing with a drug dealer as a cop, as a sworn cop, sworn police officer. She was found and investigated giving information to the drug dealer when they would do raids or when they would come by. So the lieutenant was saying that, okay, we're going to have a raid done at this such and such an area, at this such and such address, at this such and such a time. This dumb broad gets on the phone, walks outside the roll call room, gets on the phone, and IID, or Internal Affairs, or Integrity Bureau, whatever the fuck you want to call them, calls her in and said, hey, we want you to come inside for a minute. Who do you think the drug dealer is going to give up on? Going to give up? You don't want me? I give you a dirty cop. She was messing with a goddamn drug dealer. Oh yeah. Enigma Inc. says, how many black women state they don't want to build a boo? Well, when they have their choice, that's all they choose. 90% of black women in the U.S. don't even qualify to be a girlfriend. Starting to seem that way. And I hate to look at that low. I believe there's some good women left out there. The craziness of it all is this. Should should a guy who I would tell not to simp for free and to seek quality within himself, should he mess with those type of women? Should he deal with those type of women? Well, that's a good damn question, Cutaway Boy. Why do they love Pookies? I don't think anybody actually tackled it directly. Why do they love Pookies? Is y'all ready for the reason? I need a woo in the chat and a couple of donations. Shit. I don't ask for much. Oh man. I'll tell you the reason why they love Pookies. And it's gonna fucking shock you a little bit. Yes, there are. I know I got a text because she was like, yes, there are. There are some great women left. Few and far between, but there are great women left. Um, Look, number one, this is the reason why they love the Pookie. In case anybody wants to donate, here it is. One more time. Thank you for the cash app. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. The reason why they mess with the Pookie, you must understand their culture and environment. Most 9 times out of 10, most of those chicks who mess with Pookies who are correctional officers or police officers came from that environment. That's all they know. So you can take the girl out the hood, but you can't take the hood out the girl. She's gonna seek that. When they take it, so in other words, in her mind, the only manly man, thorough man, protector man that she knows is not the multifaceted man, is not the hardworking man, it's the street nigga. Look at where a lot of black people live. Do we live in Beverly Hills or do a lot of us live in the hood? So when she sees a guy making money, she sees the guy who makes money as a mark. She doesn't respect him because she was never raised around him. Okay? Think about it. Laura never seen any value in Steve Urkel until she saw Steve with a better looking woman than her. She even admitted that she became jealous because Steve no longer gave her attention. Think about that. Oh, thank you for the cash apps, folks. Thanks once again. Oh, my man, Mr. Robinson, double up, double up, double up. Think about it. A lot of you brothers out there need channels like this to school you up. And I'm going to tell you why. It took me a while to realize this. Certain women never valued me because, oh, the link works. I'll put it up here again. It works. Think about it. A hood chick gets with a guy who's a doctor, lawyer, entrepreneur, CEO. Who's she going to cheat on? She's going to go back to where she knows. Now, when you talk about the little girls who are born in the county, they look at those guys as excitement. And women like to sow their wild oats as well. How do we know? Because they want to settle down with a capable man. But of course, they're going to be excited because guess what? Women are always looking to be entertained in our culture. Men are the settlers, unfortunately. Now back to the Steve Urkel and Laura Winslow issue. She thought she was better than Steve and she could ignore Steve. You know why? Because she friend zoned Steve. Steve, she thought, was beneath her. Steve, she thought that she could date all these other guys, whether she had sex with them or not, and Steve would always be there. But once Steve got into his value, see how it comes back? He didn't simp for free. You know what happened? He found a much more beautiful woman, a submissive woman at that, who was on his program. As a matter of fact, Myra was trying to impress him. And then, if you notice what those producers and writers tried to do when it came
wait. I gotta say something. I gotta say something. I gotta say it for my mind. If y'all go back and it's on YouTube, Steve Urkel was never supposed to be that type of creation on the show. But you know who created the idea? A black man, Jamal somebody. He created the Steve Urkel that we know and dear to add on to Family Matters. Why does say Family Matters lasted almost 10 years? Because of him. So he actually showed a point of the atmosphere of where we were going. That's why those same Jewish people decided to go with it. Because it made sense. It adds on to the karma that's already going to be to come.
Because number one, the Pookie, the Ray Ray, the Educated Lame was coming to become a new phenomenon in the black community. See, a lot of black people, majority of black people have been economically equal for a long time, or relatively equal. Let's be real. Most women do not get the second chance Laura did. Well, that's because they've written it in. And that's why the writers try to make her, Myra, look like a crazy chick, instead of actually showing what a competent black couple looks like. Why do I need to chase this girl who says no? Because eventually men are going to go where the path of least resistance are. They're going to go where the waters are best to hunt. They're not going to be chasing some chick who didn't even get her hair done. Look at Myra. Myra was at least in her prime, God rest her soul, the actress. She was no worse than an 8. She loved Steve's brain. She didn't love Steve what he could do. She loved him for who he was. See, I'm gonna give you a good example.
She was a beautiful, beautiful young lady, both in terms of what she portrayed, but just how she actually was. It's a damn shame what happened to her. Damn shame.
But she died. She died. And I mean, yeah, because that was a very positive, uplifting moment for the black educated guy or the black guy who squared up. There are women out there who love you, not for what you do, but for who you are. That's the reason why I wish DC would have kept going with the new 52 version of Superman and Wonder Woman. See, and this is my little, if y'all want to hear my little philosophy with it, just give me a woo in the chat with the Superman Wonder Woman comic book. And the reason why, as big as a Superman fan I am, I've always hated Lois Lane. I've hated Lois Lane. Even to this day, I can't stand that bitch. See, Lois Lane reminds me of a lot of chicks. Lois Lane was infatuated with the imagery of Superman. The powers, the fame, the prestige, the notoriety. His name is
Lois Lane is the worst example, although it's fictional. Mm-hmm. Lois Lane is the worst example of hypergamy ever.
Yes. Yes, she is. Wonder Woman in the New 52, her father was Zeus. Her mother's the queen of the Amazons. Her brothers are literally Hercules, the god of strength, Ares, the god of war. She's used to being around ultra powerful beings. She fell in love with Clark. So eloquently, Dean King said this in the New Adventures of Superman that used to come on ABC. He says, Superman is what I do. Clark is who I am. Wonder Woman legitimately fell in love with the person of Clark Kent. You have all this godlike power, and you don't think you're any different than any man on earth. What makes you different? See, quality women, how many times have I spoke about the effective and the efficient man and the quality and supportive woman? See, quality woman understands this. She's not caring about the flashy. She's not caring about the prestige, the notoriety, the popularity. She wants to get to know what makes you tick. She didn't care that this man could lift a planet by his bare hands. She wanted to be in his arms.
What you're describing is what I hated about the second Superman movie, although in some ways it was the best movie.
Oh yeah, told a big story.
The problem of that story was Lois only loved Superman. Mm-hmm. In this movie, Superman becomes Clark. Mm-hmm. There's no way she loves Clark without being Superman.
And see,
in fact, we knew how derisively she treated Clark when she did not know that he was Superman. But yet now he gives up his powers and she loves him. And then he gets his ass beat in a diner. It just was a horrible. It was great. The Zod part of that movie was just great, and I would love to see that made today. I mean, I think today that would be unbelievable. But
what about the Man of Steel version? No,
Terrence Stamp. No, I like the
Michael
Terrence Stamp.
You like that? You see the
I
screen
like
of him?
this. Yeah, I know he's old, but I wish we could bring him back
Kneel before
today.
Zod.
And then, I like the Terrence Stamp.
Before Zod. Kneel before Zod.
You know what?
Yeah,
I have to get.
But like I said, that move, that the part about Lois loving Clark after he gives up the power of being a god was insane, because no way that was true.
And here's the crazy part about it, right? That's the reason why, if you ever get a chance, go back to the New 52 DC run of Superman, Wonder Woman, and go through some of the books of Justice League where they're dating. She loved the fact that Clark was just an everyday man. See, this is the one where you look at psychology. I've actually written college papers on how Superman was very reminiscent of black men in America. Number one, he's torn from a place that he can never truly go back and be one again.
Right.
Number two, black American men are physically the most powerful men on the planet. Number three, the similarities of black men being Superman, he has to hide his true identity just to fit around and to live a normal life. Think about that. It fucks your head up a little bit. So she was enamored about Clark. She didn't give a fuck that she could fly. You know why? Because she could fly. She didn't care about if the guy was super strong, because she was. She gave a fuck about being what makes this man tick. What makes him such a beautiful person. To Wonder Woman, she even said, Clark, you are the most beautiful person I've ever met. How would you feel if a woman actually tells you that? I want everybody, every male listening to my voice right now, please tell me in the chat and in the panel, how would it feel if a female came out of her lips and said, you are the most beautiful and immaculate creature I've ever met? Think about that. Does that sound like you would swim the English Channel for that motherfucker? And this is something that she would say to you, not when you do something for her, just out the blue, every day. That's how she looks at you. Like, there is the sunset, the sun and the earth has no treasure that can even match what she thinks of you. Think about that.
I will use another comic book couple as a good example too. Batman and Catwoman.
No, I never understood that. I never understood that relationship. Like, I can't have a bitch stealing from me.
Well, that's true.
I mean, with that part, but see, the relationship between Bruce and Selena. See, Bruce, the matter that they was opposites in a way, she still worshipped Bruce for what he was doing, for what he is, and he seen the fake of when Bruce was in his Bruce Wayne persona. That's not who he is. Batman is who he is, and that's what drew Selena to him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like you as this way. You know everything. We had this mysterious dark side. We both kind of broken people, have broken passes, but that's what cling us two together. They wasn't as fake as they was, like, just like you said, as Lois and Clark. And stuff. Depending on what writer they write it as, but it was still kind of.
I mean, you got to look at it. Does she legitimately have his back in the comics, Lois? Yeah, but I just never felt it as strong as when I looked at the Wonder Woman Superman died. Like, really?
Like she does now, yeah, and everything. Because
Lois to me,
and stuff,
Lois to me has always been a Disney character.
Yeah, they always
has been a fantasy figure for females from the beginning. It was all about putting a woman, putting any and every average woman to be the love interest of a god. That's always what Lois has been. She's always been a fantasy figure for the female, a ultra hypergamous fantasy for the female.
And what makes it crazy? What makes it crazy is that, and I would tell this to any female, how would it feel? How would you ladies feel? Any lady, all the ladies listening, how would you feel if you were stricken with cancer? You had to shave off all your head. You might have lost your butt, your breasts, your curves. You're bald. How would you feel if a man said you're still as beautiful as the day I met you? How would you, ladies? See, Mary Jane Watson's a little bit different than Spider-Man, than I'm Lois Lane. Mary Jane said, face it, Tiger, one of her famous phrases.
You hit the jackpot.
You hit the jackpot. She didn't know he was Spider-Man. She was actually anti-Spider-Man at first. She loved Peter.
Actually, no. She actually did know, but he wasn't like being straight up with it. She did kind of figured he was Spider-Man.
She figured out some stuff, but she didn't know.
She didn't know.
So
she
eventually,
wanted him to admit it.
So she didn't know, but she was just willing to be on Peter. You gotta think, the Peter Parker you know now is not the original Peter Parker. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know I got some ladies listening to.
Spider, you got that swag. I mean, he was getting other bitches like crazy.
Spider swag.
You know,
Spidey swag.
She stayed with Spider swag. You know, man, that's like some shit they sell at the gas stations at the pills.
Yo, that's a new form of sex pill down in adult stores. The romantic people.
You know, like Spider swag. Guess what? In an hour, you be swinging from the walls. Oh my God, this is crazy. Man. See, you gotta look at love, and it's funny because I can look at love from a comic book, sitcom, a movie standpoint. A lot of y'all never paid attention to a lot of shit because even Family Matters, which made it torturous for black men to wear glasses.
Damn.
You gotta look at it, right? Now, even though I will say this, I've never wanted to be on any sitcom except Boy Meets World because Corey, I'd have been fucking with Topanga. That's probably the only white girl I probably would have been fucking with, like that. But it's funny. You never, and think about it. Think of the difference of dynamics between Corey and Topanga. Topanga was always down for him, even when she was going through the weird hippie phase.
Oh, hell always yeah. He wasn't into her at first.
God damn it, I need to start watching episodes of TGI Fridays again. I'm missing my childhood.
And then they got it on Netflix, yeah, The Boy Meets World, or more, I think by maybe Disney Plus.
Or Disney Plus.
Yeah, I haven't seen the sequel series and shit, yeah.
I'm just looking at it. You look at these relationships and people's like, look, the problem, I'll go back to Family Members for a minute. You know why Steve was looked at without respect by Laura? Is not necessarily just his nerdiness, it's because he simped for free.
Yep.
Yeah, he was a creep.
He simped for free. There was nothing like the minute she started respecting him is when he started getting with Myra and he started having boundaries.
Yep.
Oh. But see, the fucked up thing about that situation is he finally got Laura when Laura was ran through.
Yeah.
There you go.
Myra threw it at him like crazy. And he denied it like, no, I'm not ready yet.
Man,
I always thought that she didn't respect Steve because she knew that she was not worth all of his love.
No, she didn't.
And I think that's typically the case. That's typically what happens between women and simps. The women know they're not worthy of all of that unearned love. Exactly. And they resent the men projecting that upon them.
Laura was a simp. I mean, Laura was a bitch. Steve was a
But
simp.
we love bitches. You get me?
Exactly. Steve was a creepy simp. Saying the
We
real
love the
victim was
bitches.
Myra. Myra was the real victim in that triangle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad. Even when she told Laura she was trying to fight to get him back and all this type of shit for real. Like Myra and Stephon, his clone. Stephon
Why
Myra
even
was
the
the real
alter
victim.
ego Stephon Arkell was created? It's created to give a challenge, somewhat of a fighting
Exactly.
chance. Because you notice you can't be the so-called lame to get the bad bitch. You got to be something else. And that's why people can learn a lot from old sitcoms, old TV shows before 2000, because they have real life stories that affects us today. That when we
Exactly.
reflect back over
Facts.
20 some years ago, even when that show went off the air back in 98, 22 years ago, we all go back and reminisce about, how we was more boys back in the 90s. And we see the ones that are just turning adults that was born in the 70s, they see the effects. Now that, what Michelle Walsh wrote back in 1979, that this was going to come. This was happening. This was coming. You get me?
Exactly. I can
So,
only name 3 TV characters that I gotta have a lot of respect and stuff. And even one of them grew from being a simp to a masculine man. That one I'm just saying, that's the simp from the masculine man would be Dwayne Wayne, different world. Because he was simping over Denise like crazy. But when she left the show, got his shit together and saw Whitney was looking up to him like, Dwayne, you know what I'm saying? And even when he broke up and got back together and shit, yo, for real, this time he put that woman in her place. Like,
Oh,
yo,
she
that
loved
scene when he was like, yo, you knew I liked the sports and everything before you met me. If you dared not talk to me again, I would drop you like a bad habit. Yo, her pussy got wet like, okay, daddy. Yo,
Like, see, that's when. How can I say it? See, black men don't know when to justifully put their foot down and just be like, you know what? Fuck all this. I'm gonna be a man about it.
Exactly.
Well, why you gotta be all manly on me? Because you wouldn't respect me if I wasn't.
Bingo.
But the episode when Dwayne Wade changed was when he went to New York to go after Denise, and he found out that she was engaged or married to that other dude. That's when he changed. That's when he started coming out of that simp shit for Denise and
full
started to
throttle, definitely.
reposition how he was dealing.
Exactly.
If you ever get a chance to watch that episode, that's a very profound episode for young black men to see. Those who are in the blue pill simp phase.
Yeah.
Very good episode to see.
Yep, definitely. The other character next character I could think of, the second one, would be Kyle Barker from Living Single. He put them bitches in their places where they run. Stood his ground, and he with Maxine. Shit, that's right. He snapped on. He still got the pussy. She still gave it to him.
Yo, he used to go ham on her.
Hell yeah, yep.
He used to go in, son.
He held his ground with them chicks. Told him when they placed, like, real, like, yo, I ain't sipping for you like this, man. From Kyle Barker, baby. What? Shit. Had the style, what? Shit. All fine ass bitches and shit. Damn. Shit. And the third character I think of is Zach Morris from Saved by the Bell.
Zach Morris is trash.
Yo, he was a slime ball, yo. He was
a fucking slime ball and they loved him for it.
I know, yeah, but still, yeah, they had bitches going at him and shit. Even the girl, yo, his man squeezed Lisa threw the pussy at him and shit.
Yo, that's one of my favorite episodes. Or the episode where he fought Slater.
Oh yeah, yep, over that chick. Damn.
Yo, that goes to show you Zach didn't give a fuck. He throw anybody under the bus for some pussy.
But damn, I ain't gonna die.
He didn't care.
Much. Yeah, like shit.
Zach Morris is when they made Zach Morris is trash, they truly Zach Morris, you ain't shit.
Yo, Zach was, if you look at it, Zach was the true villain of that show. Seriously, because remember on the early seasons, like everybody except Zach obviously had to get together to foil Zach's plans because he would do some dumb shit. Like he tried to brainwash the females into fucking all the nerds and shit. Remember he would just do dumb shit like that?
Damn.
With
Damn.
the subliminal mixtapes he made.
Yeah. Shit. He was always scheming, thinking different things and stuff, but yo, shit. He got
Yeah.
McKelly though, for real.
I know this is a sidebar note, but this is my interpretation of when you tell a chick you're just gonna put the head in, but you give her the full rush. Y'all ready for that gift?
Yep.
Wow. I know. I just had to say that real quick. Finish the conversation. I'm a sad person sometimes. I have too much fun doing this shit.
Yo, one day I gave her A.G. Slater though. He put that feminist Jesse Spano on place like crazy too. Like yo.
Yeah, Slater was like anti-feminist.
And she was super feminist.
Yeah, she was on A.C. Slater like what? I know he smashed that shit.
I know, Justin. Bitch, will you shut the fuck up?
Yeah. Come get this dick, mama.
Right.
Now going back to the I'll tell you this one little crib note of the Tales of the Hobo Cop. Legendary Tales of Hobo Cop. Yes, the hobosexual cop.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this one thing. Josh know who I'm talking about. Shut up, Josh. Don't say shit. This so-called former engaged to a white girl fembot always try to challenge me on shit. But next thing I know, when you hang out with me, and then next thing you know, I'm at your damn place. And the last time I checked, when we were like sober, you know, you were hanging off the walls like Spider-Man coming away from the dick. So hey, I love feminists. They got grade A vagina. Shoot.
And they're the most submissive ones.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. They do that on the low.
Show up to a feminist like this. How you doing?
Damn.
I'm just looking at it because when you actually judge it and you view feminism and you also deal with the entitlement issues, that's what Laura was dealing with, both feminism and entitlement. When she realized that Steve was going places, when he was hired by NASA, oh, Steve, I should have married you a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
No shit.
Yeah, as soon as the show jumped the shark, and he was creating bombs and flying into the step-by-step house with
gravity.
Then she was ready to fuck.
Gravity shit, and because I remember.
Yeah, yo, do y'all remember that when he flew into the step-by-step house?
Oh yeah,
the crossover.
Yeah,
because he actually flew. He actually flew from their show to their show.
Yep. But before there was the MCU, there was the TGIF universe.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Before the MCU, before DC extended. Yeah, they were all connected in the universe. Well, you know, Perfect Strangers. Well, Family Members is a spinoff of Perfect Strangers.
Yeah, Harry was the elevator operator.
Yep.
You know what got me upset? God damn it! I got a soapbox about this shit. I'm about to do a quick 2-minute rant. How the fuck Harriet got all this fucking attitude towards Carl, who ended up being a fucking police chief or captain, literally having what the equivalent of our department would be a whole fucking district to himself, and he's in charge of it. How the fuck you an elevator operator? You think you were equal footing? Get the complete and utter fucking head.
Remember that episode where she had Eddie, because you know Eddie eventually joined the police department
in the last season.
Yeah, in the last season. Yeah, and she had him demoted to keep him out of harm's way.
Oh, yep.
Man. But you know what? That was
was
the second Harriet. That was
yeah,
mother.
But even still though, how she interfered like that? Like what the fuck?
Yeah, that was dumb. How the fuck she had him doing traffic? I'm like, really, bitch? But you know,
think about it. What it said. Think about it. What it said. Number one, it goes back to what I said. If you're not careful, a lot of these mothers will sabotage their sons.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of letting his career become meteoric, he's already vested for being second generation. He's already physically fit and mentally capable of doing it. He had a drive to do it, and you're gonna step him back? Get the fuck out of here!
I'm surprised that they even listened to her. let somebody do that BPD. They'll laugh like, "What? Get out of my face!" They're like, "Escort this woman out of the district, please."
Like, I don't know you, man.
But hey, Charles, you know what though? You know, by the time, like with the show's timeline between Perfect Strangers and when Family Matters started, did you know Harriet actually didn't work at the she wasn't elevator operator anymore. Most of that series that lasted 9 seasons, she didn't have no job. Seriously.
Oh yeah, she was trying to get a new job.
But she thought she was on. But she was a housewife. But she thought she was on equal footing to Carl.
Right.
Exactly.
In season one, they had like maybe 1 or 2 episodes that showed her looking for a job, and she gave that little fucking speech of, "Oh, I'm qualified," and blah blah blah. But then after that, if you remember correctly, they never mentioned it again. Never mentioned her job hunt again. That was done. It was a wrap. And it was all
so they got rid of that concept, like they got rid of that other sister. Oops. That's a whole other story.
Well, what happened was she snuck out the house window, ran away, and started doing porn.
Yeah, that's like I said, it's a whole other story right there.
She asked for more money, and they didn't give it to us, and she went and did porn and it backfired.
And that's crazy. It's crazy. They said they got rid of her because they didn't have nothing for her, like storyline wise. I'm like,
nah, it was money wise.
Standalone episode.
Hey, but you know, she went and did porn, you know, right?
Yeah,
she did porn. I actually follow her on IG. She still look good. She like 41, 42.
Yeah, she look good.
Yeah, I guess so. I wonder how that.
What's her IG? What's her IG?
If you got the IG, post it in the chat.
Hold on, I'm looking for it now.
I'm gonna go on my computer.
I think.
Oh boy.
I guess the money shot keeps your skin young. Oh.
Oh, you on the page now?
Oh man. Well, the reason why she doesn't need air conditioner in her house, right? Anybody knows?
No.
Because she has OnlyFans.
All right, so it's Jamie the Fox. JAIMEE.
Put the link in the chat.
Okay, all right, I'm about to type it in.
Watch, I'm gonna lose viewership because everybody's looking over there. God damn, I gotta fuck myself right there. Oh my god. Watch, I'm gonna lose viewership because everybody's looking over there.
I just put it in the chat. My other name on Sketch One.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the link.
Jamie the Fox. Oh my goodness.
She keeps getting pissed, by the way, because a lot of niggas keep hitting her DMs asking for her to open up her OnlyFans. I'm like, shit. I'm like, niggas ain't see you naked before.
Her body still look banging too right now. I'm like, damn, and then you did porn. Like, yo, this is the attention that you got.
Yeah, all she got to do is just take a couple of pictures.
Yeah, she's like she didn't really age a little bit. Yeah, she's still.
For 40, she's still pretty hot.
She acting like it's nasty and degraded now. Girl, get the fuck out of here.
Like you literally sucked a dick for money.
Right.
That's nasty and degrading.
Like the way she look now looked way better when she was doing porn. Like,
yeah, she look better now than she did back then. Like, yo, she could make a killer.
Like she thicken because she had a kid now, so she look thickened up a little bit. Like, and she still kept the weight up. Yeah, like
as Charles would say, she's in her grown woman body.
Oh, grown woman
exactly.
body.
Oh yeah, she got a son. I see a picture of a son on the page. Yeah.
Her son.
Yeah.
Hey, mommy, tell me about your past. Well, I was an actress.
Mm-hmm.
And what else? Well, I performed a lot of live action stunts.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
Oh my god. Well, one thing about your mom, she definitely knew how to take it on the chin. Oh, too much, folks. Too much. So, look at the
They gonna
screen.
get mad for dudes hitting them up, but where you taking these pictures? That's
Hey,
just like
Josh,
that
look at
little
the
girl
screen.
from My Wife and Kids, yo, the youngest
Yeah.
daughter and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
Happy
she's
New
still.
Year, Leon.
Yeah.
Hey, she's
Arthur.
still posing like she used to do that stuff. So you ain't saying. You ain't saying. Yeah, you good, Charles. I'm looking
What?
at her Instagram now.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Oh
like
God.
She's still
She probably,
posing like she do that kind
pick
of
me
stuff.
type.
So
Yep, the pick me type.
man. Mr. 7 shift for that shots fired. Oh.
It's
Oh
so funny.
man.
I was in Dennisburg yesterday. We were just talking about Stephon Curry's wife doing the same thing, being a damn pick me. I was like, I call them chicks pseudo it girls. Cause there was never the it girl back in high school, none of that shit. It wasn't ugly,
Well,
but they was living off the fame of their friends that was the it girl. And that's what Stephon Curry's wife is doing. She's trying to be that it girl and shit now.
Steph Curry. See, I gotta correct you there. Steph Curry's wife was the it girl. What happened was Steph Curry outranked her.
yep.
She outranked him when they first met. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Did
Hey,
you
what's up,
did you put in the chat? Someone's still IG, the one that they kicked out.
Brittany, what's good, Brittany? Oh,
What's up,
our girl
Brittany?
Brittany.
What's up, Brittany? If you want to come on, come on.
Exactly.
Oh man.
The unicorn types.
Hey guys, if you have an IG, let me check out the chick that's one of our family members. The one that
For research, right?
yeah.
The link is in the chat, bro.
Some private chat.
Posted it in there.
We posted because it came in here on my computer, so it's not popping up on private chat. Try to jump in here.
Well, something's gonna pop if you see those pictures.
If it won't pop up, then just go on Google and type in her name and just put IG at the end. Google will post the link up.
It's put in chat. Her name. I'll look up Angie.
Okay.
Her name. I'll see what it is. But anyway, besides the conversation, it's like this. You can learn a lot through old TV shows. And like I said, after the 90s, you can't learn shit now for the last 20 years. To be honest with you, because most all the shows that have black people interacting couples means something. Now, all you see is mixed couples and dysfunction throughout the media outlets. And that's where, black men and black media come in to push back the narrative, to counteract what this devil is putting out. Black degeneracy, black male inferiority, black male submission, and all that shit changed today. It changed right now with this so-called spear, the mass spear we're in. And I see the importance now that the image has to change. There's no way around it.
Well, here's the issue about image changing. Some motherfuckers like being looked at as a thug. Some motherfuckers like being looked at as a homosexual. Some women want you to stay there. When you make the conscious decision to stay out of that realm, you typically are looked at as weird. Why are you getting a job now? What bitch you talking to now? I'ma take care of you. You don't need a job. Just like you had Diane. You're bitter. You're bitter.
Oh wow.
Oh my God, you're bitter. But she's a coward because she wouldn't come on the chat. I'm like,
I wonder,
bitter for telling the truth?
I wonder, will their propaganda change or evolve? Because when you think about this environment, I guess because we talk so much about things, about the culture, about the language, and we witness so much that now many of the responses or the debate or polemics that are coming from the other side seem rather trite and rather boring almost. You know, things that used to could inflame could lead to an inflamed response now seems just boring. It almost, they aren't almost even worthy of a response now.
Because we became so numb to it. Like, yo, your tactics ain't working no more. We got the high up. We have the data and facts to prove that we are more high up than you. You need us more than we need you as much as you think we do. And it's like, what more can y'all do? Can't do much to us anymore like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? So all we can do is like, you know what? Shut the real light out of those who want to have a better improvement in relationships in their lives and like, yo, F the rest.
Well, and also the sad part is what you realize is with their every response they tell them themselves. Exactly. Like when they say you're bitter, well, we know that they are the ones who are the most embittered people. When they accuse you of being gay, well, we know they're eating pussy and having sex with bisexual men. I mean, we know that they are far more gay oriented than we are. When they say you're broke, well, we know they have $100,000 in student loans and $5 in their bank account. So everything they try to use against us, when you respond in kind, they expose themselves. So it makes it even difficult to get really hyped when you respond to them, because you know they're only revealing just how inadequate and how weak they are.
Exactly. The best strategy is sometimes to stand back and let them put a foot in their mouth more and more and more. I look at them like, yo, that toe must really taste good, huh? Your own toe really must taste good because you're speaking too much funk out of it. That's how I feel. Speaking of the homosexual mess that girls do, looking at a video right now, it says girlfriend kills girlfriend's ex-girlfriend on Facebook. Like, oh my God. Damn. I tell you, man, sheesh.
That's another issue as well, where like, you know, men are considered to be such abusers, black men are considered to be such abusers. Yet, I mean, much of the social sciences say that the most abusive relationships involve same sex between females.
Exactly.
Yeah, they can't stand each other for shit.
Yeah, but that's what on the rug.
But yeah, they think the grass is.
They never put that on
They think the grass is green on the other side. So.
They thought the carpet was cleaner too.
You're right, exactly.
you know, they don't talk about homosexual relationships like that because they gotta keep pushing it like it's the best thing. But
see, that's their go-to. It's either A, oh, I'm going to a white man, or B, oh, I'm going to be gay. Okay, like they're gonna be any better. All right,
they're already eating pussy, man.
Man, I just look at it like, look, fundamentally, just like when I was rudely interrupted earlier when I started the place about how black men should take value in themselves first before anyone else. You're bitter. You need to tell black men for getting on the economic bottom. Well, you help them.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
You don't educate them.
But those be the same ones that like taking care of Madden King broke niggas.
But guess what? I bet you if she got a boyfriend, because I think that her race is part black and part man repellent.
Man repellent.
She doesn't have a man. That's why a lot of these broads come over here who want to bicker with you because they miss this in their real relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, hey Charles. Hey Charles, that remind me of like how on Facebook, like a couple of years ago, how me and you would get into it with chicks on Facebook, like debate back and forth, and they always hit you with that line, "Well, I'm married," and this was always my response. Well, go make your nigga a sandwich then. Don't argue with me. Go cook.
My response be like, "What, you married to the gang? You dealing drugs?"
Tell you, it's ridiculous.
I just be letting them. You keep proving my point more and more, man. And I'm like, if you're married, why are you arguing with another man online for?
Right.
To prove your point. For what? You beat out half of the bitches that's trying to get where you at. Sheesh. Yeah, you
Those
still
be the
acting like
the same chicks that tell you that they married, but you look on their Facebook page and they got pictures of their big stinking ass and panties.
Exactly.
Talk about don't hop in my DM. I'm married, y'all. Yeah, but you're fucking a nigga at your job.
Exactly. Attention whoring that much, trying to be the outlier and stuff. Outlier.
Bitch over here fucking Elroy at the job.
But guess what? But guess what? They be singing songs. They be drinking wine, getting drunk. All that cheap box wine. Can't even afford the box wine. And then listen to the fucking Jeffrey
They
Osborne.
invented box wine for women. That is not something that men would want to deal with. That was strictly invented for women.
They be drunk home, drinking box wine because they cheap.
Man, it ain't box wine. That shit is 5 and below seltzer water.
Yeah, seltzer water. Then she got the malt liquor that she really drinks. Oh, man. And then she listened to Jeffrey Osborne. Where did we go wrong? So wrong.
Y'all forgot about that.
Oh, my God. Just wouldn't treat us. Where did we go wrong? So wrong.
I ain't even gonna say the origin. Look, I ain't even gonna say the origin where that inside joke came from, but that shit was fucking hilarious.
I'll tell you. I won't tell you the person, but we had a coworker who should have dated this girl, and unfortunately, she had more bodies than bullets bounced off a Superman chest. Or as my classic line, she had more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery. Damn. I think World War II had less bodies. God damn. Shit. And we played this song for him when he walked in on the speakers. We go wrong, so wrong with love. And we even played it for the girl too, but she didn't get it. And we just ain't fucking like every day. And we now use condoms every day. Because I found out you fucked him and him and him and him and him. But man, oh man, you know, motherfucker probably crying in this shit. Like, you know, oh my goodness. So you got the box lady, malt liquor drinking motherfuckers. And see what the
box lady.
And then the fucked up part, her idea is a threesome is having a dildo and a vibrator sitting on the bed waiting for her at the house.
Whoa.
But they want to tell you about your damn relationships.
Nah, they be having Ben and Jerry's in their bed waiting.
Which one is Ben and which one is Jerry's?
With the cats watching.
Even the cat, like, man, even the cat leaves the house and gets some before she does.
Yeah, that's true. Wifey the cat come back a month too late, got a big belly. See, where the hell you get that from? I was fucking.
Something you weren't doing.
Yeah. Yo. I was getting some dick, and you know when cats get dick, they scream.
and old chicks. Mm-hmm. I told you she bought a dildo machine. No, she had a diesel powered dildo, man. Mm-hmm. Be holding that shit like a construction worker.
Well, I mean, that's the other issue with you. Well, you know, too. I mean, you got in between the bodies and the gas powered devices. I feel for you younger brothers, man. I don't, like when they talk about like when there's this controversy about the sex dolls and stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you guys are going to have much of a choice going in 10 or 15 or so years from now, because
Oh no, hell no, man. Shit.
the human material is not very promising going
Oh
forward.
yeah.
Yeah. When a chick got so many damn bodies, you got to fist her like this and shit.
Shit.
God damn, like it's so sad, but this is the kind of shit chicks think is foreplay. Like, yo, why we gotta be so rough? Like, am I having
That was one of my favorite scenes from that movie, by the way.
Oh yeah, he took a blow of masculinity for this one. Boom.
In fact, the best part of the movie was the dark Superman. That was the best part of that movie.
When he was kicking everybody's ass. Like,
yeah.
Like, shit. Like, this is how a lot of these feminists look right here. Do you want me to tell you a good conversation and a physical altercation I had with this big ass feminist one time? Look. Ooh, right there. Get off me, feminism. God damn.
The way you flew though.
Motherfucker. Like, shit. And this is my interpretation of racism that black women don't understand. Oh, loose the white boy. Oh, fuck. That's racism in it. Hey, we're not going to hurt another white guy. Oh, right in the heart. That's racism. What do y'all want? Mike Tyson the pussy? See, that's the best. see, that's the shit they tell you to do. I want a man to beat it up. Like, bitch, you want sex or a UFC fight? Ew.
And you gotta be choking them out while you do it.
You know, like, go to sleep.
Yo, that's like the chick from Coming to America. I need a man that's going to satisfy me. Somebody's going to have to put in work from overtime.
Damn.
Like this. And she had the nerve to be fat and bald, too. Like, nah, bitch.
We demanded like that, man.
Ain't that much alcohol in the world that would make me fuck that?
I don't know. Man. Shit. I don't think there's enough cocaine. God damn. Bald. Shit. Damn. Nobody want to date themselves? Shit. I bet, like, god damn, look at, like, how much money would it take you to sleep with, like, fucking, what's that chick who off the View or whatever the fuck that shit is?
Lonnie Moo Cow Love.
Lonnie Moo Moo Love.
Ew.
That bitch Moo Cow.
She probably smell like swamp ass. And ass driblets.
Now, Josh, we can't be mean because I've been to some nice smelling swamps. I bet you she looks like a retired alligator. And then she got that broke Brad as her boyfriend or husband.
Yo, bro, that's just like Precious. Shoot, somebody had to take one for the team. Why not be a white guy?
You talk about that home? Never mind. Can't say.
No, the black bastard booger. That's what she is.
Oh my god. She's not even a respectable Bam Bam Bigelow.
Hell no. She bigger than Bam Bam.
And then when she had them little nails on, did you notice how big her sausage's fingers were compared to the nail?
Yo, fucking cigar fingers and shit.
God damn. I bet you she gotta eat like fucking peanut cheese with gloves on or some shit before she bite her hand.
She eating 10-course meals and shit.
You know, as I was looking at her and the white guy, I was feeling sorry for that dude.
Because he looks like he's gonna get beat on.
Yeah. Looks like there was an abusive relationship.
Well, it's perfect because she gonna do the fighting. So if somebody try to rob them, you know, he gonna be like, take my money. Then he gonna throw the money at the guy.
So when they get married,
like, all right, I'll handle this as usual and just whoop their ass.
So when they get married and he has to carry her over the threshold, is all the blackness gonna come out of him and say shit?
He don't even look like he got money though. Like
he doesn't.
Well,
do you think
I think it's a scam because he's gonna get divorced from her, and once they get divorced, he's gonna take her for all she got. While
Nah,
she'll be
he
sitting
don't.
on a sea of hamburgers, eating all of that shit while crying.
Nah, you got to do the white boy handbook of black women with money. You got to marry him. You got to marry him. Then you get them pregnant. They had a baby. Then you lead ass and make them pay child support. That guy looked like. Oh my God, that guy looked like he got the queer eye for the straight guy. I swear to God, when I see the man, I had to laugh. And you see him smiling like, "We're so happy." I'm not. She always wants to get on top.
With a strap on.
Oh my
You know, it
God, I bet
reminds me of Star Jones. Remember Star Jones that was on The View back in the day?
Oh
And
man.
she was married to that gay dude. That dude was clearly gay. Clearly.
he looked like every time she walked past a woman, he would say fish.
Yeah, but every time she was on that show, she'd be like, "Look at my man. I'm gonna talk about my husband now." And I only know that because The View was my grandmother's favorite show back in the day.
Well, as long as you don't
But
watch.
there was a phenomenon. We saw the same thing with Terry McMillan 10 years earlier.
Oh yeah.
Everybody could tell that guy was a swordsman. But
Swordsman.
Fucking buck pirate.
but she was with
What's going
him,
on, fellas?
flapping
What's
him
going
around, and she made
What's up,
and she
Al?
wrote a book based on this guy. They did a movie. K. Diggs played him in a movie, and then the second version of the movie, K. Diggs was gay.
Jesus.
Just like the Disney movies, that's the ever after they don't show you.
I got the man of my dreams. And then her husband be like, "So did I."
Charles,
Oh,
Charles,
you.
Charles, let me ask you a question, not to get off base from what y'all been talking about, but I know you into the Star Wars stuff too. Me and my girl, we having a debate right now, and we trying to figure out on that last scene from The Mandalorian when Luke Skywalker made that appearance to come get the little baby Yoda. Remember in the original Star Wars that we grew up watching, remember Luke Skywalker had to go and get his Jedi training refined by Yoda in the swamp, remember? Before he went to fight Darth Vader, his daddy, and Darth Vader cut the hand off.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the question is, we try to figure out, is this baby Yoda, or is he a descendant of Yoda's clan?
Oh, he's from Yoda's clan, from all we
Yeah,
know
that
so
yeah,
far.
They're not confirming that Yoda had any kids and stuff. So that's.
I'll put it to you this way: he's supposed to be as old as Anakin.
Who, the baby Yoda right now?
Yeah. He's as
Okay, and Anakin is Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia's daddy, right? And Anakin is also AKA Darth Vader, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So if that's the case, baby Yoda can't be the old Yoda that we grew up watching, because that Yoda was a grown man who trained Luke Skywalker, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I was right.
The baby Yoda might be one of the younglings.
He was one of
on the screen
when he was rescued by R2D2.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was.
Anakin came
rescue him.
Anakin went to the Jedi Temple with when the Order 66 happened with the clone troopers and started exterminating all the Jedi and the younglings. The baby Yoda was one of the ones that escaped.
Grogu is
hiding and
Rogu, yeah, that's his name. Rogu escaped, and so basically they trying to just basically save his lineage.
Yeah, because he was actually going to be at the temple. He was going to be exterminated, but luckily for him, he got out there quick with the quickness. Because Grogu is the same age as Anakin.
Yeah, my girl said somebody tried to kidnap him.
He don't remember. He said somebody took him from the temple. They hid him, and then
that's why. Yeah, when he escaped, someone helped him escape. Because remember, he was still a young baby.
Because you got to think he was supposed to be. They're rumored that it might be R2D2 that knows him.
Yeah, matter of fact, you know what, Charles? You right, because remember in that last scene when R2D2 came from around Luke Skywalker, R2D2 was talking that R2D2 talked to little Yoda, and little Yoda was
That's what happened though. But remember when that's just when Obi-Wan and Anakin fun, and Anakin got the metal the robotic suit. They wiped out when Padme gave birth to Luke and Leia that day, and they wiped out
They said they
memory.
wiped out his memory, but
Yeah, so Archie's
he
not going to
booted back.
remember if they did do it that way. Then he's not going to remember him
But
at all.
they said they might have They said it might have booted back. That's the thing that might happen.
But then again, they would have probably told them years ago or something like that. Yeah, like that kind of would still be impossible. Yeah, it's like a big gap hole right there.
They might boot it back, so we never know. I mean, they're gonna make something to make your ass watch it. Like,
I was telling my girl, Charles,
kick the shit out of that goddamn.
I was telling my girl the worst mistake they made was when Disney bought all the rights from George Lucas for Star Wars. They should have immediately turned around once they bought the rights, hired him as the ultimate head reader consultant or whatever they write. Because think about it, all this is from the mind of George Lucas, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one thing to sell your franchise rights off, but don't be a fool as the other company knowing that, hey, we don't know what's in the mind of this man as far as how he's trying to lead us down this way. Wouldn't it be wise for us to at least hire him? We're going to write what we write, but at least allow him to proofread everything to say, okay, this could correlate with what's going on in my mind, or no, this doesn't fit, this, that, and the third. But they didn't do that. That's why, like I was telling my girl, that's why most of the men who've been riding with the Star Wars franchise have been up in arms about that girl.
Yeah, the sequel trilogy. Yeah,
but Disney is the most gynocratic business, if not institution, frankly, on the planet right now. And so when they bought Star Wars not only as an economic vehicle. They figured to use Star Wars to perpetuate this. I mean, look at Disney. Look at all of Disney products. Look at all of Disney major media. It's all about perpetuating the glorification of the female. Yeah, and so when they bought Disney, their intention was to make Rey replace all of the great imagery that had been invested and mythology that had been invested in Luke and Han and
notice they killed off all the men.
Anakin. Right. Exactly.
None of the women,
They were not going to kill. I don't believe they were going to kill Carrie Fisher. I think unfortunately she died. But I doubt that they were going to kill her.
No, they weren't going to kill her.
The original story they had for the second one, Luke actually had a kid. And he wasn't no miserable hermit. I mean, the way they portrayed Ryan Johnson, dumbass, portrayed them as and stuff.
Like he was the one that Kennedy
communicating with Rey for her to come back, and he come back and train her and stuff like that. But the way they had played it out looked like
Dr. Dunbar said the Force is female. Boo.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, for Disney, that is definitely true. For Disney, that is definitely true.
Sometimes you just gotta go back to let Luke save you. Remember, Luke says, "I'm here. Don't worry about that last piece of shit. Luke's here."
But say, Charles, check it out. All right, who that black dude who was dressed and kind of looking like Darth Vader in the Mandalorian? The black dude that be acting and everything. He's popular. Everybody likes him. He can play a hero or a villain real good. He used to play.
I mean, he's on the Mandalorian and he's on the Boys. He always played
Yeah, he was in Breaking Bad too. Yeah, he's like half Mexican, half black. He's weird.
I'm sorry, it was CP. It was CPO. C3PO, who's memory banks flight, not R2's.
Okay.
No,
you're talking about Giancarlo Esposito.
Well, I think it was both.
No, it was both. It was both.
Yeah, that guy. The question I'm trying to get to is,
he was the one that was like, "Yo, clean up these droids, have their memories mind wiped." Because also for the protection of from Palpatine trying to find out if Luke had any kids, which he did. So he did it for their protection.
Okay, my question is in regards to his lifesaver. We all seen that black lifesaver he had. We've never seen in all the Star Wars trilogies a black lifesaver. We seen green, we seen blue,
It's
we seen red,
Well, you
we
got to go
it's in
seen
back to
yellow.
the cartoon,
you
the
got to
Clone
go
War
back to the
cartoon.
Clone Wars when they're the Mandalorian. Like
That was
the black saber from the Clone Wars, basically whoever owns it from battle, you can only get it from battle. You're basically the
Yeah.
ruler of the Mandalorian planet. So yeah,
Yeah,
that
So
dark saber.
basically only a Mandalorian can hold that type of weapon. That type of
No,
like
it's not only a Mandalorian, but
yeah.
you can only earn it through combat.
combat.
So
Yeah, I
That's
remember
like
him
their
saying
code,
that.
like the Mandalorian's
I
code.
remember him saying that in that episode. But my thing is, okay, this is the question I pose to y'all. Is that lifesaver stronger, harder, and better than even the lifesaver that Darth Vader had, the red one, or the
it's
one
about
that Sith had?
it's about equal.
Yeah, it's still
Because
equal.
no, they were saying that black lifesaver can cut through anything and everything except for that Mandalorian steel.
Yeah, that's basically what the if you look at the fight what he had with Ahsoka, she couldn't cut through his steel either. So it's about equal.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, and I knew Charles and the crew could help me answer them questions.
Yeah, it's about stronger because Ahsoka had two lightsabers and she couldn't cut through that motherfucker. So
But check it out, Charles. This is what I was just thinking. And fellas, check this out. Ponder on this. Just think if Darth Vader had that black lifesaver. How much colder would Darth Vader have been
well, one
with
he wouldn't
James
be able to
Earl
say
Jones' voice?
like, "Hey, I'm bringing
Luke,
something else."
You mean cooler?
Luke, I'm gonna
Well,
kick your ass with this black lifesaver, Luke. You stand on it.
well, I'm bringing something else black and long, and it's not what you think. It is not
Right?
just
Not only am I black and long, I'm bringing a super black long stick to the party, and it's gonna whoop
yeah.
your ass.
Well, the black saber that created you, I still got, but this other one's gonna cut you in half, motherfucker. Yeah. Like, god damn, what he tried to do to Luke was like some late term abortion shit. God damn.
Man, like you my son, but you don't want to listen. I got something for you. What's that, Daddy? I'm kill you.
Like, whoa. Like, Dad, whoa. I thought, can't we be friends about this, Dad? Fuck you.
You don't follow
Yo,
my
if you
way,
ever notice
there's no
something
way.
though, I'm picking up right now. But you ever notice? All right, and they're protecting how the relationship between black men and black women, especially when it comes to kids. Han Solo and Princess Leia, they had their son Ben Solo, who knows Kylo Ren and stuff. And after he turned to the dark side and everything, he left, and Han Solo just left and went back to his old scavenging ways and shit like that. Yeah, she never gave him no heart, but he came back into her life. You know, she like kind of like her little old ways to him. She still open with welcome arms to him and stuff like that. You don't never see black women doing that to their kid's father.
They're not. That'd be too much like right. You know that.
Like, damn. I'm like, yo, it's like, if you think about it, like, yo, you see how when white people, how they treat, white women treat their kid's father differently than with us, our community, shit. We drag
The
them
white
out the
woman
hood.
treats the white man.
If you think about the evolution, if you think about the trilogy, and if you think about their relationship, what you realize is just maybe in spite of her conscious sense, you know, Leia loved him because of what he was.
Oh.
She you know, even in spite of herself, she loved the fact that, you know, Han was that sort of dastardly guy. So it makes it so it stands to reason that even though she might have disagreed with him, and even though life would have taken them in a different direction, that wouldn't have affected how much she loved him. And that's why he would easily be able to come back to her.
He always came back. That's why he got the son in the first place. He came a lot.
Well, yeah.
Came in her, came back to her, came in her, came in front of her, came a lot. Shit. I'm about to put up my new picture for when somebody says something stupid. I'm gonna put up a picture of Brittany Cooper. like, oh my God, how can you? God damn it! Somebody bring up a picture of Brittany Cooper and just be like, "Is this the type of motherfucker we gonna allow to say they're gonna
Is
put
that
us
the
in a
one?
damn?"
Is that the one that I asked you to show me a picture of and we couldn't find?
Yeah.
Put
Did you
it up.
finally?
I still ain't seen it.
Let me see if I can find a picture of Brittany Bam Bam Cooper.
Take that A.
Somebody, anybody on the computer, so I can bring it up. I'm gonna share your screen if anybody's on the computer. Bring up a picture of Bam Bam Brittany Cooper. We call her Bam Bam for a reason.
Chaos. I know. Get on that form. Get on that form, Chaos. I know you got it.
What? Down what? I need that. I need somebody to put something down for the DJ. If you for the engineer for that. If you want to that person.
And so you're saying that you've got your own.
Oh my goodness, Bruce Almighty said, "No, sorry, we're bad. Are we bad?" Oh my goodness. I tell you what, I laughed at the idea when she said, we gotta hold them to a sex strike." I'm like,
Say, Charles. What was you drinking on last night to bring me? I was on that moot call.
Let's say Brittany Cooper wants to hold that stance because she wants a certain zaddy in office. Okay, Miss Cooper, what leverage does your WAP have to hold black men very much tight to submit your will to make them?
We can't say
no,
her
I
name.
want you. Listen. I want you to ask this woman this really serious question. And she can articulate, I say, well, it looks like your WAP needs some work, girl, because at over 300 some pounds, I don't think you have no demands. And there's so much pussy out here that men are already fucking other women anyway, that I don't think that's going to work, ladies, in your favor. You know what I'm saying? The matter of fact, I'm going to tell y'all, really, when women talk like this, let's keep it 100 real. They'll say, what leverage do you really have? I'm saying, yeah, you can go over to that side and fuck other men. That's fine. That's all good. You're free to this country. But no, say if you try to get the attention of black men to come back to your control, you're gonna do something better, boo boo. And spreading and busting wide open for a nigga. To be honest, it's not really enough. Unless you're talking about the homosexuals you already fucking sucking.
I got WAP. That's what Brittany Cooper said. I got WAP.
So, like I said, it's like this. Ladies, you gotta do something much more better. If you're gonna make black men really work, you're gonna have to do things differently. And going out on another culture or another man, that's not really the same.
There you go.
Whoa. What is that I'm looking at? What is that?
That's Brittany Cooper.
Is that a trash bag? Is that a trash?
It's fucking shameful. It's shameful.
That's the same chick that told black women to go on a sex strike if they didn't vote for Joe Biden.
She got a PhD. Remember, she got a PhD.
Yeah.
She got a PhD.
On a sex strike. You know how many sex workers gonna be making money when that happen, man?
Man. Hey, Black Uber, I want you to know, Dr. Brittany Cooper said, go on a sex strike.
I remember Melissa Milano was trying to do that same shit, man.
Who would you believe?
That bitch needs psychiatric help.
No,
when I look at her,
oh yeah,
she makes me very angry with white people.
And she makes me very angry when I go to the market.
Because I think white people, by featuring her, are playing a very cruel joke on black people.
And especially she looking like a mammy.
Say, listen up, fellas. Listen up.
I think when they feature her, they're snickering in the background while they're doing it.
Fellas, listen. This lady said, Brittany Horton, who Charles just put up, wrote this. She was one of the ones who said obesity is due to racism.
Yep.
I'm gonna put I got the link in there. I'm gonna need two people to come up real quick. I'm gonna need Brittany and Dr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I
You
remember
know,
that
two.
too when she said
We
that.
we got an educated lady, and we also got another one, Shonda, if she's available too, and
Mhm.
Dr. Dunbar. And see, and Brittany's absolutely right because I was listening to the little town hall meeting with nothing but black women, and she made an excuse that racism is the reason why we have such obesity in the black community. That you don't have power to tell your hand and your mouth, no, no, no. Oh, that's not even the worst picture I got of her.
No,
Uh,
no, no. Hey, yo, chill, 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 chill.
You don't have to.
Bro,
You
bro,
don't
bro,
have
chill,
to.
chill, 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 chill. We
You
trying to
don't
reduce
have
the
to.
subscribers
You
to
really
the
don't have to.
and it's gonna really affect the channel. Keep putting that up there because really, truly, it's just a shame. A black woman. How old is she? How old is this woman?
I don't know. Somebody Google how old she
I'll,
is.
I'll, I'll Google it. Give me a second.
Yo, fellas.
Hey,
Hey,
Dr.
Dr.
Dunbar.
Dunbar.
Hey, from the academy, that picture is grotesque.
But this is this is
Charles,
the reason why
But she's a peer. She's a fellow PhD.
but this is but Dr. Dunbar, you're well, no homo. You're a great looking guy. You know, you keep yourself in relatively good shape. You're relatively interesting. What do you say to women like that who think they should have a man like you who will be on her economic level and she should be with you?
I'd say, Miss, you are average at best.
I would love to get Shonda and and Brittany up here as well, because I would have to ask these ladies. This is the representative that these black feminists
All right,
and white
guys.
feminists.
All right. Oh, hold on. Chill for 1 second. Screen share this. I Googled her. Yeah, listen. Now I know we get mixed up between generations from Generation X and millennials, but listen to this. Watch this. See this?
She's 40.
She just
She's
turned
fucking
40
40.
last month. This chick
She
is
ready for you, Charles.
is actually this is a millennial / Gen X, but we're not gonna argue this. This woman is around the same 80s bracket.
She's 41. Damn.
No, she's not 41. She's 40 years old.
No, she's 41 now.
No,
that's
40
right
and
now.
that's
I'm
3
41
months.
today.
She just turned 40.
Down the
She
line.
just turned
Come on
40
now.
a month ago.
She turned 40 December. We're not going to talk about when it comes. She's now turned 40 now.
She just turned 40.
She's turned 40.
Nah, y'all niggas lying. She just turned
now.
40.
Nah, because I'm younger than her. I just turned 40 today. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Nigga, she looks 60 and look like she could make a mean ass sweet potato pie.
Bro, hold on. You see what date she was born? December the 2nd, 1980.
1980. I was born 81. I'm 40 years old today. That's what I'm
Woo, yeah, she's
40 years older than me.
She's a year older than you.
Yeah.
You get me?
Well, she's a month older technically, but she's born in the. I mean,
she looked like she was born during the Prohibition.
Exactly.
Didn't she play in Gone with the Wind? What she did?
Yeah, I would say that's a mental note. But we watch
Yo,
this.
matter of fact, she wants a white man, right? You remember that no neck dude that was on that 90 Day Fiance that got paid by that?
Oh, no neck Ed. That's my man, Joe.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna show you real quick. There was a television scene when I met Dr. Cooper. Would you like to see the GIF of it?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Does everybody in the chat want to see the GIF of me meeting Dr. Cooper? Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. God damn it! No means no, Brittany. No means goddamn no. God damn it! Oh, my back. Oh. Excuse me. But see,
so
I'm gonna need some of the ladies. I'm gonna need if Shonda could come up there. See 38. If you're 38, you're a late Xer. You're a really, really late Gen Xer.
Real late Gen Xer. You get me? Yeah, Roger, got background noise. Yeah, so regardless of how the ladies say what she is, this woman is now in her 40s now. And this is what she looked, and this is how she maintained herself after the first 25 years of life. You have not seen that, you have not improved your image, your health. It goes downhill after 35 if you're a woman.
She was only worried about improving her mind, son. Her mind.
And then she wonders why they're single. Like, for a minute, look at Shonda. She's 40. Totally different, right? Attractive lady, right? Same age. Actually, Shonda's a few months older than
I
her.
used to work in what bariatric weight loss surgery?
Bariatric.
What's that?
Bariatric.
Yeah, that's when you're traumatically obese.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she works with my
There's a
600
procedure they
pound life.
perform when you're grotesquely overweight.
And mind, she looked like she's pushing 400 pounds. You get it?
Oh, Brittany Cooper?
Yeah.
Brittany Cooper look like she's a good 265.
Nah,
Nah,
man.
bro. Nah.
You
See,
see that?
y'all just male bashing now. Y'all male bashing. Y'all male bashing. I thought we was about logic, ration, and reason. Come on, man.
About logic.
Come on, man.
We're trying to define something that does not exude logic. Don't make me go.
That's why I was trying to be logical about the situation and be nice and say about good
you
265.
see, you motherfuckers.
Your eyes
make me
may
do it.
think she look like she over 300, but she about 265.
Well, you motherfuckers are gonna make me do it.
Let me check her.
You know what? She's exactly what she should be. On my channel, I call those UOFs. If you're a black woman in the community and you out and about and you're unmarried and you're 36 and above, chances are you are unwanted old feminist. She fell right into that category. She fall right into that category. And also,
no way
because
she's
you're
only
also the law.
260, bro. No way she's only 260, bro.
Yo.
That's a solid 340.
Hey, guys. Now,
Shit, my girl say she look like she about 265. It's just from your eyes seeing them rolls. And you throwing on
the whole take. Yeah, 265. That's how much her torso weighs.
Unless she's about
We'll check her scale. We'll check her scale, which says too damn much.
Guys, you know what black women weigh too much? Listen, hear me good. Is when I can't Google if she is a scholar or wherever she is, and it doesn't tell you what she weighs. I have been finding a celebrity for height, weight, and age besides her, and they don't talk about her height and weight. You can't find that on Google. That tells you
Chandra H just wrote.
That's because they're protecting her.
Chandra H just saying she looks like she's at least 225 plus.
No, I mean I get that from
she is not
women's women's view is a little bit different than our
This
view.
from black men who got phobias of big girls and won't go near them. Y'all funny.
Yeah.
Officer Faulkner.
Yes, sir.
I need Officer Faulkner for one moment because I don't want to use Charles Faulkner or anything. I need Officer Faulkner. She made that comment about black women should withhold sex from black men if we not basically don't vote the way they want to vote, paraphrasing her.
Mm-hmm.
Because she said that, is there any way that we can come up with a sexual harassment lawsuit just because she said that? Does that work at all? I'm just saying that's why it's sexual harassment. And wouldn't that be sexual harassment? If I talk to a woman who's not interested in me sexually and I start talking about sex with her, wouldn't that be sexual harassment?
Yes, it is.
I'm trying to figure out how can we get her for sexual harassment based on what she said.
Well,
she's the last woman that needs to be talking to any of us about sex. Period.
Because you know that she stretches from state to state, it would have to be federal. I'm sorry. Look,
you ain't shit for that, Officer Faulkner. You ain't shit for that, Officer Faulkner. You ain't shit for that, dude.
According to this 14-year-old Scotch, I never claimed to be. Oh my God. Because
hey, what was you sipping on last night?
Some 14-year-old Scotch.
Say, take a look at this right quick.
My man got the shade. God damn. Look like you killed. What's that, XO? What's that, XO?
No, this some Mukau, cognac,
Oh,
VSOP.
cognac.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
all I drink is cognac, bro.
Oh my God! See, we're gonna have to put a federal not cognac, because God damn it, I can't think of cognac and Brittany Cooper at the same time. No, that'll get you in trouble. Next thing you know, you'll be like, oh my God. She reminds me of like my favorite LOD. What a gut. Damn, dude. But nah, it's
But
like,
Charles, you know what I just realized? She's 40, you 38, pushing on 39. Y'all kind of compatible in the age category, bro.
and nothing else.
I was waiting for your smart aleck ass comment.
Nah, I mean,
You ain't shit. You ain't
you
shit.
might be. He might be able to lift her because she needs somebody who has some power behind him to lift her.
Yeah, I got a truck.
No, she'll be a good workout program for you, Charles. Charles, she'll help put another 40% of muscle on your body.
Then she'll break my back.
Charles, you too big and grown of a man to be talking cavalry like that. You can handle Brittany. You can handle Brittany.
I know my limits. You try to get
Nigga,
me to
you
get
5'11", 275, man. Come on, cut the shit. You can handle her.
Hey. I'm gonna show you Brittany Cooper in her prime. Boom! Right there, Brittany. Boom! I'm gonna show you. Oh, I'm gonna show you Brittany Cooper during Thanksgiving when she get ready to eat.
That's funny.
Brittany Cooper in slow motion. Oh, when you try to eat the last wing, Brittany Cooper at attack. I'm gonna show you Brittany Cooper versus Darkseid. When Darkseid tried to steal her nuggets.
Ladies and gentlemen of the panel, you're dealing with a gentleman who has truly lost his rabbit ass mind. But we love him though. We love him.
Oh yes, I never had a good mind to begin with. Hey, what's up?
Change your name, Brittany, not Brittany Cooper.
Not Brittany Cooper. See, you know it's fucked up.
Everybody on this panel ain't shit. Everybody on this panel ain't shit for that.
Oh my God! And people say, oh my God. Usually. Okay.
Y'all laughing at Charles Faulkner, y'all in the I ain't shit category right now.
Oh my God!
Just so you guys are confused.
This is Team We Ain't Shit.
I think we're being a bad influence on Brittany. I think we've been a bad influence.
You know it's fucked up. You know it's fucked up. And people don't say I don't have the most original viewers in the world. I do. Okay. For that one, we got to do it all together now, folks.
We're corrupting innocent young minds here. For
that one, we salute you. And we got to do it all together now. Whoa! Whoa! That was funny. Oh my God!
And Charles, you know how I used to do you on BGS when you got in a line. Charles, you know how I used to do you on BGS when you got in a line. Time out for you, 30 minutes, nigga. Time out for you, 30 minutes.
How are you gonna criticize me? My viewers are like, God damn. You know, Brittany Cooper would be like one of the big chicks we used to call barrel arms. You know, they look like they got two barrels underneath their arms. Like, God damn. I swear to God, man. Oh my God, Brittany is fitting right in just fine. Oh my God. Oh my God.
There's no confusion. I think, like, for me, it's just hard to understand how someone can get to that weight.
Hey,
especially as a
easy.
woman.
Easy. The best joke I've seen all year. Real talk.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Not Brittany Cooper. Oh my God. That is so. Oh my God. I can't even breathe.
Okay.
Oh.
Charles, this question is for you and you alone. You're the last man on earth, and the only last two women on earth is Brittany Cooper and Tawana Burke. And you had to reprocreate to create life on this earth. Which one is it going to be?
You want me to answer that fairly?
Fairly and honestly. You're the last man on earth. They're the last two women on earth, and you have to reprocreate to create life. Which one is it gonna be?
Okay, I'm gonna honestly answer that. Personally, I'm gonna beat my dick like this. Bow!
Wow. So you just gonna let mankind go? You just gonna let mankind go by the wayside?
Bow! Told you beat that dick like
You
that.
ain't shit, Charles. Charles L. Faulkner Jr. You ain't shit. You gonna let the whole world go to the wayside and by the wayside because you don't want to fuck too and you don't want to fuck too atomically suitable as women. That's sad.
No, this is sad that you dressed that bitch dressed like this.
That's worse.
Why you keep equating her to Mumble, goddammit?
Because she looks like a handsome man when you talk about Tarana Burke.
But you still ain't made the choice, so you just basically go out there for beating your meat.
They better take the semen from my dead body. God damn.
Bro, this is what they gonna do. They go get your ass liquored up off of some good cognac one night when y'all on that island.
I will sleep in a tree.
Look, so Tawana go bash him upside the head, and Brittany go ride him.
Oh no, I'm gonna die of snooze. Oh no! If you watch Futurama, you get the reference. Oh my god! Like here's my since we got the what's up, Phil? I don't know if Phil
What's going on, Charles?
I tell you what, we ain't shit over here, okay? We'll admit it.
No, Charles ain't shit over here. Just Charles.
All right, you niggas laughing, so y'all go to hell with me. At least I have company. Niggas be like, yo, well, my mother one time heard me talk about somebody, and she said, you know, you go to hell, right? I said, they got a place for you in hell. I said, yes, mother. It's called a throne. Yes. Oh my god! Like here's my question to everybody on the panel. I'm gonna start with ladies first and Phil, and we're gonna work around. This is a highly educated person who thinks so low of black men that she can convince us to do anything, vote, conduct ourselves in any type of manner, or want to take whatever necessary means to rebuild the black community. How disingenuous do you think that is, not only to a black man's intellect, but also his agency? We want to start with the lady of the panel.
Is that me? Are there any other ladies here? Is it just me?
Oh, just you for now.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Like, I wouldn't listen to her, honestly, if I were a guy. I think most men, frankly, aren't, because I don't think anyone's really checking for her. But again, I don't know what her like relationship status is or anything. But yeah, don't listen to her. And
It's chronically single.
Chronically single. But
what do you think? Go ahead, finish your thought.
Oh yeah, and I just think that frankly, those who kind of start to receive a higher level of education and educational attainment, that sense of entitlement, it's like almost embedded. It's like it runs through their bloodstream, and more so again for women, especially Black women in America. And it's funny because like I remember telling myself when I was younger, like, yeah, I'm going to shoot to get like the highest, like the terminal degree, the highest level of education. But then seeing other women around me who did get their doctorate, and just seeing how their attitude just shifted, it almost seemed like a natural like transition or process. And I didn't want that to kind of frankly taint my worldview.
Would you say they became more man repellent and masculine and just
Oh yes, absolutely. Because I think when you attain, as a woman again, when you attain that level of education, you kind of have that feeling like, yeah, the INDPENDENT vibe, and you feel like you don't need a man for XYZ thing. And then when you're 40 and single, you're like, what happened? It's like, well, duh, dummy. Like, if you just actually kind of took a moment to step back and reflect on how you hyper focused on your education and degree versus trying to find a balance and get a man, you wouldn't be in that situation. And for me, again, I feel like I'm speaking for more personal experience because I was one of those kind of women when I was like a couple years younger, thinking about, I want to get this and I want to get this level of education. But I had, like, once I started getting into the red pill and looking more and more at myself, I'm like, why? Like, I felt just, again, misguided and just completely just led astray. So,
Okay. Because you do know here in this channel, we don't mind women being educated. We kind of almost prefer it a little bit in some cases. It's just that are you going to use your education to undermine the men? And that's what women like Brittany Cooper has. And I was laughing my ass off because you reminded me of that summit. I know somebody's trying to come in, but whoever's trying to come into the chat, just let me know in the panel, just let me know in the chat, and we'll have you come up in a few minutes. And this is the last part before I go on to somebody else. What did you think about her comment when she was at that town hall meeting about racism is making us obese?
Completely asinine.
That
I mean,
tells
you
the
could,
difference
you can make the
between.
argument for food desert.
Go in, PhD, fellow PhD.
Well, I would say completely asinine, and I mean, you could make the argument for food deserts in certain neighborhoods, but for someone like her, I mean, with her level of education, how could she not know about personal health? How could she not know about diet? I mean, how could she not know?
Well, Dr. Dunbar, she does know, but she refused to do better because she feels a man would take.
Well, what infuriates me about that particular tactic is it totally diminishes real issues involving racism and real effects of racist institutions, racist behavior, racist societal factors that truly do impact the fortunes of Black people. By doing that, she totally trivializes real problems and then makes it that much easier for white people to continue to perpetuate their nonsense. And that's why I said when I see a Brittany Cooper, it makes me very angry with white people because I think that she is a tool towards their particular end. And by her saying things like that wholly confirms for me that they are using her as a sort of wedge issue to neutralize real issues that Black people have to deal with. So I'm infuriated by her presence in the popular media, and I look at her as a very cynical thing that white people are doing. Frankly.
Like let's just call her what she is. She's a mammy, and we're not even going by the. I guess you could go by the racist terms. She may not be taking care of any baby, but she's alleviating Black people of responsibility and reality. Because number one, as Dr. Dunbar so eloquently put it, it's asinine and it's disingenuous and just plain and simple, it's fucking dishonest. You see, you think that Black men are supposed to be in these great shapes, but you don't even fucking put yourself on any diet? Like, that is obese. That is morbidly obese. Like, literally.
Charles, I want you to finish, but let me just put a side note to exactly what you're saying that'll blow all this up. These same women who are labeling us as we must be in shape, they wouldn't dare holler at a man that's built their size. Think about it. They would not dare look at him twice. Now go ahead. I just wanted to throw that in.
I'm gonna read what Brittany, not Brittany Cooper, just said. Also, if someone is a PhD, I'm sure they're aware that they can look into some health and exercise, and also think that Black American women should look into getting a dietitian to help with the nutrition and dieting. I have one. Praise be to the gods and the ancestors. See, I've told you before. Go ahead, Dr. Dunbar.
I was gonna say, going back to what Black Uru said, Dr. Thomas Sowell, he's a conservative and he does have his detractors, but one of the things he said that one of the dangers of our major institutions now is that you have a lot of individuals like this being produced who are there to push social dogma. So they're not there to push critical thought. They're not there to push thinking. They're there to push narratives and social dogmas.
It stands for Black American Woman.
Man,
and
come out of
and
hell.
it's funny. And it's funny if Shonda wants to come up too, because we have another educated sister, nurse management, and nurse practitioner. And if she, so, I forgot in these spaces we hate Black women, right, fellas?
See,
Hey, Charles.
Yep.
That's what they tell me. Hey, Charles.
Yep. Who's speaking?
It's Phil.
Okay, what's
Phil,
up?
my brother. I think here's my take on it. I think she has what I call lonely love syndrome. And what that is if you notice, lonely love always blames shit on, like if she talks about black men, it's like it's always blaming. It's like a blame game, or it's never their fault type situation. Or they try to find something to blame, whether it's racism, whether it's not having the black men in the home. It's always somebody's fault, and it's never a situation where, hey, I'm a bit, listen, I'm not in shape. I'm not. They're never willing to say stuff like that. It's a situation where they always have a cop out, and they're able to find something with it. And to blame racism, it just makes no sense whatsoever. And
it straight doesn't.
Right. So that's my take on that part, because she's no different than Lonely Love and all these other chicks that be on talk shows and all this other stuff that give the limelight to, and they just give them a cop out to say whatever they want to say that reflects the blame being on them.
And by the way, thanks Mayweather for the Cash App support. Ooh, support your interests. Mayweather said Dr. Dunbar and Charles should do a show on athletes that are simping and struggling with COVID-19. Well, we might make if Dr. Dunbar Monday, we'll probably open up a segment, the doc and the cop. Or we might actually make a whole new channel for that segment to look from the scientific and athletic standpoints for Black America. Because in my personal opinion, Black America has an issue. Oh, you listening from the chat? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. She said, I can't come up, Charles. Listening from the chat. As a woman from Louisiana, she makes my Louisiana sisters look bad. No one gets that size by accident. Facts. See,
hey Charles, I wanna thank Shonda for subbing my channels this morning.
So she's thorough. She's definitely a thorough lady with some logic and with some great emotional insight. That's the reason why I appreciate a lot of my women here. They don't have thin skin. They have thick enough skin. They can joke. They can laugh. And when you ask them serious things, they don't skate around it. They actually give you direct answers and some good commentary. Because from a woman's standpoint, I would ask Shonda, China White, and Brittany if they could say it on the chat, or if they could type it. If they could say it on the panel or type it, what representation do you think she gives and people like her give Black women? Because I'm just looking at it like it's bringing back that mammy complex. Always excuses. Lord, this racism. Lord, this racism keeping me overweight. Lord, this racism keeping me poor. But you're literally you're not even 1% of Americans who have a PhD and you're Black. And she says she's welcome. Keep up the great work, Dr. Dunbar. And it's funny because you would think as Black American women, you want to escape that damn stereotype of being the overweight mammy. So what do you ladies think? And I want to go to Rod's report. And what do you think about that? About what I was saying about the women like her who think that Black men are so much of a primal beast and Neanderthal that in order to get them to do shit, you got to withhold sex. You got to do this. Go ahead, Roger. Well, it's a manifestation of the lack of respect that a lot of sisters have for black men. The fact that she wants black men to do better while making an effort to do worse shows that she doesn't really value us at all outside of a service situation. If we're not servicing her, we don't matter to her. And for her to allow herself to get that big and then blame it on racism, for her to be a PhD and say that, and I saw the clip when it first happened. I saw the clip when it first happened, and I mean the insulting of our intelligence is just so huge in everything she seems to do. I've never seen Brittany Cooper do anything positive for the black community. I can say that. Somebody may really say something about what she did something right, but all she seems to do is insult black people's intelligence. She does whatever white folks want her to do, and she has no shame.
Let, let
That's
me
all I
let
can
me
say
let me
because
read what Shonda just wrote right quick, fellas. Shonda H just wrote this. What white America wants to see, they'll post her for the world to see while laughing at us as a demographic. Man,
That's what I was saying
she ain't
earlier.
lying. And
that's what I agree with.
Brittany Horton just wrote this. It sounds like she's looking for someone to blame for her own issues or perceived issues. Facts, Brittany. Facts.
Yeah.
Well,
Fellas, I
I'm
thought
I'm just gonna say real quick because I got to dip out, but and I appreciate
Fast on
coming here.
that,
I'll be
Brittany,
back.
but Lizzo.
Well, I'm just gonna say that's
Oh, I'm
what
sorry.
black women start to look like when you go too long without black male leadership. Now, somebody might say that sound bad, but if you go too long without black male leadership, that's basically the direction you headed for.
That's the
Yep, and
truth, Roger. That's the truth you
Speak the
stating.
truth,
Those are
I
Roger.
agree.
facts.
Definitely.
I agree.
and I'm gonna tell you what it is. Men were put on this earth, and I need y'all to do this. Email mediocre tutorials and reviews because I'm trying to get him over there, or I get to his joint, and we need to do a live stream about this shit because he had an interesting one about this so-called black woman who says she's a scientist, and I'm thinking to myself, really? Do I need to introduce you to Dr. Dunbar and also
You
Doctor
watched that
Well,
one,
hey,
Charles?
Charles,
You
and
watched
what
that
was
Doctor
this
one?
video?
I
What was
was
this
seriously
video?
watching
Can you
it.
share
I'm
in the
ready to
chat? I
hear
want to
on
know
it.
if you did talk about that. Media
huh?
tutorials. What video was
Say it
this?
again.
If you know where it's, I'm putting in private chat. I'm gonna look at if we had
Because I would love to get him over here for a live. And it was this one chick. She was like, "Well, females are made to lead." No, you're not. So females have the smaller brain, have the bigger brains. Um, Number one, while we still have a PhD in fucking science, literally in one of the multiple disciplines of science, isn't the male brain about 10% larger?
Yep.
okay, that I gotta look up, Charles.
Yeah. See, the male brain is about 10% larger. The male brain actually, because a lot of people don't even know about the biological difference of men and women. Did you know women have a greater sense of smell and taste?
Because you gotta
That
cook
was
the food. Gotta cook the food.
because not only that, because during the time we were hunter and gatherers, they had to pick berries, and just because of their sense of smell and taste alone, it kept them from accidentally poisoning the group and themselves. Also,
It's been
when
on.
somebody got some noise in the background.
It's been on 79.
Okay. And also, women are more in tune to what we like to call in the esoteric communities the world of the unknown, the emotional. Why do you think women could go through a room and network so well? Because they emotionally bond with who they were. Men were pretty much more stoic. We will stay to ourselves unless we like somebody that we actually will break to say, hey, we enjoy that. This is also something else. When that lady said this, that men can't make a competent, like last time I checked, every goddamn thing you have in civilization were made by men. The maintainers of society were the women, the people who teach us the social norms. And I would love to talk to him about that. And I would love to talk to him about that one chick who's the chick with the blonde hair who's a feminist. I would love to talk to him about that. But though, it's funny.
Shonda H said, I would put women like Dr. Cooper, Tawana Burke, Lizzo, and Cardi B in the same category. A bad representation for Black women and more disheartening for many sisters to look up for them for inspiration. See, and my channel and channels like a Dr. Dunbar, BGS, and others, and also he just left off the Roger Report. We like to show the positive representation of Black women, the women you should marry, the women you should date, the women you should just have a normal conversation with. See, a lot of the women that comes to my channel, I salute you all because a lot of you are actually breaths of fresh air to me. You know why? Yep, told you, 10% larger. Told you 10% larger. You know why? Because we don't get this type of interaction in our everyday lives with Black women. We enjoy our Black women who are intelligent, who are feminine, who are positive, who are inspirational. We can't have all these negative stereotypes. Black men so stupid. If you take sex away, they'll do anything you say. So how the fuck do you think we're going to be good leaders if you think that we can't be abstinent, we can't sustain ourselves and focus on a purpose and a mission? It's funny. Every other race respects and fears you except your own damn woman a lot of times. Ain't that about a bitch? Somebody else take this mic. It's volcanic.
Woo! That man just spoke the truth.
Hey Charles, I'm gonna say this. I gotta drop down, but yeah, I thought that whole sex strike thing, I thought that was very, very bizarre. I mean, because who wants her? So she's trying to get the rest of the women to, not do anything. I thought that was totally bizarre.
It's not only just bizarre, good doctor, it's disingenuous. Instead of facing, see, the one thing I've noticed about Brittany Cooper, she can never face the truth. All this money I know she's making at the Academy, and all this money I know she's making for speeches, all this money she's getting for research, she can't hire a personal trainer? Is this what's coming out the Academy? I'm good doctor?
Yeah, over there in the humanities, wherever she came from.
Jesus Christ,
But Charles, you see in PhD programs, in the humanities, and in the political sciences, you do see some odd things, some odd people.
Yeah, you do.
Some very radical people. You do see that.
And it's funny because I have a buddy of mine. It's oddly enough, we have the same birthday. We knew each other since we were literally 4 years old. Dr. Burl Whipple. He's a pastor, and I mean he's a good brother. Good brother. Knew him for so goddamn many years. He's the doc and I'm the cop, the other one. And he goes out of his way to help people because that's who he is and that's what he does. You would never know that he would have a PhD. He's a Morehouse brother. That he has a PhD in theological studies and also a master's in business and also in church and management. So it's funny you have such educated brothers who are down for the community, who are looking for the community. Even when he found out I was sick with COVID, can we pray for you, brother? I don't care what your beliefs are. Can we pray for you? See, you yourself and Dr. Whipple and also Dr. T, Green Gorilla, and anybody who's a professional with any sort of professional certifications, degrees, or whatever, I look to us to be the guiding light for the future. I look for us to actually bring a positive spirit. See, with people like Brittany Cooper, she wants to set you apart. She'll be jealous of a person like Brittany Horton, not Cooper, and say, why you with that man? Why you with your boyfriend? Blah, 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 blah. He needs to bow down and kiss your ass. Is that the reason why you don't have one? But I want you to finish up because I know you got to go, good doctor.
Well, Charles, I'll just say this, that I was we had an interesting discussion over dinner tonight with my mother. But I'll just say that one of the things I said was that when getting those degrees, and I'm not saying all of our women, but getting the degrees for them, it means something different than it does for us as men. I got my PhD, and I introduced myself as Dr. Dunbar here for the greater good because I feel like I have something to offer. But it's not something like when you meet me in person that I tout. Like it's not, yeah, it's not my beard, or I don't know if that's the right term, but
you don't go
but when
around you just don't go around. Hell yeah. Here comes Dr. Dunbar.
Yeah, but when you see it on LinkedIn, you see it on Facebook. When some of our women get it, it creates like a God complex when they get their PhDs and they become Dr. So and so. So, and I guess it compels them to do things and do reckless things and say reckless things, as someone with a God complex would do. So, I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna listen, watching this football game, but I'm having a fun discussion on my channel in the morning. But I might come back up depending upon how long you guys go.
Okay, put your link in the
Thanks
chat
for
for
having
your
me.
channel before you go. So everybody, if you're not subbed to the Good Doctor, do so immediately. Got 52 people. If you're not subbed, I know Shonda just subbed. We should have at least 51 subscribed. Please support this man. He's one of the good doctors and good brothers of the community.
Hey Charles,
Anybody?
can I ask you a
Oh
question?
yeah, yes sir.
What did you think about the broadcast last night from KS?
From Chaos?
Or why are modern women so angry?
What you say?
Oh, you talking about from Kevin
Kevin,
Samuel?
last night show?
Somebody coming in? What happened, Charles?
No, it was the Kevin Samuels. I thought it was interesting. You know why? I'll give my. Do y'all want to hear my take on why modern black women are so angry?
Absolutely.
My take is on why modern black women are so angry is because they are unfulfilled.
Yes, sir.
They're unfulfilled. See, have you noticed? They're the.
Chaos.
Somebody coming in?
No. Somebody got some black noise.
Y'all want to hear my take on why? My take is why modern.
Somebody got some. Well, one, they're unfulfilled because a lot of the happiest they can't think about in a woman's life. The happiest moments in her life is usually when she graduates high school. Well, she goes to prom or she goes to a dance. She dates the guy of her dreams. She gets married. And then she has her children. Even if she has her career, a lot of these women don't take pride in being women. They're too much trying to be men. And society is telling them you could be equal to men. Do you really want to be the motherfuckers that got to fight wars? Do you really want to be the ones who got to go into sewers? Do you want to be the ones who got to all be police and firefighters? Go right ahead, and you will see how miserable you are. There is nothing wrong with having gender roles, because gender roles brought your society to the technological advances today. I mean, you have brilliant black women who are scientists, such as like Nicole Ali. You have women who went afar like Brittany to teach. You have women who are nurse practitioners like Shonda. You have a lot of women. You have a lot of good women like a China White who are good speakers and podcasters. See, femininity is natural, just like masculinity. A lot of times what makes them upset is because a lot of these women rejected their femininity and accepted feminism. And feminism robbed them of their superpower. They're not allowed to be emotional. I had a girlfriend once told me, I can be indecisive. I got you. Think about it. She had so much faith in wherever I led her and wherever I stated that she said, I could be indecisive. She says, I don't care. I'll go with the flow. Mm-hmm. And a lot of women are so mad because they never had a man to guide them to the promised land. Mm-hmm. A lot of them rejected their own natural impulses to be happy, to actually be plentiful. You should be happy having children. You should be happy serving your man. You should be happy your man protects you. You should be happy that your man provides for you. Yes, you can work, but you should be happy. There's a type of joy that a lot of these women have failed to get. See, they want to compete with men in male spaces, and guess what happens? They fail miserably. What happened when the women went to Ranger School? They failed. They had to make them do it over again and forge the test. You can't go to special forces and do the women's standards. You got to do equal standards. Why do you want to go to men's? Even if you have the ability, guess what? Play to your strengths. If you're a woman, your strength is femininity. If you're a man, your strength is masculinity. Be complementary to each other. See, they're too combative against their nature. Instead of saying, think about it, I don't need a man. Every woman needs a man. You ever notice that the big, strong men that we have who are capable of building civilizations, fighting wars, you notice the one thing you never hear them say, I don't need a woman.
Charles, they fucking with the yin and yang of things. That's just basically it. They don't want to be a part of this.
They fucking with the ebb and flow. Somebody got turned down their YouTube feed. But the problem is this. You're listening to a bunch of people from academia, like the good doctor said, who were not giving you sound advice and sound things. They're speaking from trying to push a narrative. See, if men and women were meant to be equal, we have babies. You think as big and strong and fearless, I want to push a motherfucker out my shit? No. No. So the problem is this. You're unhappy because you're unfulfilled and you're trying to go other ways of looking for who you are through other people. You have social media lying to you about how a woman should be. You have social media lying to you on how to attract a man. No, you do not attract a man because of your finances. No, you do not attract a man because of your education. You attract a man on how cooperative, how submissive, how inspirational, how much you are for that man. You're right, social dogma. Anybody else want to tackle that part?
Yeah, I mean, I think you did a great job of describing it. I think I would add or augment what you're saying by, and maybe I'll ask not Brittany Cooper this question. Would you say that having a man that you are dedicated to and who is dedicated to you, does having him make you feel more secure?
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, there is and I'm more acutely aware of this, I guess, because I have daughters, I've raised them. I have witnessed how important a sense of security means to females from the beginning of their lives. Some sense of being able to rely on, to relax upon, to get behind if necessary, to be able to use as a shield, in a sense, to the world, just by virtue. I remember when, I may have mentioned this when I was on Charles' channel before, but I remember when I first started dating my wife. She had a stalker, a former boyfriend who stalked her for the better part of a year or so. And after we married, and she still had her old apartment. We were in a position. We were in the transitioning and the combining our residence or whatever. She had her old apartment, and one time she got a phone call And I answered the call, and this guy asked for her by name. And I tell her, I think she had stepped out or whatever, maybe. But I told him, I said, well, she's not here, but you can talk to me. I'm her husband. And he said, oh, well, I didn't know, bruh. And she never heard from that stalker again. She never saw, and it's funny because years later, I was having a conversation, me and her, and her best friend and her best friend's husband, and the subject of the stalker came up. Like, girl, don't you remember you had this stalker? This guy would always be, at your window and all this calling you or whatever. Yeah, yeah. I wonder what happened to him. And I said, well, hold on, what was the guy's name? And she mentioned his name. And I said, well, he called you back a few years back, and I told him you and I had gotten married. And she thought, and she said, around the time, I told her around the time when that happened, and she remembered that was the last time she had ever seen or heard from him. That's the security that merely just having a man in your life affords a woman. Sometimes it's very overt. You're confronting a man or whatever. Sometimes it's more subtle. Sometimes it's how, for example, they treat you when you go to address some issue involving your children in school, and you go alone and you're dealing with white people versus when you go with your black husband and they're more respectful. Or when you are shopping to get a new car, how they treat you when you're a woman by yourself attempting to negotiate a bargaining of purchasing the car, and when you're there with a man, a mean-faced black man who appeared to not likely to take no bullshit from some shyster salesman. They're missing that security en masse all over the country. They're missing the presence and the power and the security of men. And since they're not married, because a lot of what women have been able to be secure about has been just the fact that they've had a ring on their finger, or being able to say, my husband in this conversation, or my husband in that conversation. Totally changes their position in society, totally change how people views them, values them, and what they think they can and cannot get away with them. Dealing with servicemen, dealing with repair people. If you're married, that guy, probably the plumber or whatever, probably is not going to pull some shit with you that he might pull if he know you're in that house the house or that apartment by yourself. So they're missing that security. That's what they're missing. And that lack of security is driving them insane.
I hope everyone is paying attention to what this good doctor just gave y'all. He gave y'all all logical, rational, factual, actual statements that lead up to one thing. That's called manhood. What he just talked about was manhood at its finest. Just doing the normal, every redundant day things that we do every day. Every day.
That's funny. Why do you think we call him Black Yoda? That's why we call him Black Yoda right there. So
I gave you your cards, bro.
You know what really stood out though in last night's show with Kevin, and there was this pertaining to what y'all was talking about. There was this lady last night on the show, and he actually put a separate clip also too today. That she was married.
Joseph Aiken, thank you for the Cash App. Continue.
Yeah, and she said me and my ex-husband grew apart. But that was bullshit because I don't believe, just like he said, I say too also too, there's no such thing as a mutual breakup. One has to initiate it, the other one probably just agreed to it. It was like, this is a lady that just show hypergamy at its best right here, because she broke up with him because he wanted her to stay home and he'll take care of her. take care of all the households. And all of a sudden, when Kevin told her also too, was like, okay, then do you want to be in a relationship, be married again? She's like, yeah, I do. Of course. I'm like, yo, this is a chick that's a perfect example of hypergamy at its best. Like, you know, it's sad.
Well, if you're married, if a woman is married and she left the man because they quote grew apart, in my view, she doesn't deserve a second chance.
No.
She doesn't deserve to have a conversation with somebody of the esteem of Kevin Samuels. Now, I respect the fact that he does what he does for his own decisions. I'm not at all dictating any of his programming, not in the least bit. But in my view, she is unworthy of a second chance based on what you've described. She should be forced to live with whatever she's forced to live with from this point forward, frankly.
Hey Charles, let me say something.
Go ahead.
I got married in September of October 2018. I was living in Philly. I'm originally from New York City. And I moved to Chicago to be with this chick. And I live in Chicago now. I married her. In the beginning, she was working at the post office. And I was, working on my little business that I have. And so it's for about 2-3 months. That's it. She was the breadwinner. And I didn't get nothing but flack. And here's the thing, I would pick her up from work. I pick her up from work. I dropped her to work. When she came home, the house was clean. I cooked. I did all that shit because I knew, hey, if I'm going to be in the crib for this while I'm building this business, let me at least do my share and she was still complaining. So the roles got reversed because after about 3 months or so, she hurt her back at the post office and she wanted to leave because I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys have heard that, USPS don't really treat their workers that great. So she was dealing with that. And so I said, hey, if you're going to quit your job, that's fine because my business is getting up and it's going well and it's doing well. I could take care of us. So she left the post office. She wasn't working for about 7, 8, 9, 10 months. And I still was getting nagging when I got home. I rarely got meals when I got home. And it was just hell that I had to deal with. And I was paying all the bills at that point. She didn't have to work. She didn't have to do nothing. She was just going out shopping and all this other stuff. And somewhere along the lines, the femininity just hurt. When we were first dating, she had all the femininity in the world. But once we really got together and I gave her that ring, it just went out. It really caused a big thing in our marriage because I would get on her. I would say, hey, look, I'm paying the bills. Can I come home to a meal? Can I, come home to you not nagging me every day? And she would hear me, but she wasn't doing nothing to fix that or change that. Now, Charles, I'm 29. I'll be 30 February 2nd. She's 36. She's the same age as LeBron James. She was born in June of 1984. So she's about 36, 37, something like that. So she's older than me. So I was
Does she
getting
have
with
any
that,
children?
and
Does she have any children?
what ended up happening was I ended up cheating. I ain't gonna lie. I ended up cheating on her, and that whole situation just went down the drain. We filed for divorce, and I'm out of that situation now. I moved out. She's really hurting right now because I'm not helping her pay any of the bills. She's trying to do everything herself. She had to get a job, and Now she really hurt me. It's sad to say, but that's what it is. So I say all that to say this is that when that femininity is not there, when that submissiveness is not there, when it's warranted, I was paying the bills, I was taking care, I was treating her right. It's just everything could go down the drain in the marriage.
You know, on the surface, you made two major mistakes. One is, and no disrespect, but I think you moved for her, and you married someone who was older than you.
With you. Yeah, she should have moved with you.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Number one, the reason why a lot of brothers marry younger or close to their age is because those 5 years are different. Women tend to want men they can learn from who are older.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
No.
We hear you.
And once you got married, she can't live in the life of comfort anymore. She has to move with you. I understand we go for the journey, but the man goes on a journey to find a wife, and then he brings the wife home. That's why Black Yoda would say that's the two big mistakes. But I want you to finish that one, Black Yoda, because you want to roll.
No, I mean, I don't have to elaborate too much on what you said, because I think you made essentially the basic points. But you know, look, my view of women in general, in terms of my relationship with women, you have to be able to impose a degree of power over a woman, and to some degree a sense of fear. And I think when you move with her, you surrendered power. And I think it's more difficult for a woman to fear a man who is younger than she is. And by fear, I mean not just in terms of whether was a combination of physical imposition, as Charles alluded to. You're being older and thus presumed to be smarter, or knowing something that she doesn't know, respecting your position, and to some degree fearing your position just by virtue of you being older, having seen more of the world. So when you got with her and you had those two deficits going in, you almost, I mean, I've known several men who have moved with women for purposes of marriage or whatever, and in every instance that marriage failed, because that move in of itself is a major power move, is a major power positioning move that men surrender immediately going into that relationship, and it is going to impact her perception of you going forward from there. So I would never recommend that you move with or for a woman, and I would never at all recommend that you marry a woman who is older than you are.
A lot of these women like to take advantages of younger guys, because what happens is when you're a younger guy, you always feel as though, did you always have the sense of feeling like you always had to prove yourself?
Can you hear me, Charles?
Bill?
You can hear me?
I can hear you now.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I did, because it was always a situation where she was, and you know, looking back at it, she looked very feminine, but she was very masculine, because she was so used to taking care of herself. And as the previous gentleman stated, he's absolutely right. With me moving was a huge power move. With me moving over there with her, made a huge difference as well. And I did find myself always having to prove myself, like you're saying right now, Charles. It really was an uphill climb.
Especially when you never know what type of bill she's holding over there. And once again, if you being the man of the relationship, she got to come follow you. I always said this This is part of the. I'm glad you turned in because the problems of simping for free. If I prove to you that I'm mad enough to be your husband, you have to prove your devotion in being my wife.
Mm.
Do I need to say that again for the niggas in the back to hear me? If I prove that I'm masculine and mad enough to be your husband, you got to prove your devotion to being my wife. You're coming along with me because you're supposed to, by then, by proxy, by right and rule of marrying you, you should already know that I'm going to take care of you. See, a white girl would have her man fly her across the goddamn earth. But for some reason, I don't know, you can't trust these men. Nigga, you married them. I'm not going to prove myself to you. You know, there's plenty of times I've dated women and I said, appreciate you, Gino. What's up, nephew? Long time no see. Thanks for the cash app. See, a lot of times you got to realize, look, that thing you on right now, woman, is my back. Get the fuck off of it. If you don't appreciate me in my presence, guess what you normally do? You make people appreciate you in your absence. Okay?
If you don't
appreciate me in my presence, somebody got the YouTube. You don't let anybody make you feel less than what you are and what you're worth. I don't care if it's your wife. I don't care if it's your children. I don't care if it's your boss. It's number one, you shouldn't have to prove shit. You married the girl. And did she have children or was she no children?
She didn't have any. She didn't have any children. I don't know how I can pull up.
Are y'all still together?
Nah.
Divorce. How long ago y'all divorced? Sorry.
We divorced about. She filed in January, and it didn't go official until like last month. But
okay.
It's a situation where I would just go over there to pick up my mail because I still have mail going over there when I had moved out. So I would see her every now and then.
I'm gonna give you the best advice also too right now. Number one, acknowledge your part, what you did wrong also too, for self-accountability. See the difference between us men and a woman, when we take self-accountability for our part in the relationship, what went wrong, we move on more faster than they do. And everything. Because we acknowledge our wrong. That makes us stronger. Forget about what they did wrong and everything too. You already know that, but take part of what you did wrong so you can move on faster, so you can accept the truth. That's part of accepting the truth of what has happened and the reality truth of what it is. Two, take at least a monk mode for a while. At least like 30, 60, 90 days to rebuild yourself. Because one thing while people going into the red pill community and everything, they're going to go through different stages. You know, like they're all saying, like there's 5 stages of death. This is what you're going to go through. You're going to go through anger, confusion, sadness, all that stuff. And then you're going to go through the final stage, acceptance, and realize you've been seeing the light. But then the next step is how you going to take it. How you took everything that was happened to you and take it in with you and redirect that. Are you going to make it better and move on, learn different ways? Or are you going to be bitter and be more angry about it? And trust me, you don't want to be more angry about it. Don't even do that. But that's why you got to go into monk mode. But during that monk mode, you're going to rebuild yourself. You're going to, like you said, you got a business. You're going to focus more and more on your business now like crazy and stuff. You're going to go out, work out and everything. It's like Charles always tell you, work out. Get into fitness, work out. See that different changes in you and stuff like that. And then after that, you know what I'm saying? Just start dating for a while. Don't even get committed. Make them work for your last name. Make yourself seem like a celebrity and make them work for your last name. Because that's what a lot of women do, especially, you know what I'm saying? They'll treat a person that a celebrity crush way different than even their own husband. You got to treat yourself like a celebrity and realize, have them bow down to you. I don't mean to sound like that, but, it is what it is and stuff.
Yeah, and if it ain't junk mail, you need to contact all those people who are sending you mail and have them
Exactly. Have your mail
redirect
re-forwarded.
your mail.
Exactly.
You don't need to be encountering this woman any more than you're required to by law.
Exactly, because
So
that's going to be
definitely put
damage
together
too.
a list of all of your creditors, of whatever other people, significant people. If it's not important mail, then just don't really care. But if it's important mail, definitely contact all of those entities and be sure that they immediately change your mailing address, because you don't want to be encountering this woman. I mean, to me, you said something also that to me that is important, and that is she, although this is common, she, not you, initiated the divorce. So now, last thing you want to be doing is having to encounter a woman who got rid of you. So, bruh, you need to make sure you're not having to have any interaction with this female any more than you need to. Please stop going to this woman's apartment.
And then look at it this way too. You don't have no ties to her, period. Y'all don't have no kids together. So you better off with a lot of dudes who want to having a kid with this girl. And if she didn't say the divorce, she would have juiced you like crazy, gave you hell. If you know why she gave you hell without kids, being that y'all don't have kids, you don't even have to fully deal with her no more like that.
That's true. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because what's going to happen is you're going to go over to that apartment. There's going to be another nigga there.
Exactly.
You don't want to be doing that, bro. You don't want to be doing that to
That's
yourself.
another thing too.
It's too much
Or you're going to want to bring it back old times, and then God forbid you sleep with her, and boom, might be a oops baby behind that. Now you really stuck with her.
Hey, can I get a word in real quick?
Definitely.
Yes, sir. My advice to this brother here is I feel like Uru. You first you should have did your homework and had your name on something. That way you don't have to worry about leaving. She could leave, but then again, if it's going give you some peace, it's still good to leave. First of all, she may have seemed innocent, but she was one that was looking for control. She was the mother type. You're younger than her, and and I think you made a mistake by telling her she didn't have to work, because it was just it caused problems, and she didn't want to say it, but it did. And I just want to say, oh yeah, Charles, thank you for letting me up here. Really good show. I had a homeboy that every time he was always, I think he was afraid to live by himself. It seems like every time he moved somewhere, like, just be stable after being in a bad relationship with a woman, he would meet the woman in the same building where he lived, move out of his fucking apartment and move upstairs to the girl upstairs apartment, just crazy, man. And he pays all her bills, then turn around. If he's 5 minutes late, she cutting up his shit and bleaching it up and kicking him out. His name on nothing.
I'm going to tell you one thing about that. This is the reason why the subject matter is not simping for free. Okay? You must pay, somebody must pay you for your time. For example, before I got on light duty or COVID, whatever the fuck they got me under, if I wanted to work secondary, I didn't get out my bed unless it was $40 an hour. And sometimes you got to pay me cash. Most of the time you got to pay me cash. When one of these hot young rappers wanted a bodyguard, when they were having a homecoming for Bowie, like, dude, I know you're full of trouble. I need at least minimal $500-$600 a night. He said, bet. I give you $750. I said, you got yourself a bodyguard. You see how I value myself? That's how you should value yourself all the time. See, black men, two things about us. We don't have a glass floor and a glass ceiling. We either have the basement or we have the roof. Now, there are certain levels, okay, being married or being in any relationship. Would I expect my girlfriend or wife to nag? Sure, it's gonna come up. But do I expect that shit every day? Hell no.
Hey, or either they have one room inside the house. It's her house with her name on it, but you got the fucking man cave and a very small portion of the closet.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it like hell no. If like you think I'm gonna use my VA loan to buy this magical fucking castle in Avalon, and all I get is a goddamn basement? Fuck out of here. We're gonna be hanging up some of this $3,000 worth of fucking comic book art. Hell, it's probably worth more now because some of the goddamn artists are passed away or retired. See, you need to value yourself in the game. And that's one of the reasons why you don't simp for free. Give me a reason to put up with your shit at least. That's the one thing.
I like the way you stated that you because of your skill set, you charge what you want. I like that because a lot of, especially dudes that live down south, when they do bodyguard work, they would leave and do $15 an hour. You know, that ain't working.
Jeez, man, that's nothing. What the hell?
You telling me I'm bringing a gun and I'm legally authorized to carry a gun? Hell, I could dispatch people without using my weapon at all.
Yeah.
I'm bringing a lot of skill sets. Even the way I speak to people can diffuse a situation.
You're also risking yourself. You're risking your life. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies.
Hey, what's up, nephew?
Hey, Gino.
Gene, we got Gino, the magical Negro, right up here.
Gino, the mountain magical Negro, breaker of straps.
And then, see, you're risking your life. See, realize this, black man. We tend to work harder and longer than women, especially when they're pregnant or especially when they're in pain or hurt. Not saying we don't, but usually we'll fight through it for a minute. Then we might have to do it because we're just physically disabled at that point.
And when a child comes,
And when a child comes. So we're lessening our lifespan working harder and longer to please somebody who's not even happy with us. I'll be goddamn that I'm not going to be respected in my house.
I'm not happy.
Well, a lot of us ain't happy. Pick a number.
Amen.
Shit. I ain't happy when the Ravens lose. Shit, you don't hear me whining to you that much.
When you consider the fact that men in general work like 60, 70, 80-hour work weeks, hell, longer on average. Go ahead. Who's it talking?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, we work in more hazardous occupations. I mean, black men in general, especially, are your truck drivers, your tankers, and just men in general. Take the race out of it. I mean, men in general work in more dangerous occupations than women. So much for independent and equal, right? So, you know, I'll be damned if I sit here and I'm working 60, 70, even in my job as an accountant, and I'm doing accounting work and I do consulting work, I own a consulting firm, right? And so I do work on the side. I'm basically working two jobs right now. I'll be damned if I come home to some used up public property telling me I'm not happy. No. Oh, why? Why should you? And then you get taken down to the divorce court, you get divorced, raped. I'm going to use the Coach Greg Adams slang, so that way we won't get the channel taken down. You know, get divorced, get wrecked financially. You got to pay alimony so little loud pack can bang your chick in your house that you paid for. No. That's why I was in the comments saying, brothers, you know, we have to, as society is becoming more broker, as the economy is becoming more broker, and because we have the takeover of feminism for the past 6 decades, you're going to find men becoming more conservative. And part of that being more conservative is that a lot of brothers who, I don't like to use the term high value men because you have electricians and plumbers and police officers that make good money. You know, they went through vocational training or the academy or whatnot. And my father was an electrician and my father made 6 figures. So I don't like to use the term high value men. I like to use the term functional black man because you can be either vocationally trained or quote unquote educated with a degree. So I tell functional black men that
just to tell you, electricians, police officers, plumbers, police officers, they tend to be very high value because they make a lot of money and they have a lot of influence. But go ahead, finish.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I tell brothers, like, you deserve more. It's unfortunate because most of my brothers were born to single mothers. And that's not a disrespect to you, brothers. I did come from a two-parent household. But the thing with single motherhood, my brothers, is that you weren't trained or taught by a man to know how to value your time, because men will teach you how to value your time, to value yourself, and they will tell you to stay away from public property. Again, I got to watch my language because, YouTube strikes. So at the end of the
You
day,
see, well, once you put
But
that notice right there,
also, men tend to, like when men congregate, like earlier when I was on Rogers' channel, I was reupholstering a love seat that my daughter is moving out. She liked the design of this love seat, but she wanted it to look differently. She wanted this sort of denim, love seat, or that she had seen. So I just took a love seat that we already had, and I just replaced the upholstery on it.
Okay.
I'm an accountant. I'm a CPA. I'm whatever. But as I was describing earlier on Rogers' channel, I look for opportunities. I've always had a kind of I'll say it, jealousy towards men who did things with their hands for a living, because I'm a pencil neck geek.
Yeah, you and I are both accountants. Yeah, you're just a CPA.
Yeah. So I wanted to. I could have paid somebody to reupholster the thing. That wouldn't have been a big deal. But I wanted to do it myself, so I did it. So while we were on Rogers' channel early, I was finishing what I was doing with this love seat, and that's the thing about a man is, very often when we're with each other, like I remember my uncle bought a one of those original Corvette Stingrays, and we would have these great conversations. He sold the car eventually. He's still around. He's pushing 80, but he bought the Stingray back a few decades ago, and we would have these great conversations while we were working on that Stingray, right? I mean, it's a beautiful red and white. Oh, beautiful. Oh God, that was such a bit, man. I remember driving that car, man, and the women. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. But the men we would be working together, building things, working on plumbing, like I say, reupholstering furniture, working on cars, putting some tar on a roof, and we would be talking.
Yeah.
But we would be productive when we were with each other.
Right.
That's one of the things that I really enjoy when I'm in the presence of other men, that we are productive when we're together.
Yeah. And that's how it's supposed to be. That's how we used to the barbershop, matter of fact. That's kind of how we used to share information and share different skills in the skill pool. That's how you men sharpen each other normally. You see, we take the time to, sit in our communities and our groups or whatnot, and we communicate to improve our skill sets, whereas a lot of women waste time. They gossip. I mean, what productivity do you see out of a bunch of cackling hens gossiping about another dude or another woman? Well, you don't see any productivity. You don't. Which I'm not trying to sit here and say that women are inferior. No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that this society has been on a degenerated mind frame for the past 60 years. And a couple of my brothers in the occult have told me that we're in a period of what you would call goddess worship. And when society starts turning into goddess worship, they end up going downhill. It's wild. Where you can
praise me for being mediocre. That's all I hear. I just graduated from hair grooming school. Okay. I mean, congratulations. I am woman. Hear me roar. All I hear is meows.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think women, even in the field, are any of them softened at all in the law enforcement field? I mean, I really ran into a whole lot that were hard, but when you saw them out of uniform, they would get soft.
You really want me to answer that truthfully? Okay, I'll do it anyway. You know me, I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you one crazy thing about a lot of women in police and military work. They carry this hard persona because of one thing, and it's not really the gun they hold. It's because of the men that backs them up. Okay, let's keep that shit. Let's keep that shit straight up and down. If it wasn't for the men that backed them up, a lot of these bras would take these jobs.
That's true. Proxy violence.
Do you have some females who can hold their own? Yes, very few.
And it's also because they feel that they gonna get paid the same. Like you said, men do more work than women because when things happen, and if it's a really tough scene, she's over in the corner.
Like you had one of my, for all intents and purposes, ex, she who will not be named. She complained about that, women got it so bad in the police department. One time I said, motherfucker, when? Look at your best friend, because she's prettier than most of the women in the department. Do she get away with it? And even she had to back down and say, yeah. And do you benefit from proxy? Yeah. So shut the fuck up. Y'all get away with murder.
Which, by the way, that's not equality, that's preference. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's called nepotism. But yet, you want to talk to me about how unfair shit is. Is it fair that we're supposed to get the same? You don't do the same amount of push-ups in the academy?
Nope. Just like
they want me to clear out a whole post. If it's 20 niggas, I should be able to do it by my goddamn self.
The Army is the same way. Back when I got out in 07 before they started with the new PT test, but the old PT test, the men had to do a certain amount of push-ups in sit-ups and 2-mile run, but the women had to do far less. They could have a longer 2-mile run time and whatnot.
If you really think about it, you could walk it.
Yeah, you can. If you're a 21-year-old man and you're fit, 18 years old and you're fit, you can walk the damn PT test and pass if you were great on the woman's standard, which, it goes back to the point. Another thing I want to bring up real quick is, folks are talking about the right to vote. There's a podcaster. I'll cite my source, Coach Greg Adams. I made up a great point. Women fought for the right to vote, but they didn't fight for the right to register for the selective service mandatorily at 18.
No. I love you, Gino, but I gotta debunk your shit.
Go ahead.
Women ain't fight for shit. They whine for the right to vote.
Yeah.
See,
they didn't fight for anything.
It's like what I told Cerulean yesterday. And Gino, you missed a good one. Ask Black Guru, aka Black Yoda. You missed a good debate. Damn good debate.
I just like to watch it. Cerulean again.
It was me and Cerulean going at it. And even he had to laugh because I caught him on his shit. Yeah. But he's still my brother.
How did you do that? He always floods you with information. Bullshit information. Why did you do that?
No, he has factual information, but I listen to comprehend very well. And you cannot see this whole week, and Black Uber, Chaos, and a lot of the fellas on the panel will tell you, I had a whole week literally of people debating me about holding women accountable. The whole week. Am I lying? The entire week. And
it's been like King of the Hill.
It's King of the Hill.
Or the one. The end of the one.
it's like the goddamn Royal Rumble of debating. And this is the point that I say. Women never fought the right to vote. No. Think about it. White women thought that black men, like I told him, he was like, well, women were subjugated under black. I said, when the fuck were black women subjugated under us?
Correct.
Even as slaves, we were all subjugated under the slave master. I said, as a matter of fact, the reason why we were freed is because we picked up rifles and arms in the fucking Civil War.
That's correct.
So we literally fought for the right to vote. They fought for the right to whine to vote.
Yeah. Look, let me tell you, there is no United States of America without black men. There is none. Because the South was kicking the North's ass.
Yep, that's correct.
If you ever get a chance, if you're ever in Illinois and in Springfield, Illinois, that's the capital of the state of Illinois,
Yeah, I've been there before.
And visit the Abraham Lincoln Museum.
Okay.
It will show you the number of deaths that occur. You know, well over twice as many Northern soldiers were killed in the Civil War than Southern soldiers. The South was kicking, and the South was winning largely because the North was the aggressor, and so they were going into places, and the South was laying for that ass.
Yeah,
and they were wiping them out. Had black men not entered that war, this would not be the United States of America. This would be two different countries.
Yeah, it would be.
And I'm gonna tell you what. And he said, "Well, the women were subjugated and they just got their power." I said, "See, that's that fucking shit again." I said, "I love you, but I'm gonna debunk your shit."
Yeah.
I don't care if Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. Yes, my middle name is Lawrence. Thank you. It's lovely. Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. one day woke up and y'all voted me as president of the United States. Can I use the excuse that, oh, this power that I'm wielding now, it's new? Or do you expect me to do a half fucking decent job?
A half decent job.
At least.
Right.
I want to work. I want food on my table. I want a roof over my head. I want my streets relatively clean. Can you do that for a nation of niggas? So, if I go by what Cerulean was trying to argue, I don't treat women like children.
Oh.
And see, that's the part that a lot of black men have a lot of follies in. When you treat women like children, you tend not to hold them accountable.
Correct.
But here's the problem. It's not the treating the women like children that's the problem. The problem is not having power over those children.
That's correct.
You know, look, if I treat a woman like a child, but I can control what the hell she does, then I might be able to make that work. But the problem is you're treating a woman like a child, but she has more actual legal rights than your ass has. That's insane.
And then here's the crazy part. You have this power, and you know what's going on. You want black men to fight white supremacy. Why aren't you training them? Then he said, well, look at what's going on. You having more black women are going to be majority in the U.S. military and the army. I said, but what, you want to know that? Why are they raised in the same fucking households, and why are we coming up with two totally different outcomes?
Single motherhood. There you go. But you know, his talking point is that it's always black men's fault. Like he literally had.
I told him. I said, black men. I said, well, he made it an argument about black men fucking, and I said, okay, I'm gonna beat you on this one.
Uh-oh.
We'll take fucking out of this. What about the motherfucking boys they birth?
Whoa, deep. Yeah.
I said, so it's not about, I said, no, we're going to answer the question the way it was presented. What about the boys they birth? You can't, I said, if you tell me that the boys you birth, you don't value the same way you value the girls, then you're full of shit. I said, so yes, I'm going to blame the women. Fuck, I don't have to touch anybody. None of the black men have to touch anybody. Please explain to me the black boys and the black men you gave birth to and why they're failing.
Well, they asked.
You know why I would absolve this is the circumstances where I would absolve black women of responsibility. That child is born, give that boy to his father. Then I would absolve the women of responsibility.
But they'll never do that because they view him as a commodity, and you know that.
Unless they're going to give that son to the father, then I'm going to make them responsible for that son.
Exactly.
So pick your choice. I will absolve you of responsibility if you give the boy to his father.
Hold up.
Black Hero, I agree with you, but yet
somebody needs to cut off that YouTube feed.
Hey, L, turn off.
Somebody got their YouTube feed on. If you're gonna talk, you gotta cut your YouTube off.
I just say respect your mother, but come with pops so I can teach you some things.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you what it is. Number one, if 75% of the children are with the father, three quarters of that whole pie, how the fuck can you blame the 25%?
Right. Yeah.
By logic. I said, but yet here's another factor, right? And this is what I use for any fembot or femnazi who want to come up here, or any super simp, which I had a couple of them this week. If you really think about it, who gets to pick who's a father?
Yeah.
If you notice that being a single mother, it's the same shit I give with drugs. We've seen crackheads since the fucking 80s, correct?
Yes, sir.
We've seen what? Heroin since at least the 50s or 60s. Opiates have been around for thousands of years.
Oh, yeah.
When you see a fucking crackhead and you like, yo, who makes a conscious decision to say, you know what? I want to be just like that. I want to look like I just rolled out of a garbage pen and fuck my life up and weigh about 98 pounds soaking wet. And I want a fucking raggedy sock to be my belt. And lesions all over my face. I want that. So you're telling me all these women are struggling, which is the song and dance for a lot of heifers.
Yep.
What these Jezebel
there you go.
spiritual beings, and you choose to be a mother, singularity, right?
Yep.
Singular. So you put yourself in a system and in a situation that's been heavily debated and acknowledged and researched. Kiss my ass if I'm gonna feel sorry for you.
Demonized. And see, one thing about Cerulean is he'll take factual information and correlate it with bullshit. Like, for example, he'll use E. Franklin Frazier and some other high-profile buck dancers as proxies for all black men. And I have a problem with that. Well, it's all your fault because E. Franklin Frazier sold us out. Like, no, nigga. No. Stop. So, like, it's bullshit.
I'm gonna tell you, Gino, and Black Guru and fellas. Black women ain't had to take shit from the government. You notice that? There were women who literally starved, who would rather starve in this country than to take anything from the government.
Yeah, that's true.
Trail of Tears, anyone?
It's true.
First and foremost, let's talk about the loyalty. You don't want a man to rule over you because you have this Amazonian fucking energy. We protect black men.
That's not true.
You never protected us. You sold us out plenty of times historically.
And you don't want us to tell the child what to do either.
If you protected black men, you would be marrying men before you had sons. I don't want to hear that shit.
You be married. You marry before you carry, man. See, the problem is this: you're not designed to protect men.
No.
That's biologically impossible. We are given fucking 50% more fucking muscle on average. You're not talking about these fucking motherfuckers that look like they swallowed the super soldier serum with some Kryptonian cells every time they step out in the fucking sunlight. You're talking about taking men from their roles. We protected you. How? By yelling at police who don't see you as a threat? Let that black man do it. That white guy's going to be shook and he's going to be trying to arrest him.
Yeah.
Y'all doing it because you know nothing's going to happen to you.
Yeah. And plus they want cash and prizes.
Oh, man, I seen a video where the police tried to fucking arrest this guy inside of Walmart. He was white, and the white boy was screaming in his face. He should have been took that motherfucker down and arrested him.
I would have told you what happened to Officer Faulkner, but the last time I did.
Crazy.
It was so funny. I seen a video with this young boy stopped ran the stop sign and went to parked in front of his house. Police came and stopped him, lady officer, and the lady told him to stay in the car and everything, doing her job because he ran the stop sign. He happened to be parked in front of his house.
And that was his mother. Here comes, and the mother had a gun on her.
You saw that video, right?
I saw that video.
ran
A
that whole
colleague of
situation. My mom was like, "Yo, why is the father letting the mother do all this shit? Like, he should have handled it."
because you know who runs the house.
Exactly.
Because number one, you're making the situation much bigger than what the fuck it is.
Yep.
And I would have told her, ma'am, go in your house. Because what's going to happen is you're giving your son bad information. You're giving him illegal information because guess what? You or he is on video of seeing passing a red stop sign or a red light, making a legal and valid traffic violation. So unless you want to be arrested, and because right now you're actually hindering a police investigation, which is an arrestable offense.
Yeah.
Please go on your property.
Exactly.
I don't need to go anywhere. Lock her ass up. See, the problem of it is I can't wait till I'm a sergeant because guess what? Okay, ma'am, I'm not giving you any more warnings. Go home.
Yeah.
We have this. Treat your son like a fucking adult.
Or she needed to just shut up. That's all she needed to do.
Yeah,
Because what would have happened? I've actually had situations where I was like, okay, ma'am, I'm gonna lock you up. Now you're hindering. I told you to back away. You keep pushing into me. No. Go. No. Give me a wagon. Get the fuck out.
Isn't that obstruction of justice?
Hindrance of a police investigation. Obstruction of justice is the common term.
Oh,
interfering with an
That's what I'm saying. I
investigation.
blame the husband for that because he should have handled that. He should have told.
But this is what you
get
have.
in your house and everything. Let me handle that. Why don't you just sit in the background, just record, but don't say nothing. Let me handle it in the calm manner how us men supposed to handle it. Son,
because a
just
lot
go in
of
the
men,
car and do what she
because
said.
a lot of men are scared to tell women, shut the fuck up.
Bingo.
You know your place. Yep.
Even with my ex, sometimes we'll talk, and she was talking about she had to go from Baltimore to Aberdeen, and I was like, wow, well, maybe they said it wasn't heavy. I said, that's weird because I ordered, and she said she had a box of wine, 12 bottles that she was giving out for gifts. And I was like, oh, that's weird. They carry much heavier shit than that. Well, it's not a contest. I said, well, we're having a conversation, right? She's like, right. I'm not fucking trying to have a contest. I'm fucking trying to explain to you that I'm fucking empathetic to your situation, but I'm not fucking understanding why they can't do that, but they give me a whole bench set and weights that they carry. You know what happened? We went back to that conversation and I was never questioned again. I don't get a lot of modern men who still date women and are afraid to tell them to shut the fuck up sometimes. Sometimes being a man means you gotta be a little fucking rude.
I wanted to ask a question. I remember a little bit earlier, Gino said something about he don't like to use the word high value man. You know, it doesn't mean, you know, because you look good or because you work out. You know, there's value to you, period. You know, when you are above the average man when it comes to pay, your way of thinking, the way you speak, you know, everything. It's more than just the looks. Because I'm going to tell you, one of the guys who was a criminal, Jeremy Meeks, he wasn't, even though he's a fairly nice looking guy, he didn't even know that he had the looks to be a model. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, trust me, I know the term. It's just it's been popularized by certain of the agendas. It's really more of a semantical argument. I avoid the term high value man. I like to just say that, you know, because I mean, I'm an accountant, so trust me, I know about men and our value, and our value is more so in our skill set than our looks. Looks, you know, we value looks. That's hypogamy. Men are hypogamous.
And believe it or not, they say that men don't rate their looks. They do it all day in the gym, you know, and they do it to other men as well. Believe it or not, they do. And I think Kevin said he was going to end up doing a rating system for men, which I don't think he's qualified to do that, you know, but hey, he's going to do it.
I mean, my whole thing with, you know, women are hypergamous.
I know.
So they'll date and marry up men that they can't afford to lose. Like, for example, like Bill Gates or some of these other billionaires or whatnot, that those are high value dudes, right? Whereas a value to a man and a woman, like men are naturally hypogamous in that we'll deal with a woman that looks good but don't come from nothing, because that's what we value. We value looks. We don't value degrees, all this other goofy shit these chicks say that we should value. I actually had this argument with my sister the other day. I have my oldest sister. She's 45. I'm 30. She's 47. I mean, and she had an issue with me because I told her that I don't date or marry women that have a whole bunch of degrees or that are past the age of 25 and all this and all that. And she was telling me that my views are offensive and abusive. And I said, but I'm not trying to bait you.
But you find some of the most beautifulest women, man, that can't keep a husband. And Evelyn Lozada from Basketball Wives is one of them.
Yeah, but she's whole property.
I'll explain this. Go ahead. You're finished, and I'm gonna go after you.
I'm sorry. No, a woman. I see a high value woman is a virgin. That's actually the minimum for a woman in regards to value. So I'll get to that a little bit later. I'll let Uncle Chuck go ahead.
Number one, a woman. This is what a lot of men and a lot of people confuse. There's nothing wrong with saying the term high value men. Are all men created equal? No, neither are women. I mean, even the Justice League have a hierarchy, so does the Avengers. Last time I checked, when you look at the Justice League, you look at the Avengers. If you need help with something and you're one of the Avengers, you're calling Thor. Okay? Well, your superhero needs a superhero. If you're in the Justice League, why do you niggas got Superman on speed dial? You know, that planet moving motherfucker with his hands? Yeah, we need him. That nigga Darkseid invading again. All right, we got you, bro. Motherfuckers have a hierarchy. Yes, it is. Like a lot of people get mad about it because guess what? Hierarchies change daily. Yeah. Sometimes yearly.
Yeah.
So when you look at it, women are judged on their beauty, their fertility, their chastity, and also their loyalty and supportiveness and their submission.
I mean,
so if you're young, untouched, beautiful, submissive, supportive, and inspirational, you're highly sought after. That's why you think, guess what? You have many beautiful women, but you can be a beautiful woman, but when you slept with the entire Ravens football team, you're not gonna be valued very highly.
She's a slut.
Yeah, they're looking at that. That's a living public toilet, so I don't even deal with it.
Yeah, so just like if you can be beautiful and have chastity, but you cannot bear children, your value goes down.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You speaking of Evelyn?
Yeah, you can be supportive, feminine, inspirational, but if you weigh Brittany Cooper's weight, your value's gonna go straight down. Because remember, racism makes you fat again.
No, I had to think like, who's Brittany Cooper?
So when you have men, see, in a woman's mind, she thinks 6-figure niggas are out there like rainwater.
No.
Just get a bucket and collect them.
No.
She thinks, and this is black men we're judging from.
But what's funny with the 6-figure scale is that a lot of 6-figure dudes, black men don't look like the man they want to have, right? Like, for example, I make 6 figures, like in my industry. On top of that, I run a second business, so I legitimately make 6 figures. And I've made 6 figures for the past 4 or 5 years. I do not look like Chris Brown. Okay.
So, man, fuck a Chris Brown.
I feel that, bro. I feel that because,
fuck a Chris Brown. I'm still sexy.
I've made not too many black men can say that they touched $1 million in their lifetime. I have. I'm not going to lie.
I touched $1 million in drug money, but I had to give it back. I had to give this shit back. I had to give it right back.
Yeah, but I feel you're not really high valued if you don't know, if you didn't have the fucking skill set to maintain that money properly. Because a lot of us don't. I mean, and that's with education. And you don't have to be on drugs, drinking, smoking, or any of that. You can have addictions in other ways and still lose all your money.
And then not only that, like there's other factors also too. Not only you make 6 figures, but there's a difference between you making 6 figures and a loner versus a guy that makes six figures and he knows how to network with other people that make six figures like he does. Now
And
you have
that's
an
the point.
empire right there.
And that's
a
the
fact.
point of the, and that's the cardinal sin of the black man. You've never been taught to network.
That's true.
Okay, because how the hell, like on these channels, the black manosphere is actually much more versed and diverse in careers and training and education than even the white manosphere.
That's actually true.
And there's almost no question that can't be fucking answered without somebody being touched.
Yeah.
Fucking, you don't even need 5 or 6 degrees of separation. It's probably just 2.
Yeah, over here.
Brother Ray said something here where he said, men rating their value according to other men isn't manly at all. I have to disagree.
That's disagree. That's how you know. See,
I have to disagree. Reason why I disagree is because men don't do it publicly, but they do it under their fucking throat, under their voices, under their breath. Because you see it in the gym, you see it in the barbershop. You and to me, a high value man isn't just about the fucking looks. I ain't no bad looking man myself. I can get any woman, but it ain't just about that.
It's definitely not about the looks. Like when I think when
they
women
don't
think
hurt
about
now.
that,
They don't.
yeah, of
Let's
course.
not be shit. They don't hurt
Yeah,
now.
that's a bonus. That's like the icing on the cake.
Hold
But
up.
you know,
Brittany.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy.
Well,
I drive all the girls. Wow, let me stop before I go through the whole song.
Men do it to each other too, just like women do it to other women, and I see that shit all the time.
Men do it openly.
I wanted to let the lady speak first, and then I want to go after her.
I'm gonna just say this before Brittany. Men judge each other, and we confirm if you're in the group or not openly. What the hell kind of somebody about to play some really slow love songs from the 70s?
So like an enemy.
You're about to hear some real. I'm about to hear some real shit. HBK. Yeah, don't make me go through the whole song. I'm just a sexy boy. Let me stop. But anyway, men openly confirm if you're part of the group or not. Men will openly say if they're high tier in a certain area or not.
Yeah.
For example, when I wrestled, guess what? When I won the tournament, I stood at the top of the podium. You openly said that you're the best motherfucker we got. So there's some guys who are going to be fitter. Some guys are going to be faster. There's some guys who are going to be so goddamn smooth with women that you can slide baby ass off of that ice cube. Okay? There are some guys who are just going to outrank, and we will openly say it. Like, guess what? Idris Elba and Henry Cavill walk into a goddamn pub. For the average guy, them bitches ain't looking at you. What you do is you go outside and you wait for the bitches who they didn't take home. You be like, oh, you didn't get picked. Come on, let's talk about it. Here, take one more sip though. Come on. But we actually talk about it openly. But go ahead, Brittany.
I forgot what the question was. I'm sorry.
No, it was about other men rating other men.
Oh, what do I think about it? Of course, I feel like men do it, but maybe not in the same way that a woman would do for other women. Yes, men may rate other men according to their social and economic status. And I also think too, just by like how the man is physically built, because I think it was Black Uru, you mentioned just the idea of kind of liking to do something with their hands.
You know how to make a man feel good about himself. Thank you for Let me stop. Keep going.
This is how I think men rate other men. You know, how if they're able to actually do things and build things with their hands, if they do have muscles, exercise well, bench press several hundred pounds, that kind of thing. I think those are the type of men that other men may aspire to. And even those who are able and capable of doing maybe more of those hazardous types of jobs, I think it might show a type of maybe a mindset or a type of capability that may make other men slightly jealous. Now, nothing too crazy, obviously, But yeah, I think that's maybe how men may rate others.
Well, I
I
think
think this is a bizarre. I think it's a bizarre notion that, of course, we rate each other.
Yeah.
Of course, we
Mhm.
compare each other.
The military
Who's the
has rated.
fastest? Who
Yeah.
has the
Right.
best bench press? Who has the best 3-point shot? You know, we compare and rate and compete at any and all levels, and
We
that's a good
compete.
thing.
I
We
That's
mean,
compete mostly.
manhood.
We compete mostly on a physical level. Hell, we compete on the intellectual level.
I
See,
And
also
we
think
compete
that
on a financial level, and that's
yes,
a
we
good
do.
thing.
hold
It's
on.
a
Like,
I
good
think
thing.
in the words of Ted DiBiase, shit, some niggas stand on their wallet, they about 8 feet tall.
Well, one point I want to make is that ranking and hierarchies is a very masculine thing. I mean, that's why you have the military. That's why you have officers, sergeants, privates, and whatnot. That's a rating system in professional parlance. Hell, corporations were built like that. In accounting, as my fellow accountant would tell you,
and
that's
I
why
also think it's
they
about
have a system.
generation too. It's generational because today, like millennials and millennials, they will rate you according to your shoes. You
Yeah,
know, if you got on a fresh pair of Jordans, they
yeah.
know you got their bread. You know, or
Let me put it to you this way. We did that since the early 1900s. You
Yeah,
know why? It's part of our culture.
well,
How you can judge a man from his wealth is a good pair of shoes. See the difference. See the difference. We actually equated the tennis shoes. I could go down there to my man's and get me some fucking ostrich or some fucking now later gators and get some fucking $400 shoes. And guess what? Of course, the guy who wears the Jordans, even though I do own Jordans, he's not gonna understand because he's in a different class.
yeah, that's some grown
Well,
man shit.
when I was coming up in the 70s, you weren't righteous if you didn't have no Chuck Taylors, the Dr. J's. I mean,
Of
this ain't
course,
new.
this ain't
This
new.
ain't
This
new at
is
all.
because when you're talking about the early 1900s, where some motherfuckers were actually barefoot and to get two straps of leather and literally tie it together, and you can afford shoes. Guess what? You can do this all day.
That's kind of why I have
Woo!
that's kind of why I have an issue with the whole why I kind of shy away from high value men because I tell brothers like Anger Man said it best. If you make north of $50,000 a year as a black man, you're high value because the average black man makes 30 grand a year in this country.
But the problem is this: a lot of people get upset, and we're always going to make some distinguished remarks about each other.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that you're not a good person or a good provider, or you don't have. See, men have a tendency to make everything a dick measuring contest. Hey, your red jacket ain't red enough. God damn.
Yo, Jordans is fake.
Well, why your Jordans doing a layup instead of a dunk?
Man, they got a wave contest.
Look, honestly, I view all that high value man talk to be some issue to poke the hypergamous instincts of females. I don't. And look, I'm not saying that you know brothers shouldn't aspire to do well financially and to network and even to style themselves a certain way. I don't have any issue with that at all.
Yeah.
But what Kevin Samuels is doing, I see that to be less about black men and more about black women. Frankly.
Yeah. Well, you gotta think about it. He knows his audience. I mean, think about it. I'll bring up this character right now. Literally. You got literally Prince Adam. He's literally Prince of a goddamn planet. You talk about getting the lucky stick. Fuck that. You literally are the heir apparent to a fucking planet. Think about that. Can you actually think about that concept? Nigga, I rule where you step. Hey, you got a boat? Give me that tax for sailing my waters. Then, just so happens, on your 16th birthday, you lock up and you get this fucking sword. Cool ass indestructible sword. You chant some magical bullshit in the air, and you literally become the most powerful man in the universe. That's just, some people just got it. And I remember me and Obsidian had a huge debate about this. He didn't like the term that I said some people had the genetic jackpot.
Yep.
Nigga, it's true.
It is true.
I mean, look at LeBron James.
Yep.
He's built for basketball. You look at Jordan Burroughs. Look it up. Well, if you don't know who Jordan Burroughs is, probably for the last decade the #1 wrestler pound for pound on the planet. Okay, you got a gold medal and about 3 world titles. So he's like a 4 or 5 time. No, he has 2 bronze, 4 worlds, 1 gold, 1 Olympic gold. So he's got 5 world titles altogether because an Olympic title was considered a world title as well. So he's built for wrestling. I met him. Like 5'8", 165 pounds of fucking muscle. You couldn't even pinch fat with a goddamn tweezer off this motherfucker. Imagine somebody 5'8", 160 pounds can rip a phone book in half with his bare hands.
Can't underestimate that.
Huh?
I said, yeah, you can't underestimate that, you know.
And so you got to understand something. The term high value depends on your local vicinity. High value for a hood chick is going to be a thug. You know why? Where the fuck does she live?
It's true, the dope boy. You're right.
She's scared walking the same damn streets we are. Well, I better use this body to get the best protection I can. Hey, Day, you still got that gun? Yeah. Still got that 8-ball? Yep. Let's make it. When you looking at the college chick, who's the most high value guy on campus? Student body president, captain of the football team. Those are usually the two of the most. They're usually the two who's slaying chicks on this campus.
Good point, man. Real good point.
And even the teachers, the professors.
Well, she ain't high value. She's doing the teachers and professors too. Or
I'm
an
talking
opportunist.
about this male student fucking professor.
Yeah, some of them are.
Like that dude in power and shit.
Yeah. So you got to think about it. When you're in corporate America, who is she trying to fuck? She's trying to fuck the senior VP.
The dude that got the name on the door.
Mm-hmm. The name of this building, shit. We got to call this Faulkner and Associates, bitch. Like, dude, I don't think you're that high valued. Shit, get the fuck out of my building.
You know, when I think of women like that, I think of Robin Givens or fucking Kerry Washington. Although Kerry is not like that, it's just on TV.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then you got to think about it. What Kevin is doing, shout out to Rick Rude, is giving these bitches the rude awakening. I wish I had a gift for that one, but shit, I will find it. And what's going on is that you're opening the eyes that a lot of these chicks who even have degrees, you find out they're not even that cultured. Say, I bet you I could put, Black Yoda out there in the streets and he'll still survive and he'll know the lingo. You're going to have the young boys calling him OG. Is he going to get offended? No, because he earned that status. See, when you too cultured, you think when young boys out there in the street call you OG, that's a term of endearment and respect, that they respect your age and that, guess what? You might know something we don't because you made it this far.
You know, I had to learn that out here in California because I had some say, "Hey, OG," I'm like, "Damn, bro, you 25 and you look 50, and I'm not even there myself."
Yeah, think about it. There's guys who like my boy Josh and him and Chad. They were like, "Yo," they like, "Yeah, we about to turn 30 this year." I said, "God damn, boy, I'm closing in on 40." They were like, "You're almost 40. Like, you look younger than us." It's like, shut up.
My nephew, 20 years old, and me and you the same age, and he looked older than me.
Sheesh. And you wonder why I talk about being, before you can even say, and Gino and you and Uber will attest, and even Brittany, a lot of brothers need to worry about being multifaceted way before being high value. You got to be able to see a black man who can go through many different levels and cultures is a very valuable black man. Okay? I can have my ear to the streets and my eyes to the skyscrapers too. I can easily put on a 3-piece suit, and I can easily put my cut off jeans and my Jordans.
You know, I had to learn something, man, when I pledged in college, for my fraternity.
Mm-hmm.
That because I'm a medium brown to darker skin brother. I'm Nigerian and Dominican, and
Oh,
back
so
in
you
the day,
black? So you black?
I'm black. No, not black. No, no, no. But I'm okay with that. I'm
But
okay.
you gotta love it. Shit,
I'm
put
okay.
your fist in the air with that one.
I love it. But the thing is, I was married in college, and I didn't go to my fraternity. Hey, I want to be blah blah blah. They came to me because I was a little bit ahead of my years. I didn't stay on campus. I already had my own place. I was married. And I wasn't the teenage giggly type. So the thing I'm saying this because um,
I'm glad you said that. Sorry for interrupting you.
even
Sorry for interrupting you. I wanted to say this.
Mhm.
That's part of the group of men accepting you in their group and saying you're one of us.
Yes, sir. And they knew who to play with. They knew who not to play with. I can give you a look. Hey, motherfucker, don't play. However, they looked up to me because they like, damn, man, I want to be like him. I want to. How did he get that record deal? How did he do this? How he do that? And what I want for myself is what I want for my brothers. But at the same time, I had heard this thing where they say, hey, man, in order for you to pledge, you need to be light skinned. You know, and that's why when I say the rating system, it's even in fraternities. But it's crazy even on the man side. They talk about the kappas, they talk about the qs, they talk about us, the alphas. But I believe it or not, high value to me is how you carry yourself as a man, your character, what you stand for, what you have to offer.
Of
That's it.
course, that's part of it. Yes, it is. It's part of it because you got to remember, high value in certain areas are going to be different than others. To the six-figure guys, to the guys who are making 100,000, quarter of a million, half a million, a million, it's going to be different. Am I going to be invited in anybody's yacht club? Probably not anytime soon. But am I going to be invited to? Am I going to be invited to the cigar lounge with a bottle of fine XO cognac? Hell yeah! And see, we need to actually start telling brothers and some sisters, be comfortable in your own skin and improve upon it from there.
Start
You
living.
yes. Don't. Oh, he said, "Which fraternity are you a part of?"
My frat right down there, he'll tell you.
Alpha. And it's funny because when it's just like being part of the military, which I like to call one of the biggest fraternities ever. One of you just by looking at him. You were in the military, weren't you? Yep. How could you tell? It's just a demeanor. It's just the way you walk and the way you talk. And a
And
lot of different.
I grew up in a military. My dad was Marine. My brother was a Marine. My brother is a retired police officer in DeKalb County in Atlanta. And we grew up all like that. I didn't go in the military. I went straight to college.
Mm-hmm.
So, it was always me being around that environment. I thought I was going to be a teacher. Then I got out of that because mom was a teacher. And then I went straight into what my dad and my brother had done.
Mm-hmm.
And I found myself going to school, for criminology.
Mm-hmm. And once you go to school for that, even though you have a whole shitload of psychology classes, you really almost you should really come out with a minor in psychology if you're doing criminal justice or criminology.
I think I want to do some counseling now, man. Life coaching and counseling for men, because there's some things we need to know at a very we need to know at a very early age, early on. And half of the men that didn't grow up with fathers, I'm not going to crucify them for not. It's all about what they learned. If we say, because some of the guys today, even while extremely masculine, they got the feminine traits. They got that.
Yes.
They don't know how to be a man. Being a man should come natural for some of us. And it's not about how feminine you are, but the feminine things that women do, they doing, the feminine traits in their feelings, even you see it in the rap, the getting on drugs and all that. You're not a strong man.
Yeah, you got to think about it. And we have a teacher right now who'll probably tell you, see, being a man is natural, but you're being shamed into being masculine. You're being shamed to exude your power. You know, you can't be Prince Adam and wave your sword in the air and say, by the power of Grayskull. You're supposed to be like fucking Cringer, a big ass green tiger. Like, number one, you're fucking you're rare. You're rare. You're a green tiger and you're scared of everything. Last time I checked, tigers are solitary hunters that rule hundreds of thousands of fucking of miles. So
We're different men from awkward stages in life, and it's not the super feminine guys who are the stereotypes. You know, and it's different. Like Truth, that normally comes on the panel on the Roger Report. He states he talk about that all the time. You know, so you're right, and a lot of people would think that speaking proper English is feminine. You know, which is stupid. Some dudes think they washing their ass is feminine. You know, it's just crazy.
Oh my god, if you think washing your ass is feminine, then I'm Lucille Ball, motherfucker. Shit. God damn, I've been around places where shit, like I can stand being a week without a bath. Okay, I had to do it for the army. You out there in the field, but guess what? Sometimes you got to sneak a wet wipe or two and go underneath your arms and your crotch, you know? Because god damn it, when you take off them clothes, you can't stand the smell of yourself. Balls be smelling like god damn.
Damn, if he smelling like he real nasty.
Like shit, and that's after you're wiping down, because guess what? Hell, at least I'm one of the few who actually had the audacity to take a shower. That motherfucker smell like stagnant water down a pond's ass.
You know, I think all these things in the manosphere is very important because you got a lot of younger dudes who don't know nothing about any of that. The kind of products they need in their house to, you know, from having clean towels in your house. You know, some motherfuckers have towels in their house that they've been washing up with and wiping off with for 30 and 40 days. That could cause staph infection.
Yeah, and never wash them. And it's funny because that's the importance of balance. Like your mama was the one who showed you how to be clean, even though so was your daddy. And your mom would be like, hey, I bought some new towels for you. You know, your old towels are getting old. Before it happened. And it's like, what you're gonna get is like, you gotta be the type of woman that always has your man's back. You gotta be the type of man that always has your woman's back. There's certain things that I really do believe we need a boot camp for young black men, because a lot of these black men are not treated like human beings. They're not treated like they're valued. That's why it will be important for, you know, like teachers like a Brittany, she's not old. She's only, 29, 30. And she's still young enough to relate to them, but she's old enough to be respected.
You know, I'm 60 years old. It's funny. I'm 60. I'll be 60 years old, and I never in my life purchased towels. Not you guys are mentioning it. In between my mother, you know, even when I moved out, that was like one of the first things she bought me were towels. And then, of course, after I got married, so as you guys were mentioning the towel things, I was thinking like, damn, I've never purchased towels.
It's funny because I remember. I'll tell you this funny quick story. Like you said, you never really purchase shit while you're a teenager. You never really purchase shit like towels and stuff. And as soon as you get down to Fort Benning, Georgia, you go to the goddamn PX. They pay you and give you this card, which is like an advance on your check. You have to buy the towels, the washcloths, all your toiletries, all your shit. You're like, and then we all looking at each other like, motherfucker, that's the first time we ever bought towels. Like, man, and this one kid, he was really sheltered, as you could say. This motherfucker didn't even buy his own deodorant. He
Because
didn't know
his
how to
mama
do
did everything for him as a kid. You know that.
Exactly. And it was just funny as shit to see all these teenage boys taken from the bosoms of their mothers and fathers, face the fucking look at the world now, and now half you niggas ain't even buy your own damn lotion to put on your old ashy ass.
But
Ain't
you know
that a
what?
bitch?
But you know what though? We can't look at it as a bad thing because that's what the mother was for in the household while the father was out there working. You know what I'm saying? So if you find women don't even know how to damn wash clothes today, don't even know how to cook. You know.
See, this is how you know men are great. I want y'all to take this trip with me real quick, okay? Men are so great. We took away all the women's complaints. Because, you know, when we used to work, you know, back in the day, we used to equally work. Women used to work just as hard equally in the house. Did you see? You had to go out front or go out back and wash clothes by hand. And then wring them out over this goddamn wringer. That's why your grandmother had the fucking forearms of Popeye. She wringing shit. Washing dishes by hand. Sometimes, depending on the house, she had to start a fucking fire in the cook stove. So grandma had to chop wood with a hatchet. And grandma was so bad with it, she
You
could
just
go
said
one
the
arm.
key thing. You just said the key thing, Charles. Think about it. She had forearms like what? 2x4s? Think about it. When her mama back then, her grandma used to backhand you, she backhand you with all her might. These bros ain't got no backhand skills. None.
My mother used to beat her ass like she was getting the Olympic gold medal. And the gold medalist in ass whooping. Loretta. Like my father. See, my father never
First
had to
place,
beat
Charles
us.
Faulkner's mama. She
You know,
busted his ass in record time.
You know, my father, he never had to beat us. He just gave us this look. Where we would just step back and back like, you know, this nigga is like a Vietnam vet. We don't want him to think we Charlie or some shit.
Hey man, all the men in your family that was about something, if they never had to get on you and they had that look, trust me, you know, if my mom couldn't handle me and my dad wasn't there, my uncle was coming to put his fucking fist through my chest. But it didn't happen, you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't even when I was a teenager, I didn't raise up in him. I respected him. You get what I'm saying? A lot of young boys today, they ain't gonna do that. Some men can't even control their own sons.
I remember raising my nephew, and when I was working swing shift before I went to midnights, I told him clean the bathroom. I got off of work 11 o'clock. I stayed up till 1 o'clock, woke his ass up, cleaned the bathroom, and he started like trying to halfway buck. I said, look, kid, I love you to death like you're my own son, but I will fuck you up, stomp you out, and you're still gonna clean this bathroom, and I'll still kiss you on the forehead. Now clean this motherfucking bathroom, please. And he even, and he's like, what if I didn't? I will throw you down the steps, pick you up, bandage you up, and throw you down again for the part 2. I'm like, look, you don't have to do it. I'm like, but at the same time, you know, but that boy respected me so much. He didn't invite his father to the graduation. He invited me. He told
why? Because you wasn't his friend. You didn't play games with him. A lot of motherfuckers they play games with their kids.
Yeah. He was so honored. He wanted to honor me by going to the same place, Fort Benning, where I got trained. He wanted to go to the same place. See, a lot of you niggas out there, what you need to get out is your feminine fucking thinking and think of legacy. You don't live to yourself, you don't die to yourself. When not even just my son, but my nephew and other people I've trained are willing to honor you and honor your spirit just to do this, I want to go to where he went for training. How many times do you get to hear that? Not many. I just get upset that we're not allowed to be men. Fuck all that. That's the reason why I can't be in public office now. I'll be doing the State of the Union address, cussing everybody the fuck out.
Like me, I believe that
Donald Trump was president of the United States, bro. I think you have a chance to be in public office now.
Oh, shit. I'll be cussing my ass off. I'll be like...
Indeed. I like that, bro. I believe you can. Run for some kind of office first.
They'd be like, President of the United States, Charles Faulkner. My fellow Americans? Okay, I'm fuck all this shit. Did he say fuck, man? I'll be in the Capitol building lighting a cigar while I'm talking. Look, I'm a ad-lib this shit. Anybody want one? Hey, Mitch McConnell, you're ostrich looking at Ashley like you need a cigar to drink. Come here. No,
They be
yeah,
like,
you
hey, I
look good.
remember him. He threw me across. He threw me across the room.
Like motherfuckers be like, I be wearing polo shirts and shit, big ass arms. And like, I would love to be around Putin. Putin probably loved me. He was like, because you know, Putin loves combat sports. He has black belts in judo and jiu-jitsu, and he wrestles. So he'd be like, so you wrestled? Yeah. Did MMA 2 and box. You know, Putin be like, turn him back around. Do we just become best friends? Yeah. Let's go do karate in the backyard.
You know what? This is why Donald Trump may be afraid of him.
Yeah, probably.
Shout out to Charles Partner. How you doing, brother? Appreciate it.
Hey, what's up, man?
I ain't gonna lie, man. A lot of those Russians know how to box, man.
Oh yeah, I know. I was over there. I was over there wrestling with them. That's why they respected me.
Love to box. They love to box.
They love combat sports. That Sambo shit, where I learned how to do some leg locks for your ass. It's nice when motherfuckers try to kick you or stomp you, and you just put them in a hold they can't pronounce.
Yeah.
See, most people like to fight with a broken arm. You break a leg or an ankle, or you fucking dislocate a knee, fight over.
Or you can break a man's arm in the middle of a fight, and that's the stop button right there. You break a man's wrist. A lot of these guys talk this I'm blackity black shit. I'm big bad black man. So you meet a guy who really will break your goddamn neck and really break you in half. You grown ass man, 206, get his damn arm broke in the middle of a fight.
I'm gonna tell you what. I've told this story before, and I'll say this shit again. One of the most dangerous men I ever had the pleasure of meeting was Mr. Larry O'Neill Brown Sr. God rest his soul in paradise, peace and power. Hallowed be thy name, Mr. Brown. The first time I wrestled this guy, I'm 14-year-old Charles thinking I could take out this old ass man with a little handlebar mustache and a little bald spot in the middle of his head. I'm moving him left and right. So you got to think, I'm about 170, 160, 170 muscle, 5'8", about 2 inches shorter than I am now. And he's 5'8", 185, 190 pounds. Nothing to find out, it was like rock solid muscle. And to give you some more context, Mr. Brown was in his early 50s at the time. So I'm moving him around. And the next thing you know, he just planted his foot. And by the way, to give you more context, we weren't in a wrestling room for tryouts. We were in the grass outside.
Damn.
So next thing you know, he stops and he turns me over for a headlock throw. So the last thing I remember before I went out from the throw, my legs in the sky, and then boom. I came back to, and I'm like, you know what? I need to listen to this man. He might know what he's doing. Like, you ever seen a grown man crush an apple with his bare hands? His grip was so fucking strong he could break pliers just by applying enough pressure with his grip.
See, a man like that is professional because he know how to control himself. Because a lot of people that fight don't know how to control themselves. You know, they fight with, if you say something to them, they might fuck you up. You know, but you know.
But you know one thing too, not to cut you off, brother. Like, I think it needs to be something that needs to be said about the men who was raised around their grandfathers and fathers. Because both of my granddaddies will kick your motherfucking ass, and they'll tell you one time, stop doing something, and they will look at you. I'm telling you, you would swear you looking at the damn devil. If they hit you, you're gonna see 3 of them when they hit you, and that's what I learned. Like you know, I had my grandfather. I had the pleasure of having both of my grandfathers, my uncles, and my father, and now I got my son. We all got the same name, you know what I'm saying? So, shit, my father, man, he was hardcore. He was like my granddaddy, but my granddaddy would just tell you, stop doing stupid shit. Shut up. Be quiet. He was like that. He'd tell you one time, and if you even think you even hard enough, he'll snap your goddamn neck, literally. A little short black dude with big ass hands. Oh man, like he's from down south. You know, so I mean, we stayed in Chicago, but man, you like a lot of these guys, the reason why these younger guys act real weak and feminine, complaining and whining because they haven't had their fathers or their grandfathers around. Like
Oh yeah. Why do you
thank
think
God
guys
that
I go ahead, finish.
no, I was saying thank God that I just made 30 this year. And, man, I remember, man, my granddaddy used to pick us up, man, and teach us how to fish, teach us electrician work. And that was when I was like 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. You know what I mean? So a lot of these guys don't know that. And my granddaddy always tell us, stop acting like that. You don't have to be like that. You can be your own man. Ain't you a man? So I look at these guys now, especially guys who 26 and 25, and they real whiny. And
Somebody putting the bottles together in the background.
Somebody washing dishes.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody washing dishes. But you guys
Sorry,
are hitting on a lot of good stuff, man. A lot of you older guys have set the standard for younger guys like myself in their 30s. I'm talking about guys who have standard. You know better when your daddy will punch you in your goddamn mouth if you even think you would disrespect him. You see what I mean?
See, it's crazy because I don't believe that we should be a completely civilized society. I'm just saying. Once again, if Faulkner was president, 2 days I would make national holidays. I would make a national holiday for all teachers, firefighters, police officers, military personnel. We'll call it All Heroes Day. Salute the heroes. It would be a federal holiday where you're off, another reason to drink and to go get some good food. And I would also make another day called Ass Whipping Day. You won't go to jail for whooping a motherfucker's ass. Like, no guns, no knives, no weapons, bare hand-to-hand combat, ass whooping day. I bet you there'd be motherfuckers who will lock the doors of their house so you couldn't be like, think about that. There would be no domestic violence because that motherfucker be waiting just for that one day out of the year. Be like, oh, you like yelling at me. Oh, you like hitting me. Okay. Then she be real nice all year long. See, we didn't been fighting, George. We haven't been fighting. I'm gonna go to my mother's for ass whipping day, okay? We gonna celebrate. No. It's legal today. You been hitting on me. You've been talking shit to me. You threw shit at me. I've been saving this ass whooping like Ultra Instinct. Be like, shit. Motherfuckers stand up and look like this and shit. Be like, God damn, I'm getting that Ultra Instinct ass whooping, boy. Motherfucker be like,
I want to address something that Zach had said. Let me just address it real quick. I ain't gonna say much. You stated that the reason why some guys don't turn out the way they do, and they turn out kind of feminine too, is because they didn't have their fathers. But guess what? You got them same fathers that have put their fists through their motherfucking son's chest, made them do everything that they felt that a man should do, play football, and they still turn out gay. And they don't. And then again, you got some that are not feminine, and they still gay.
No. But see, the thing with me is like, and this is I've been in this space since 2017. And one thing about the manosphere that I love is the fact that a lot of the shit that you black men are talking about, you are right. You've been right about the same shit that you see around you. And people try to slander this space and try to break us down and shut down a conversation, but that's not true. The truth is what you black men are saying. The thing is, at this point, it's too many useless black people. I'm sorry, y'all. There's too many useless black people. They don't want to do shit. They ain't about shit. They eat shit. They full of shit. Seriously, let's be honest. And the reason why, like, I'm 30 years old, I'm getting to a point where I'm getting sick of black people, certain type of black people. I really am. And I shouldn't be acting like that,
See, the craziest part about it is that it's not just black people who act like this. It's like a lot of people. You just want to fly away from motherfuckers and be like, you know what?
Yeah, they do it in different ways. Different cultures do it in different ways. You got white folks, they go to a Braves game and they act just as crazy as somebody going to a rap concert and they get arrested. I know because we arrest them.
I agree with them. But I'm just saying, like, as black men, like,
what happened with us is this. we were never allowed to throw the hammer or the axe like that because a lot of the shit that wouldn't persist in the black community and persist in other cultures is that we're not allowed to give out punishment. We're thinking of, oh, you're being too hard on him. You're being too hard on her. You know, a lot of black men raise daughters with a lot of shit, knowing that that daughter knows if she went past a certain line, daddy gonna whoop her ass. Same thing he would do with a son.
Yep.
And there's a lot of mothers who be like, no, don't hit her. Motherfucker, do I feed her?
And sometimes you gotta do number pop, do one look good pop on a girl, and she ain't gonna do that shit no more.
No, you don't. No, she won't.
You know
No,
what?
she will not.
No, you know what? That's a good idea because my daughter is 6, my son is 4, so I'm learning a lot. I got the little babies right now, and I'm learning a lot. And you know, my daughter is 6, and guess what I made her do? Wash goddamn dishes.
Mm-hmm. And then I don't even have to hit you. I'm gonna make you do something. I'm gonna tell you to go write me a report.
Yep.
Or stand on one leg. Or stand on one leg.
Oh fuck that! You're gonna be really strong with me. You doing push-ups. You know what's funny? I come to people's houses when I'm on call. I have the kids doing push-ups.
my uncle used to do that. He used to be like, hit me some push-ups, nigga. Get on the nigga, hit them push-ups. And man, see, and that's why I thank God for my father, my uncle, and my granddaddy, because I learned a lot. Having kids now, and it's a lot of things I learned, especially being in the manosphere since 2017. It's really over with. A lot of the shit that you guys talk about confirm what I've been thinking. Oh, it's over with. So now I try to move a little different. I do things, you know, just upfront and being honest about things. And the issue I'm running into is fast talking, slick mouth niggas, a bunch of crooks, thieves, liars, and fucking manipulators who want to get some money up out you. That's black folk for you. Oh, that's black people all the way.
Nah, them
They
niggas.
don't love you unless you give them some money. Black people
Them
don't love you
niggas.
unless you give them some money. So as you give them some money, oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. You a real person. So as you give them some money. So as you
What
get
my man used to say, he's like, I love black folk, but I hate niggas. But
Chris Rock.
it's funny as shit because it is funny because yep, I used to do smoke sessions. Kid be acting up in the house. I'd be like, no, we gonna do some push-ups. We gonna have a good old time. I'm gonna smoke you like an LFD cigar. Come on, no.
I agree with what Zach had to say as well. You know, it's a certain type of black person I just can't fuck with. I love my people, don't get me wrong, but if you show up at a job interview, bro, don't come there with weed smelling in your fucking skin and in your hair and in your, you find guys that do that. How the fuck you think you're gonna get the job? You know,
no, but you forgot one thing though, brother. Oh, nigga, you black just like me. Nigga, just hook me up. Oh, nigga, ignorant shit. You cannot trust them type of black folks like that. Why
I was a barber before I went to college, because in high school you can get your barber's license. Licensed barber. All my friends, used to come over, get the haircut. Hey man, can I get you next time? And the thing is, what I learned, I took this concept with me all my life. I don't mind doing anything for anybody, but I have a problem with somebody who wants something for free. You cannot go to McDonald's and change the motherfucking menu. If you 15 cents short of that burger, do you think the motherfucker's gonna give it to you? No.
Exactly. Nigga let you go to McDonald's and get a McDouble, nigga. Nigga, be 50 cents short. We see what you say. But guess what? When it comes to black folks, you seem to think, oh, we all black, y'all, and you should hook me up, and I'm just keeping it real and all this ignorant nigga shit.
You don't go to Towson Town Center in the county. Do you think you go to that Nordstrom's rack and can get a
thing? Even if you gave them a deal on something, they think that's too high.
Exactly. And that's why I support black business. I pay where I weigh. Because it's now, if the business owner decides to give me a discount, I take that as, I become humbled and I'm very appreciative. But you should treat black business with the same respect you would treat that major conglomerate that's overcharging you for shit. and you should treat them with respect.
I support black businesses, but I have a problem with bad customer service.
That's true.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
true. Well,
And you
that's
know what's
true. I
crazy
think we
about
all
black
do.
people? See, the thing is with me, now that I got my, like, it's been 4 years I had my shit together, since 26. I used to be broke, like loan me $20 broke when I was like 24, 25 and shit like that. But now that I got my shit together, it's a lot of good black people on businesses, on houses, got businesses, got trucks, all type of shit. Kids doing good, come from good backgrounds. What it is it's too many of these niggas running around. There's too many of these old barbecuing ass chicken eating niggas. And people have a problem with that. You feel me?
Every time I see ignorant niggas, I just want to get a doorbell that just says niggas.
Ignorance come in all kind of ways, all the way down to the way you handle your money in business. And I think it's just a learning experience, because I know plenty of dope boys. Well, I knew plenty of dope boys who went. The first thing they went to open up was a car wash, a club, and a barbershop. And every goddamn thing in the barbershop was black furniture that was cheap, tore up, and they had a pool table in the back of the music studio.
Well, that wouldn't be a black barbershop if you ain't had a pool table.
And I always tell them, I say, if you look at how the white boys have their barbershops, they shit be like really on point.
Okay, for a minute, fellas. Make sure all my likes are up, people. If you're enjoying the information you're hearing, if you're feeling entertained, please, a like doesn't cost you anything. But if you feel inclined to donate, that's the Cash App right there. I don't go through super chats because we talk about a lot of controversial shit. As you can see in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, parental advisory, explicit content. We do that so they can't say, we can't say this word, we can't say that word, we can't talk about that subject, because we're not giving you super chats. That's why we choose Cash App. So I'm just gonna say this. Sometimes you do see me, it's like, remember when you had a Sega Genesis back in the day and you turn that motherfucker off, and I see people do some stupid shit in the street and you hear my voice go, nigga. Yeah, you will hear you will hear that. See, the craziest part that I see is that we've taken, in this community, we've taken so much pride in ignorance that, oh yeah, super chats take 30%. Hell no. Do you want 30% of your money to go to somebody, some white boy who ain't give a fuck about you, who's trying to subjugate your content and the content that entertains you? Hell no. Cash App it is.
No,
go ahead.
You know what else too, Charles, bro. 2 days ago, man. Okay, now I met the chick last month at Five Guys, and she's, I'm an HR at this health facility and all that. Come to find out, it's like a little doctor's office. It's not a hospital or nothing. So okay, 33 years old, short, dark skinned, and we had a conversation, and I pretty much got the truth out of her, and it pretty much confirmed that a lot of the shit y'all saying in space is right. Like, this chick thought just because she was an HR and she'd been to college and, I'm driving a Lexus, and whole time I have 2 cars. I have a Suburban and a Nissan, but I'm honest. I'm gonna drive my little Nissan to work. I work 2 jobs. I'm a blue collar worker. You know what I mean? And this chick thought she was better than me, where she can check me and ask how much you make a year, and I'm used to this and that, and I'm what?
That's not her business.
Hold on.
I'm telling y'all, man. These black women, when they got more money than you, they think they better than you, nigga. But they'll sleep with you in a minute. They'll sleep with you in a minute. They'll fuck you on you all day. Trust me. But in the back of their mind,
your car and shit out here don't matter. When you live in big cities and big states like California and New York, you got motherfuckers that work on Wall Street that make 6 figures, real talk, and they ride the subway every day. But you will find those type women that won't talk to you if you don't have a car. If you're in Atlanta or down south like Florida, somewhere Texas, you're gonna have those issues all the time. But out here, a car's a motherfucking car. And anything that's luxury is something you just buy for, just for a toy.
No, no. See, the thing with me is, I didn't even knock that. She's a woman. She entitled to have her opinions and her standards. That's cool. However, at the same time, me being a man with class, and I understand that even if she say oh, I'm this and that, I'm used to this and that, bullshit. You full of shit. Period. Like
I've looked at so many women who thought they had so much going on. How the fuck you high class? Never had to take you to eat. Never really had to do this. Like, I'm just thinking to myself, like, was it that hard to get you in the bed? No.
Thank
no,
you.
it wasn't.
Don't ask me what my bank account looked like if you can't motherfucking match it, bitch. Excuse me.
Like, she asked me how much I make a year. She asked me
Yeah,
how
see, I
tall
know
I
y'all.
was.
I know
I was
y'all
like,
new
what?
here, but I know y'all new here. I put that parental discrepancy advisory sign up there because we're intellectual here, but we do a fair amount of cussing or cursing.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm gonna throw that down. But listen, brother.
We do a lot of cursing here.
She thought she can scream me like she was so above me and all that, but yet flirting with me at the same time and then acting so honest and modest. Oh, I'm a different woman. No, you're not. Cut the bullshit out. No, you're not. You're so irresponsible with your vagina like the rest of them. And yet she had a better card than me, but like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a realistic type of guy. Like I'm one of those guys. I save my money for 3 or 4 months and then I make a move. I don't just act black and I'm about Jordans. I don't need all that.
So she try to be judgmental about a car. I mean, it's funny. You try to be bougie with a car, but you're allowing guys to ejaculate on your face. I don't understand that shit.
Yeah.
You see, that's the reason why guys gotta be on their grind and on their purpose. Exactly, Sir Anthony and Eric.
Hey, Zach, excuse me. Zach, I like the way you save your money and all that, brother. I do the same thing, but I'm that type person. I always try to find a deal. I don't cheat my black folks, but when I go to, different places where I know I can, if a pair of Jordans is $50, I'll buy them. Or, like when they have sales, you can find those at the outlets and probably some very unlimited edition type ones, limited edition. Yeah, limited edition, excuse me.
Like Christmas Eve.
Yeah, because
I went to this. Oh, go ahead, finish.
Every $20 I treat like $1, and I get a lot for my money. You can have nice stuff, but if you just decide to just save all your money, ain't no crime in that either.
Like for Christmas Eve, I do a lot of my shopping on Christmas Eve. You know why? Those are the biggest sales. Like I bought myself and my son 2 watches, high expensive, high tier watches that are both on regular price. Guess how much? They're about $300-400. Caught it on sale for $150. You didn't think I got them motherfuckers?
Yeah.
Like imagine that.
Go ahead. You know what else too? Not to cut you out, Charles, bro. But man, I work with a bunch of white boys, Mexicans. Man, they would drive that little Honda Accord they got and have a nice house, have money in their savings account. That white boy would drive the same old ass Acura and still be cool. It's only niggas who want to get Chargers and BMWs and I got this. Look what I'm driving. So typical as a nigga.
And wear the same shoes until they got holes in them.
Yeah,
see, that's because
white boys wear the same old Kmart shoes and have so much money. Father have money. You niggas gonna have a goddamn thing proving everything. And that's why I looked at her. I said, I'm like, this chick is crazy. Like
that's because we have a gynocentric culture that is highly materialistic. And that's the reason why the high tier man entices a lot of these women. See, when do you see fucking Bill Gates wearing a Gucci belt?
Never.
When do you see Warren Buffett and Jordans?
Never.
And when do you see Chinese people at a flea market where they own shit that they sell to black people?
Show them.
All the
guess
time.
what? Chinese people will sell y'all egg foo young and shrimp fried rice, but they don't eat it in their culture. They sell you niggas that. And you niggas so stupid you don't know nigga, left from right. And I realized that when she was asking me that, I kept trying to have a conversation like, oh, she's a, you know what I'm saying, a little short, dark skin, little big booty, freaky ass black woman. She think a man won't get her. But yet she had too much attention from men to the point where she thought she can, I'm telling you, she thought she can scream me, look me up and down, and oh, this is what I'm about, and please, you ready to suck and fuck the next nigga. And this is another thing about black men that a lot of black men got to realize about black women. And I realized this. You mean to tell me none of you black women can lock none of these rich black men down? Like, for example, you think of, man, y'all think Tiger Woods would be with a black woman? Hell no, she'll be spending his money. She probably get him robbed. But he got him a white woman, don't he? Kobe
The white chick hit him up for half, didn't it?
Hold on, wait. These black women couldn't lock Kobe down. He had to get a Latina. What are we talking about?
Matter of fact, y'all know the story about that, right?
Yeah, but they'll get you they'll get the white woman to get you a different kind of way though, bro. For real. She mad at you.
She will. White woman ain't better either. I ain't saying that.
But guess who had Kobe? Guess who had Kobe before his wife?
Brandy?
Y'all remember? Yep, Brandy.
Yep.
So guess what happened? You had Brandy before his wife, but Brandy wanted Mace. When the last time Brandy had a hit?
In years, probably like 15.
Well, she just had an album that just went platinum now.
What album? I ain't heard no song from that.
It's a new one.
Yeah.
The one before that one went double wood. Shit. The last time before that one, it went like double wood or double salt or double pleather. Yeah, my album went double pleather. Not even real leather. It's pleather. And
look.
But yet Kobe died last year, and God rest the brother's soul, he's still making money. He had so much money tied up in fucking China, it was ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
So, and yes, Sister Chidori, Lightning Blade, in the background.
Now you know what? I'll give you a better one. Michael Jordan. Let me tell y'all, I'm in Chicago. Did y'all know it was recorded years ago that Michael Jordan's wife was driving high-priced cars to the goddamn city of Chicago around local thugs and punks? You know that? Michael Jordan's wife. That's why he got rid of the bitch. She was ungrateful. Couldn't stand Michael Jordan.
She was driving around what?
She was driving all those luxury cars down in the city of Chicago and local nigga neighborhoods. This is Michael Jordan's wife. What was the black chick name? What was her name? They lived out here in Creek, Illinois.
Juanita.
Got her name. Yeah, huh? Yeah. They from Chicago. Yeah. And she was a motherfucking trifling trick. Ready to spend Jordan money in a minute. He got rid of her, didn't he? Got him a Russian bitch now, don't he? Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Mail order brides, baby. Shit, this is sometimes what you got to do. Would you like to see a gif of what you should do with how you should treat an ungrateful chick? This is how you should treat her. With your nose. You ready for the gif? She's ungrateful. You just surfboard that motherfucker and say, get the fuck out of my life. Surfboard her bullshit, slide up, boom. That's what you do. Surfboard it.
And the crazy part is when you break up with a woman, she gotta know why. She got to know why. And if you don't talk to her, it's just she gotta know motherfucking why. Why me?
Don't give closure. Keep your
That's
power.
if the man want to let her know. A man like me, I'm heartless. I will leave you right where the hell you were. Stop breathing. Run into a knife, please. I don't think much about you. You and your mama ain't shit. Bitch, your grandma was trifling. Let's be honest, fellas. A lot of these women, their grandmothers suck and fuck to get to the top. Let's be honest.
People don't understand. People don't understand that Kobe was treated like shit by his family.
Sure was.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Kobe, before he even became popular, was treated like shit. Kobe was not a stupid man. He knew at least about 3-4 languages.
6.
6? Even better.
Yep.
So fluently at that. So he had the girls. They wanted to tell him how to spend his money. They didn't even want to invite or include his wife because she was Latina. he treated him. Think about it. Kobe is like a regular dude, a little geeky side. Nothing wrong with black men having geeky side. I'm the one who's see Kevin Samuels maybe pressing the high value man. I'm pressing the multifaceted man.
I like that.
I like that one too. I like that one too. I'm on that side with that one.
I'm the
Definitely.
multifaceted. I like to be multifaceted. I like to be able to say, you know what? I'll tell you what. I don't know if you're familiar with Dave and Buster's. One of the best dates I ever had with a lady was going to Dave and Buster's, having fun, playing the game, shooting the games, and all that. You know, shooting the shit in the bar in the back. You know, having fun, like legitimate having fun. And yes,
Charles.
Kobe's mom was
Charles.
gynocentric. You're
Hello.
yeah.
I'm reading this. Kobe was colored issues living in Rome. Kobe was disrespectful to his parents. Michael Jordan's wife deserves. His wife is Spanish. Brother, his info is faulty. Ooh. Somebody said something about these athletes. What information is faulty?
We were talking about it. Number
Yeah.
one, Kobe was disrespected by his parents because
By his
they didn't
mother.
like him, especially by his mother, because she didn't approve of who he married. Remember, he gave a black woman, aka Brandy, a chance. She wanted the hug a thug. Okay, she wanted Mace, even though out of all the rappers, you thought Mace was the biggest. But never mind.
At that time, he had the money, and what had happened was when that shit dwindled down, she dwindled down too.
That's why
And
her
then she wanted
career went
50
to a
Cent,
street.
didn't she?
And no,
She wanted 50
that's
Cent after that,
well,
didn't she?
that's when she tried to keep her good girl image and have a fake marriage. Like that's goddamn Brandy.
Yeah, and the reason for me saying all that is you have black men as examples who had made millions of dollars, some of them billions, and yet they have an issue with black women. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Not all black women, not all. Most black women think they can really control you. Not only that, they'll spend your money, they'll be around you, they will entertain you and act like they're so honest. But in the long run, a lot of black women think they're better than you. Seriously. No
Okay,
thanks to the white man for them.
Eric, you're gonna have to make. I'm sorry for cutting you up, bro. Eric, you're gonna have to stay your hand, retype it, and make it a complete thought. Is this channel for a black channel for non-group thinking black? What the hell are you trying to, you know?
Yeah. Bro, you gonna have to rewrite that. That makes sense.
Get up here on the panel so we can understand where you're coming from.
Because if you're trying to make some excuses about thinking black men, this is a panel for thinking black period. Notice we had the lady Brittany here giving us insight earlier. Okay, at one time we had the lady Shonda earlier this week. So I don't know what type of like shenanigans you playing. Get up on the goddamn panel. Because I've noticed this. Everybody trying to low-key troll about how to get rid of your asses to tell you to get on the fucking panel.
Yeah.
Number one, this is a very intellectual channel. We curse, we speak Shakespearean, maybe even Victorian sometimes. You have everybody from all walks of life in the black community here. So what are you trying to portray? Please sway me with your words and your intellect.
And the thing is, you don't find people that will let all kind of people come in, and that's a good thing that you're diverse. I like that, brother. You know, but you know, yeah, he out of pocket for that one.
Because if you try to insult my guests, and that's quicker than insulting me. Because a lot of these guests are telling you life stories where young black men and black women need to hear. You have a young lady here who I believe has a master's. You have a couple of Gino's a goddamn accountant. I forget what the brothers on the panel do. You have a guy who was AL who drives trucks for a living. I mean, you have a lot of professional men on the panel alone, and not including my chat. What are you trying to portray? What are you trying to come across as? Because I can tell you a troll.
But you know what though, brother? What
I'm gonna
it
put this link in
he,
here one more time. You're gonna go under the 2-minute rule. I'm getting tired of you motherfuckers trying to come up here. You in the 2-minute rule, and I'm gonna let my chat. Matter of fact, shit, I'm gonna let my chat have y'all.
Wait, Charles Faulkner, can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
This Eric Benson, if I'm not sure if he's saying anything that's disruptive or controversial, but if the sentence is not clear from what I'm reading right now, it's on top of here. Maybe it would make sense. He should try to come up, either write a better sentence to be clear. But if it seems like it's a problematic, then yes, you must come up, brother. Otherwise, we're gonna hit a timer, or we're gonna set a timer up, and you know what it is. After the timer goes by,
In other words, what is your difference of opinion? Why, when someone else has a different opinion on a black channel, is problematic? Get on the chat. Why don't you get up on the link? Explain what do you have a difference of opinion? Because right now we're not gonna go on the chat because we're having intellectual,
You know what, Charles, though, bro? You know what, Charles? One thing I would tell y'all about this YouTube space, and I've been watching this for the last 2 years. Sure they won't hit the link. Not only they trolling, but these are useless people who just on a goddamn internet that's useless in real life. So sure, they can't compete, number one. Number two, that is the blue pill-ish in them that's trying to shut down the conversation. Apparently, they don't like what I'm saying. They don't like what your guest is saying because maybe we all are men and we talking from a different perspective. And so all this shit is just Candyland shit. These people think they slick, but like, I wouldn't put it past them. A lot of these people in the chat, unless they genuine good people, down to earth people who just being themselves, which is most of the manosphere from what we know. We know the guys that we talk to in this space. But
you know what?
the
You
rest
can
of
be
these
anybody
guys,
on the internet. Anybody.
No, I agree with that. But I'm saying it's like Charles, BGS, Rael, Edward, Roger, a couple of these guys. I know these are decent brothers. I had conversation with these guys, whether I met them or not, because it takes intelligence to hold conversation and not veer off into the nigga shit. The shit that the chat do, like that guy is not even spelling words right and all this other shit, not even completing full sentences. It's pretty typical.
It's very distracting. It's very distracting. It takes away from the subject matter and the conversations for the people who want to hear it and the people who need to hear it. And I'm looking at it from a standpoint as this. Do y'all go to these white manosphere places and do the same shit? Or do y'all just have all this frustration for black men?
He said he's trying. He may have an accent because he said, "I trying."
Because he's most likely he's probably Asian. Because I remember having Asian guys type like that similar, not being stereotypical, but I've had experience with Asian guys on different platforms and typing. Now, hit the link. Are you now, Eric? Are you black? What race are you?
I see what he made of when he get up there. Let's see if he can compete intellectually.
Because I'm just like, for 5 fucking years, man. I've only started live streaming for about 6 months. 6-7 months, okay? 5 years.
Yeah, 6 months.
So, in 5 years, do you know the amount of people I've actually had a debate? I want to ask y'all something. How many debates you think I lost?
Too many, Charles, man. I seen one, the other day, a day ago, on Roger, when the dude was talking all that yin yang and you shut him down real quick. And he was talking all that crybaby shit and kissing women ass and all that. You remember that? You know that shit.
Oh yeah. I got, even after that one, the next day I had one with Cerulean and we co-wrote the Gray Faulkner Initiative. I mean,
you know what? You can have a debate and have a good, intelligent one. And I don't think you crucify brothers, even though if you think that they're simp. But I really do think that they can learn something from you.
No, Charles will shut you down. You can't talk dumb shit to him.
And it's funny. I've even debated years ago Cynthia G. and destroyed her. Uh, Like I'm just looking at it. I had the first time I did a live stream. You wouldn't say this to Cynthia G. My response to that troll. I've already cut the head off of that dragon. It's on my mantle.
No need to brag, nigga. No need to brag. We know your work. We know what you made of.
So I'm
I'm
just
telling you, he'll
wondering.
shut you down.
I'm just wondering, like, dude, somebody beat you to it. Congratulations, folks, for shutting this troll. See, that's how you handle trolls. You don't want to come up. Like niggas don't know how to use technology now.
He do, man. He just didn't want to come up.
And you know what? Let me get one more myth out the way about black men, especially me making 30 this year, man. It's a lot of fucking lies they say about black men, which is propaganda. Okay, that's the media. That's the image. Okay. No thanks to the manosphere, we know that. But a lot of black men literally have their shit together. I know a bunch of black men that got money, good jobs, careers, degrees, businesses, homes, property, all type of shit. You can't come on, man. You can't make this up. What it is they look at the worst of us and try to put that on us, which ain't gonna work because this is the manosphere. You can't pull that quick shit on us.
You cannot. You cannot give the bullshit up. The master teacher has been summoned. You cannot bullshit us, okay?
See, the good thing about it, you don't think you too high enough to let somebody get their point across, which is good. But you know, if they disrespectful, I know you're gonna eat their ass up.
Yeah, and it happens. Like the dude Moo. I don't know why you almost a 40-year-old man calling yourself Moo, but
right, Moo. That was shaky right there.
And he was like, well, these black men need to do that. They need to do this.
But you know what though, Moo mean well. You know, on the Roger report, he mean well, but at the same time, like both of y'all good brothers. Both of y'all good brothers.
No, what it was is I think that strength. Moo, regardless what the little Moo do, first off, you're a grown man using Moo. How fucking creepy is that? But anyway, what he had to hear was what Charles said, which he represent masculinity and being a red pill man, the ability to be a man, have your shit together, and stop believing in all this Captain Save-A-Ho shit. That's what it was. That's what I got from it.
That's basically what it was. I'm like, yo, we proven, and myself and the master teacher the other day before that with Jessica, when we proved without a shadow of a doubt, black men are the best fathers on the goddamn planet. Black American men. So you keep telling us the same talking point from 50 years ago. And I'm like, nigga, we're not the problem. Anytime you hold a woman to a standard in this country, here I come to save the day. And it gets sad.
But wasn't he married?
I don't know.
He married.
No. What it was he kept trying to counter Charles' point, which was Charles was saying, hey, these women need to be held accountable, and life is full of choices. Don't hold the men and try to criticize men, and men need to do this, because a lot of men do that and they don't even know that they do that around women, which is pathetic. I really hate when men kiss women ass so bad like that. That shit is sickening. I can't stand it.
But you know what, though? I gotta say, earlier today on the Roger Report, I agreed with Moo. I agreed with Rob on some things, but I didn't let Uru get to the point of what he had to say. And you know, the thing is, I think it's letting people speak first and then see where they're coming from. You know, I don't think any of those guys on that panel was kissing ass, because guess what? You know, Roger wouldn't let them up there if that was the case. But
my whole thing about Moo was when he was saying stuff that wasn't factual about black men taking care of their children.
Thank you.
And that's what that's what started the heated debate and this disagreement. Is that you can't guilt black men to doing what black women want. We have some type of agency. Just like I gotta hold black women accountable, just same way I hold black men accountable.
Yep.
If we get a chick pregnant we'll be like, man, I fucked up. I got her pregnant. You know, I got a man up. Cool. She gets pregnant, and she knows that maybe the guy she had the baby by didn't want to be a father. She can't take responsibility. He got me pregnant. He talked to me. No, that's you. You decided to play this full term. No religion. You can use the excuse. No religion that you can say, oh, I didn't mean to do it. It's the same shit that we talked about with Brittany Cooper and her silly ass. Racism. Even Brittany, not Brittany Cooper, Horton, she even stated when she was caught saying, well, I was when it's racism that got us obese. No, it's your decisions to keep eating and not exercising.
Yeah,
What
Let
got
me
you
ask you something. Do
obese?
you remember the Ray Caruth case?
A little
Yeah.
bit. Bring it to my
Yeah.
recollection.
Yeah, I think in the early '90s, the girl, his baby mama didn't want to, he didn't want a baby, and he killed
You
her.
said the way he had a hitman, right?
Yeah. Now I think that was really fucked up, but at the same time, he kept telling her he didn't want a child, and that he wanted to break up. So I think because he did not want he wanted to break up, she was gonna probably take him for everything he had.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah.
But he still suffered because he still got a son.
Yeah, but the whole
His
thing
father's
is,
in
see,
jail for the rest of his life, and his mother's dead.
yeah, but see, the problem is with these women is a lot of people don't understand that black men are some of the most respectful men. Do you know how much damage black men can do? But yet we hold back. You know, like yet we have respect, we got class. Man, these errors will go upside their women's head. The way these black women act towards us, they will kill them women over there. I have friends from Yemen. I have friends from Cameroon, Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? Brazil. They don't play with their women. Man, they will go upside their women's head, man. It's
Dude,
only
I
black
didn't
men
think the Chinese people fought because they do their shit quietly. Now I lived in
No, Chinese women know better not to play with them Chinamen. Them
yeah,
Chinamen will
I lived in Atlanta. I lived in Atlanta in a 9-bedroom house right across the street from a pretty well-off Asian family, and
yeah.
and I tell you, it was early in the morning. Must have got out of control because I've never seen these people fight. I thought everything was just good. You know, she always watering the plants, he cutting the grass, and just a good family. But I woke up one morning and before the sun came up, it was like 6 o'clock. And he was talking to her. He said, she said, she was crying.
Guess what? Black women are the only women who think they can size you up and really just say what they want to you. Look how they act towards us.
I'm gonna beat your ass. Yeah, I'm like, why? Like, god damn. You gotta go to a date with some of these black women with a pair of brass knuckles and a goddamn stiletto, and that might turn her on. Oh,
yeah.
damn. Like,
I had a black woman tell me, oh, I used to be addicted to sex, but I'm a lady now. God deliver me, bitch, please.
Well, okay. I would have told her, can I speak to that bitch 5 years ago?
Come out from God deliver me, and it's about, are we equally yoked and all this funny shit? I'm like, oh, you so typical. You goddamn ignorant black woman. But you know what?
I mean, like,
you got some on you now. You gonna give me what I need, baby.
Now, why do you think I enjoy having ladies on the panel who've been A1 day ones who view, and a lot of times they're great to talk to because, like I said before, a lot of the ladies that come up on the panel are breaths of fresh air, who understand what it means to be a woman, who understands what it is to talk to men. It's like, God.
And the thing is, they also know to have their shit right about what they're going to say when they get up here. Because I'm gonna tell you, the women on Kevin Samuel's page, they don't know. He eat their ass.
Yeah.
Now you know what, y'all. You know what? Shout out to the manosphere. Hey, look, I was one of the first people that criticized Kevin Samuel, and this was 5 months ago. I was one of the first people. Oh, I disagree and this and that. I gotta give it to the brother. He's still a black man. He got a platform. His show is brilliant at this point. These black, you cannot make this shit up. These black women love to call up there. Look how they talk. They so confident. Oh, I have this. I'm a business owner. I'm a PhD and all this other funny shit.
Or they
which is
start
pretty
off real
pathetic.
nice. Or they start off real
Yeah,
nice so they can get one in on him and he catch their ass and click them off.
Just like I listened to it yesterday about the husband. He comes up there, here I come to save the day. See, there are times when I had to stop. Girlfriends and female friends of mine, no. No. Excuse me, sir. I apologize. We'll get your ass to the car. Come on, we got to go to the car. And it's not the fact that I'm afraid of another person. It's because sometimes you just want to diffuse a situation. And all she's going to do, run at the mouth, is make it heated. And I'm like, look, see, yeah, this is the part where men have to step up. Because a lot of times women don't understand the reason why men don't fuck up and blurt out what the fuck we say to other men. Because guess what? When we get into a confrontation with other men, you're talking about two brutes going at it physically.
She'll still be living and you dead. My cousin dead right now.
You know,
it's just like my first sergeant said. He said, don't worry about your girl at home. For all you guys going to the military or prison, she'll be the same way when you get back, freshly fucked.
Damn. Yep. You know what? And the thing about Kevin Samuels' show, like I said, I was one of the first people to criticize him, but I gotta give it to him. You know, like I can tell you now that his platform is very safe for women because they won't last a minute in this space. Trust me. For one, they not smart
I don't
enough.
even think they're safe in that. Kevin has full control because he don't even let people up on the panel. He want all that goddamn money. He don't want to have to pay.
Now, he a black man. He been in this space. Charles know him. Charles, all of them have been on these panels. Charles has been on the panel with all the major content creators. Trust
I like the way. I like the order that he got order. I like that. He got order about what he want for his show. You know, and he got a whole bunch of goddamn women though. I ain't gonna lie, a whole bunch of them.
And trust me, I'm a member of his mixed group, and God knows, if you want to network with some high level men, and if you want to date some, oh my God, beautiful women, that joint is lit. You gotta be on your grown man shit, on your grown man professional or business shit, and it's funny. I'm not afraid. We always invite women on the panels. We have nice discussions. We had Brittany up here, who she just left. We had Sandra H., who's a nurse practitioner. She was up here, and she was giving a couple of chicks to work with God. We had the super scientist, the scientist supreme, Nicole Ali. She's up here at one time where she cooks. I mean, we enjoy feminine, intelligent, fit, beautiful women. Oh, very intellectual. And it's funny because when Brittany was speaking, she was talking about her journeys when she went to Korea to teach and how the differences in culture were amazing. She said it was amazing to see a functional, loving relationship. A functional, loving relationship. And she said, you know what? Regardless of getting all this education, I want that. I want a functional, loving, caring relationship. I want a person.
There are a lot of outside influences too, because you got. I heard where a woman got on the show and she stated that, well, you know, my best friend said that I should leave him. Also, he said, who is your best friend? She said, is it a girl or a guy? And she said, it's a guy. He said, well, do he like women? She said, no, he's gay. So, you know, I was like, damn, you know.
Oh, I can say that about black women.
Because he tried to make a move on her husband.
Yeah, but you know what? Black women, I'm gonna tell y'all this too, especially a lot of these little young ones that's 27, 25, 28. Oh, they hang out with little fruitcake. Oh, yes, they do. Not only that, they very comfortable and giggling and laughing with them around, and these women be with straight men and have fruity best friends. Seriously. especially in
But you know,
Chicago.
one thing about me, I'm not homophobic or anything like that,
I'm
bro.
not either.
But at the same time, if even if they know their place, you know what I'm saying, that's okay for me, because you know you do have women that have, you know, the man best friend that do their hair. You got the Don Lemon type, and then you got the ghetto gang.
Don Lemon.
The Don Lemon. You got the, and
Don
it's funny because when you get the ghetto ones, it's funny on both sides of the coin. You either get the one who's trying to be the super thug for the women, and the one who's trying to be the ratchet chick for the men. I'm like, God damn. I understand you're gay. I respect that. But why can't you be a respectable gay person? Like, shit.
See, my method is this, and I've been like this since I was young, man. Since I was seeing this shit since my teenage years. Listen, forget the nonsense. I got the right to be straight.
And
Guess
you're right,
what?
and
If you
nobody
my
should
woman,
impose. Nobody
hold on,
should.
wait. Yes, sir. If you my woman, you're not finna hang around this old laffy taffy dude. No, you're not. Not if you're dealing with me. And guess what? If this your friend, I'm done with you. I'm leaving. Not only I'm leaving, I don't even know you. I just lost your number.
Well, my thing is, I didn't even my mother and my father was in my life. However, my dad knew his place. He knew that he was a man, you know. But my mom's best friend was a gay guy. But you know, when I was a young boy, I didn't understand, you know. And they called him Miss Pumpkin.
Oh God, come
You
on,
know,
man.
and the crazy part was Miss Pumpkin was a dude that, you know, just a regular dude, you know, and shit we didn't understand. But as I grew older, I was like, damn, you know, Miss Pumpkin, you know, it was just funny. But at the same time, though, I don't care about all of that. I just have a problem with you getting in my personal business. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Hey man, look, he's about 2
Moo
reaches.
was bad.
And most
He's
guys
about
don't
2
want to
reaches.
be around them because they figure that, you know, gay boys, man, they can really quickly put you in a
Look. One thing
situation.
we're not gonna do. This is the manager. I'm gonna have to represent. We're gonna shift the conversation. Of course, we don't look down on alternative lifestyle, but the men in this space are straight. Seriously.
Oh, I feel you, bro. But listen, but real men are supposed to be able to talk about anything. I'm straight too.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
That's true. But you don't want to go too far where people feel.
no,
Like, thank you.
I'm not either. But what I'm saying is, you know, you do have that type that you don't even want to come near. I understand where you're coming from, because motherfuckers
See,
say you fucking with them.
it's
You fucking with
crazy.
them.
It's crazy when I hear the term homophobia, which, like, I don't fear shit. Like, number one, the reason why a lot of straight men have issues being around gay men is because, one, you're trying to push your lifestyle on other people.
Yes.
Which is and I'm not even talking in the terms of trying to hit on them. It's the fact that a lot of them. It's the fact that a lot of them are obnoxious. It's not even like, we respect the fact that you're gay. That's your decision, not mine. But you're obnoxious. Like, chill out. Be chills. Like, we understand you're a man. Chill out. Like, chill.
You know what?
Don Lemon and Ghetto.
Don Lemon had a case where he was throwing himself on some young dude. Oh, I want to do this to you like a freak. You see?
Oh yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah.
Well,
he do that shit with white
turned into a freak right in 30 seconds, throwing himself over another man. You see this? But you know what? A lot of straight men like us know what this shit is about. This is the reason why we act the way we act, y'all. This is why you're very conservative and you got values and you don't want to be bothered, and you know what I'm saying, you're very strategic and you stay away from people.
And what makes it funny about that you say that, is that nobody would have a problem if they would just chill the fuck out. Like, I've had one person in a restaurant that had to let everybody know he gay. I'm like, dude, it's about as obvious as the fucking sunrise.
And you don't get no motherfucking pat on the back because you gay or act like you retarded. I've been in situations like that because I changed my career from being in uniform and law enforcement to being a fashion designer. I'm a fashion designer for men clothing only, you know, menswear, you know, from men 36 and up in the waist. That's my audience right there. Now, The problem is when I came to San Francisco, which I'm originally from San Francisco.
Oh, yeah.
When I came to San Francisco, because if you want a fashion degree, you wanted that motherfucker to be in London, Paris, San Francisco, LA, and New York. Those are the main places that you want, so that you can get a name. Now, I had to learn that you can't fuck with them motherfuckers in San Francisco because you'll go to jail. It was all kind that was in the classroom. I was like, whoa, I couldn't deal with it, but I had to learn that the history of fashion, that even how George Washington used to dress, Prince used to dress, all those motherfuckers back in the day.
Right.
Like, you got to really look at it. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you good, Charles. Go ahead.
I was saying, there's like even Anthony said, I don't have a problem being around gay men. I just resent people trying to force agendas. Yeah, it's like
Are they considered simps too?
Yes,
some are.
You know what's crazy? My experience is this: as a man, especially being the guy I've been for years up to this point, man, I'm very honest. I'm very upfront and just realistic. I don't have nothing against gay people, not at all. My thing is, stop just announcing it. Stop being on Front Street, please. Go be in a closet somewhere. Go play with I don't know what the hell you want to do. Like, I'm not knocking gay people. My thing with a lot of these little fruity men is a lot of these men, these guys really have a damn obsession with looking around at other men. I'm not insecure. I'm a straight up real dude. You know what I'm saying? I screw women day and out. But see, my thing is this. A lot of these women normalize this shit by having these guys around. And why you hating on them? Let them be him. Let him be him.
The reason why they have them around, and BGS one time said it, the reason why they have them around is because they get male attention without getting hit on.
Yeah, and the thing is too, you can they tell them what they want to hear, but I'm gonna tell you this. Now I respect a brother who you don't need no approval from me. Because I don't give a fuck what you do. There's no announcement needed for me because I'm not gonna be sleeping with you. However, I can respect what's his name? He's a basketball player overseas. What's his name? Andre Warhol. They got him all over the headlines right now with this motherfucker who's on RuPaul Drag Race. And he just came out and was talking all that shit, man, about what he do. And he don't give a fuck what nobody think. Now, and he masculine and motherfucker. But, his woman, she still want him.
Oh, God. And you know what? That's another thing, y'all. A lot of these black women are dealing with a lot of bisexual men, what they would call, but guys like us, and we so aggressive and, we controlling. They don't like that. I'm going to be honest, because I had a woman tell me, oh, you're very aggressive, just because I was trying to tell her, listen, it's a certain way I carry myself. I expect you to have some class. Like, shut your mouth sometimes. Stop running your goddamn mouth. Stop being nosy. Pay attention. And she didn't like it. But now you all googly-eyed and friendly with some little fruity cake dude. Now you smiling, telling him your business. There's something need to be said about that. You women are freaks, and that's what I don't care what nobody say. Black women are freaks, man.
I've known a couple of them too. I know a couple of them to still sleep with them.
I can be around lesbian women more than I can men. I don't like the real. I ain't gonna say I don't like it. As long as the bitch ain't trying to go in my closet and steal my motherfucking clothes, we good.
I've noticed this. I think me and lesbians get along too well because a lot of them be hitting on me.
They not that bad though. Lesbians actually be quiet. They sit down
hit
sometimes.
on me because it's like
the feminine lesbian. She just is equal to a regular woman, man, and she too many problems. You know what I'm saying?
Even the ones that try to fake to be the men or the studs, I be like, they try to get my number, and I'm like, huh? Like, what
dude,
you
my thing is,
you know what? The butcher bitch is the bitch I don't like. You always got this little big broad shoulder butcher bitch. The bitch who thinks she really got a pair of nuts.
Oh, yeah, she hate the fuck out of me.
She ready to suck dick in a minute.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. But let me tell you. Now, the women that I've been around that were lesbian, I think they went way beyond that. Now, I have a problem with the ones that just hate men, period. You know what I'm saying? You know, they don't want you to touch, they don't want you to look at their girl or nothing. But I did not, I put it this way. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh at that one.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you something.
I'm gonna steal that one.
But
Tyson was really.
I had an issue where I ended up cutting this dude hair, and I had been cutting his hair for 3 years, and all of a sudden on the third year of us knowing each other, he came in and showed me a picture of this light skinned bad bitch, you know, and I was like, damn, bro, who is that? And he was like, oh, that used to be me. I was like, what? I've been around you and your wife, and every time I've seen you with your shirt off, you can't be a motherfucking girl.
Yep. I mean, look at Brittany Gator. Shit. The 7-foot chick is. Let me tell you how. I guess the Doms can be simps. What was it? What was that basketball player name? Brittany Gator, Garter, whatever the hell it is. Brittany Gator. She got married to this chick.
Brittany Grinder.
Yeah, Grinder. That's her name. Grinder. She got married to this chick. She wanted to be the man of the relationship. Cool. When you want to be the man of something, you usually take that hit like a man too, huh? So they get married. The chick has babies. Of course, not by her, by artificial insemination. So she divorced. She splits up with Brittany, leaves her alone. Brittany's forced to pay child support and alimony, and she's over there with a white man, the chick she married. Now they divorced, and then she got to pay all this shit. I'm like, damn, you want to be a dude so much, they fucked you like what? Like, you got to pay the child support. This is not fair. Oh, it's fair when men go through this shit all the time. Mm-hmm.
You know, that's why you have a person like Brad. She says she don't really want to be a man. You know, she don't want to be a man, but we know she is a little bit tough. You know, but she still got that soft side to her. And she said she don't want to be a man. You know, but you do have you can see it, man. You know, I don't want to call Missy out. You know, but you see it, Queen Latifah, all those.
Queen Latifah look like she spars with fucking like concrete.
Hold on, Luke. Job talking. I ain't gonna just be letting you talk about my queen like that. Even though she lesbian, that's my bitch, man. I fucks with that big girl. I want her bad, man. So I ain't gonna let you talk bad about her.
I like it too, but she does look like she spars with Tyson, man. Shit, I remember like
nigga, she look like she sparred with you. She look like she sparred with you.
Shit, I look like I gotta look out for that left. Shit, like man, I used to love her on Living Single. Now I give her that much. Like shit, and then I'm noticing more roles she having. She having the titties hang out and kissing women. I'm like, oh boy, you really not hiding that shit, are you? I remember everybody seen set it off. She played 2 convincing of a role with old Cleo. Shit, got more testosterone than a goddamn HGH factory, man. Shit. We did about almost 7 hours. Hey fellas, anybody want some last words coming up?
It's been Trill. You know I love y'all. Keep doing what you do. We got to re-indoctrinate these motherfuckers. Peace out.
Definitely, AL. James, would you like to say some last words?
Yeah, my last words is, man, you fellas need to start promoting like, yo, hell yeah, we better than these heinies, man. We better than all of these chicks. I think BGS need to do a compilation EP and put out like the Coliseum, man, to show them what the forefathers or you brothers what y'all all about, man. Because I think they forgot, man. It's been written in stone. It's been written in stone. Y'all be rebuking all these hyenas with their little rhetoric, and I just like to salute y'all, man. Thank y'all for being on the panel, fellas, man. And y'all have a blessed one. Happy holidays, man, and still happy New Year to y'all, man. Salute to Sir Charles, always, man. I love you like a brother, man. You are my brother, man, because we know each other for some years now, man.
Oh yeah, man. It's been hard trying to do this shit, man. I've been trying to come up with topics, but I treat it the same way BGS treats it. Was the topics go where they go? And
Yes,
I
sir.
like to say salute to everybody. Like to say salute to the ladies who are always feminine, supportive, inspirational, fit, lovely. I mean, please, 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 please do me a favor. Teach the next generation of young ladies to be feminine. We cannot afford to lose any to the dark side. I mean, we got to come up in that bitch like this, man. We got to come up there. We got to come up there. We got to come up there, like the last hope of the Jedi, man. We got to come up there good. We got to come up there blessed. Thank you. Please, fellas, 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 fellas. If you have a good woman, love and support her. If you have a good man, ladies, love and support him. This thing called black love is precious. We only got but so much of it left. I'm gonna look at it like this. Fellas, do not simp for free. Too long and too hard in the black community, we have given our blood, sweat, and tears for what? There must be reciprocity. You must get something out of it. It may not be that day, but at least get the respect for what you do. If she needs somebody to talk to and you're not committed to her, she got to pay for that. If she really, really wants to be on your plan, she's going to have to prove it. Just like you're going to have to prove that you're the man who can take care of her. There are no one-sided issues here. Look, black people, we all in this together. We don't have any out, especially for black men. The few women that will stand up publicly and speak for us openly about the truth is far and few between. The ones we got them, we got to protect them and cherish them. The ones who actually do it, once again, we're going to have to love, protect, and cherish them. But most of all, don't forget to love yourselves. Every day you wake up in the mirror, you tell yourself, I don't give a damn if I got a penny with a hole in it or $1 billion. Love yourself, black man. Appreciate yourself, black man. You are literally the superhero of this goddamn planet. All men aspire to do the greatness that you can do. Now, am I saying that it's a man's role to go search out for a good woman? Yes. But that search and that destiny, when you find someone good for you, it's going to be a blessing. That way, when you come together, start your families, start your empires. The more black families we have, the more black power we sustain. Stop thinking in the terms of rugged individualism. No man is an island of himself. You're only as strong as the army that supports you. And God damn it, we're going to make this damn place stronger than ever. Each show, each minute, each day. Woo! Happy New Year. God bless. The best is yet to come. And we out.